gentlemen, the winner of this contest.
It is a fast-acting viral strain that infects the host immediately, and upon getting sick, the infected will become racked with coughs, sweat profusely, and start to get the shivers and chills.
There he is, the legend. The man, the myth, the legend.
Yeah. You can't literally run a promotion just for the AEW, what do they call them, sickos?
Thank you very much, TikTok and AEW. See you tonight.
Tony Khan started telling people there's no such thing as long-term booking anymore. It's week to week.
The best guy's Tony Khan.
Because we have just secured the bag.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It was just sort of happened naturally. But it was never something I intended. It was just something that happened because the wrestlers asked me to do things in matches, and I do them.
If you run a promotion just for the sickos, you're going to do 400,000 viewers eventually.
Effing melts. You know that SmackDown actually went over and everything?
Yeah.
You know,
What's the point?
the point of SmackDown.
What are you getting at here?
That the DVRs didn't pick it up.
Did they not pick it up?
Mine didn't.
Let's get into everybody's favorite moment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week.
What would you like to listen to in your ears?
I'd like to hear the flute.
Well, if you'd like to flaunt your flute, then we can find you a flautist.
We have just secured the bag.
It doesn't help me.
Okay, so complain, but
I will complain.
Let me have my misery!
And when I heard that, I was like, what?
Thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
You got to run a promotion for everybody. The sickos can be the ones that buy tickets first and spend the most money on the merchandise.
Because we have just secured the bag.
But, like, you got to promote for everybody. Then you'll have a lot of viewers.
I think we proved a lot of so-called experts. We made them look like idiots. We're not going anywhere. Tony Khan's not going anywhere.
You'll also be there on TNT. You'll be in 2 places at once. You'll be a lot like my favorite movie. SmackDown. It's so great, Pittsburgh.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It sort of happened naturally.
the best guy's Tony Khan.
To keep themselves safe.
Good. That's good match.
I just feel like
We've seen this time and time again out of Jericho and Guevara.
That's awesome. That was great. Ah! Yes! Sick!
He's going to take it! And Claudio Castagnoli was...
Is that heavy, Tony?
No. I gave you extra time. 6 to about 6 to break for right now. Go. They're really flying through. Hey, that was great. That was perfect. Are you okay? That was great. Way to get him up at the end. You got him back. That was great. Pick him up. That was a great finish.
Oh, yeah.
Going into the card rundown. We'll feel out the ending, and then we'll go into the card rundown bumpers.
With time, Mello. Dr. Mike in her sights, and now Sky Blue goes down. You might catch her. The team match right there. JD Hater coming up right now. The Elite versus Death Triangle. No! Death Shot!
Wow, Kurt Angle. Keep the change.
Thanks.
Whoa, what's gotten into this pizza? Hey, come on.
They square off. Tomato drop kicks. Pepper scoops him into an airplane spin. Big slap. Pizza Outlet. The taste that screams fresh.
Oh, man, that was beautiful.
Ladies and gentlemen, shit's about to hit the fan.
The system is broken. It was time for a revolution. We could be the wrestlers that we want to be.
We have our own stories. We make our own characters.
Different. That's what makes us elite.
Ooh, what's happening, guys? Welcome to another eclectic edition of PWT Live Show, episode 181. Yeah. I am your host, the infallible Phil Marks. Yeah. Yes, I am. And I am here, and thank you all for being here this evening as people continue to file in. I mean, damn, UFC Noche's on, Canelo Crawford prelims are on, and Canelo Crawford are throwing down tonight. I think Collision's on tonight, I'm pretty sure. In fact, I am more than sure. Let me see, because we have, like, the card right here. So actually, let me pull this up. I guess we'll do a rundown of this. I'm not going to watch this. I'm not going to do it. I'll watch it after. I'll put it on after. It's nothing we haven't seen. As you guys can see what's going on with this card. Well, hold on. Let me do my plugs first as people file in at the top of the show. YouTube.com/@ProWrestleClips. and prowrestletimes. Those are the channels. Patreon.com/prowrestletimes, where there's going to be a lot more EFAPs coming, where it's stuff that YouTube won't, I'll get flagged for and stuff like that. And I upload clips and stuff that get clipped out of the show over on the Patreon. And also you get access to the bonus shows, which I do every Monday is Member Monday, guys. So consider becoming a member for only 99 cents on the YouTube channel as well. That gets you access and, or channels, whichever one, or both. And, yeah, that's my plugs. Hit like, hit subscribe. You can send a super chat. You can hit dislike too. That's cool. Save me to a playlist, all that good shit. I appreciate you all for being here. PWT Universe. How's it going? It's Saturday. We got a lot to get to, man. A lot to get to. I was gonna stream yesterday for a special Phil Marks Friday. No, the AAA show is on, right? And we're gonna talk about that. I'm gonna review SmackDown and the AAA show. And I didn't go live for it. I was debating it. I was thinking about it. And then, I don't know. I was just talking with my guy Plinian. I don't know if he's here in the chat tonight. I will check. Oh, yeah, definitely. Okay, I'll check in with chat in a second here as everyone files in. Welcome. And he was like, dude, just chill. I was like, oh, should I stream? He's like, well, what I think you should do is take some time. And I was like, you know what? Thank you for that, because sometimes it takes someone telling you, like, yeah, you should do this for yourself, man. It's like, oh, I thought he'd be like, yeah, for sure, stream, dude. And he was like, nah, just chill. And I was like, I'm going to do that. And so I just enjoyed SmackDown, as I usually do. Like every Friday I watch SmackDown and I'm not streaming. So, and then the AAA show felt weird because usually we're streaming those. And I was like, damn, man, I'm going to miss it. But I also just enjoyed watching it without having to do like 100 other things. So that was a great time. And I had fun watching the show. We will get into it when I review it. Let me check in with chat. We were talking about chat. Lincoln Hawk's been a member for 14 months, and he says, I'm all for TKO. Oh, so guys, if you're on X, come on over to youtube.com/@ProWrestleClips. Vote in the poll. Do you think, because we have a lot to talk about. Typically, I preview it, right? So WrestleMania 43 is in Saudi Arabia. How do we all feel about that? There's polls in the chat. How do you feel about WWE going to Saudi Arabia? Is it the right move for WrestleMania? Dominik Mysterio is the mega champion. Spoiler alert, Dave Meltzer duds. He's just been getting owned, throwing up duds, being called out by presidents of companies and stuff. So it's hilarious. And this spiral has been great, and we've predicted it. We knew it was coming, right? Don't forget the official Dave Meltzer Dumb Moment of the Week playlist as well is on the channel, youtube.com/@ProWrestleClips. I'll plug it again at the top of the show. Got to show something over here. So yeah, that is a great playlist. Make sure you fucking save that one. Lincoln Hawk has been a member for 14 months. I'm all for TKO grabbing that bag of Saudi money. If someone wants it in their area, they can tell their Chamber of Commerce to drop $1 billion on it. $1 billion here. I'm a young money billionaire. Dude, thank you for your membership, Shochio guy. And I'm with that. We'll talk about it when we get to it because I got a lot to say. But there you go. He just shared his opinion. And then Plenty and Pixel are gifted 10 Pro Wrestling Clips. Thank you so much, Plinian. And 10 people just got memberships. So thank Plinian and enjoy Member Mondays. Those shows rule, dude. Chat's popping for Dirty Dom. They wanted Andrade to be the AAA Mega Champ. He said no. I don't know where that's coming from. Sorry, Cash, that's my bad. I wanted to watch Worlds Collide with y'all. Yeah, no, I just wanted to chill. We'll do the next one. We're gonna talk about it. We're gonna definitely talk about it in a bit. But okay, quick preview. So we're getting MJF will appear. Okay. Mark Briscoe, what will he choose? I don't know. I don't really care. It's just me. What will he choose? I don't know. It'll result in him bleeding in a match and then ultimately losing the big one. So Timeless Tony Storm will be on commentary and I don't get this, Saturday coast to coast. Now, again, is this... Oh, is that like for the times, or are they saying like this is a coast to coast match? You never know. Yeah, Saturday coast to coast. So I think that's just for the times. Okay. Because I'm sitting here like, you never know in AEW. It's like, is this a coast to coast chainsaw massacre match, right? You don't know. And sometimes they add shit on the posters where it's like, okay, did they always add coast to coast on the poster? I don't recall them doing that every Collision poster. Either way, though, it's because I'm looking at the poster and I'm like, why are all the women? It's a battle royal or what? No, it's a 10 women tag, I'm assuming. A 10 women tag off the back of an 8 women tag. Didn't they just do an 8 women tag or whatever? I don't know, man. After a while, AEW shit just starts bleeding together because I double checked it, right? Mr. Wrestling, shout out Mr. Wrestling. He posted this and then I had to double check and I'm like, wait, is this tonight again? But it is because Garcia's over here with Mox and then they're just taking on Paragon. Okay. Paragon is the Undisputed Era, whatever. Adam Priest and Tommy Billington. I'm happy that they're like getting booked. Is this even tonight's? Like, I'm confused. Didn't we just see this? Yeah, 2. Oh, there's a 2, like Fast and Furious behind the verses. You guys get what I mean? So behind this verses now, there's a 2. Okay, the rematch against FTR. Okay. Then we have an AEW Unified Championship Eliminator match. Takeshita versus Bowens. I love Bowens. I'm always like, push Bowens. The fuck did Bowens do to deserve this? I don't know, man. And then Michael Oku. So check this out, right? Takeshita is in an AEW Unified Eliminator match against Bowens. And it's like, okay, I guess. What did either of them? Okay, maybe Takeshita, I could see that, but like, what has Bowens done? Okay. And then all of a sudden, Michael Oku, just like a UK indie guy, gets a unified title match against Okada. This is like Tony just woke up from a nap and then just threw this together. And he's like, oh, I'm scheduled to be at the Crawford Canelo fight, actually. I don't know. So yeah, that's Collision for you. Let me know, anyone in chat, if you're watching that. Okay, so we are going to. Oh, and by the way, I believe Awful Wrestling will be joining the show tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Pardon me. Which will be fun as it is. But guys, we have lots of stuff to get to this evening. So let's tap in with Wade Barrett because I'm afraid I've got some bad news. It's just miscellaneous news, guys. Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
So Jerry Lawler has pulled out of several upcoming conventions and signing appearances to focus on some health issues. And he was released from the hospital after suffering a minor stroke. So prayers up for Jerry the King Lawler. I hope he's all good. And much like myself, just take a day, Jerry. No, he's been chilling, right? I don't think he's been doing too much, but he's had problems with this sort of stuff more than once. So I'm just glad that he's like, okay. And I hope he's resting up. Former WWE superstar Crystal Marshall. Do you guys remember Crystal Marshall? I think she was on Tough Enough, or am I wrong about that? Or like a Diva Search or something, right? So Crystal Marshall announced her return to pro wrestling. This was during the Ruthless Aggression era, I want to say, as a part of All Caribbean Wrestling. She said, I'm so excited about all of it. My family is from Barbados. I'm first-generation American. I'm a dual citizen. The show that I'm going to be part of is in Barbados, so it's like a huge homecoming. It's a beautiful place, and it's an opportunity for wrestling to expand into the heart of Caribbean. It's an honor, and I'm super excited. Okay. So she was in the news again because I guess she was on The Price is Right. Ladies, Crystal Marshall, come on down. That sounds actually appropriate for once. Go figure. Former WWE star Crystal Marshall was fired from The Price is Right for being too short. It was a slow news week, guys, until last night and today. So Dana White reveals that the fighters will walk out from the Oval Office into the Octagon at the UFC White House event. Now, this will be cool for video games and shit. And so I just brought, I don't know. Do you guys think we'll see a WWE on the White House lawn or whatever as well? I could totally see them doing some shit like that. And it would be cool for a video game, like walking out of the Oval Office or whatever. I don't know. We just live in such a weird time that's a thing that's even happening. So former WWE star Maria Kanellis Bennett reveals skin cancer diagnosis. So absolute all the prayers and best energies over that way. The Undertaker talked to Club Shay Shay as well. Nightcap, sorry. And Undertaker tells a story about advice he received from an accountant after his first year in the wrestling business. And this popped a lot of people.
I went to like an HR block, paid I'm 1 year in the business.
Right.
And I got this bag full of receipts, right, that I'm giving this guy. And he says, and he's reading it like I wrote it down wrong. He said, you drove in 8 months, you drove 45,000 miles. And I was like, yes, sir. And he says, and you made 12,226. And the guy was serious. He was an old timer, right? And he pulls his glasses down. He looks over his glasses. He goes, son, can I give you some advice? He said, you might want to find a different line of work. But I mean, but yeah, that was paying your dues, and now here we are.
Yeah, man, I've seen some people do the meme, but on the show, I was like, we getting Arab money, right? And that's what Undertaker's doing. He's like throwing money in the air, laughing in a golden palace in Saudi Arabia somewhere. He's going to move there. No. Shotzi Blackheart said that WWE won't give her the full tank back. I even offered to buy it back. Okay, so she says that she wanted her tank back from WWE. Isn't sure why they won't give her the full thing. They did send me parts of it that belonged to me. Like I gave them the big skull that was on it and the TCB lettering that was on it. So they gave me those, but I'm not sure why they won't give me the full tank back. Like I even offered to buy it. Well, okay, here's the thing. They had to lug it around. It's not like you were bringing it on a plane and shit. But did she, and also they likely built it or paid for it. Or did it come out of her pay originally as well because it's her gimmick? I don't know. It means so much to me, and it was such a big part of my career, and my entrance is always such a huge deal for me. So, yeah, I just want it back, and I know they're not going to use it. I'm sure it's in a warehouse, and there's just a bunch of stuff piled on top of it. So, yeah, I'm still holding out that they're going to give it back to me. Yeah, she should just keep saying shit because here's the thing. They aren't going to use it. They don't give a fuck. It is just like the key part of her IP, though. Like they have the tank entrance in, they had to like scan it in 2K and shit, you know? So I can totally see why they're being greebly about it because it's just like this $1 billion, billions dollars greebly corporation, of course, like they all are. But at the same time, if she just makes enough stink or I don't know, Indy Hartwell just bought her name back, so I thought they were being more reasonable, but maybe it's like what I'm saying. I don't know. Or maybe not. Maybe that's dumb. Either way, let me know in the comments below or in the live chat. And that was Miscellaneous News, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
So we have some TNA news, of course. TNA's blowing up. So Leon Slater will defend the X Division Championship against Myron Reed at the Edmonton Expo Center, which is awesome. And that is on the 26th, Victory Road. That's a Friday show. Goddamn, maybe we could link up that Friday show. You guys want a Friday hangout so bad. That could be really cool. And yeah, there was Jake something and 3 Rascals. It was like one of the I actually did predict Myron, but it's just because he's the only one who hasn't had like a shot in this era, I would say. I think he was in like a tag title ladder match there, but in this like new reinvented retro incarnation of TNA, it's like you got to give him the ball, man. He's the guy again. We've pointed out on this show, like you leave WWE, he's one of the guys you wrestle on the indies. And he's the guy. So I think he's like the HOG champion as well. Over there with JD now. Oh, and then Trick Williams attacked. He was hoodied up and he attacked Santana. And they were brawling in the crowd. Anthem goes hard when you play their shit. But yeah, they were brawling through the crowd. Good shit. Santana's got to be the one at BFG to take it off old Trick Willie. So the cleanse is coming on TNA shows. There's this, there's a masked guy that'll be holding a sign in the background and they're making note of it. And Joe Hendry's noticing it, like the cleanse is coming, the cleanse. So this will be, I don't know if it's like for weight or vaginal. I'm not sure. No, listen, it's a cleanse is going to be the name of some faction. I don't know. A bunch of guys are going to jump Joe Hendry, or maybe it's like one guy. Maybe it's some more of what are they called? Dark State. I don't think it's them, but hey, who knows? But some sort of cleanse is happening in TNA, and it feels like every 5 years TNA has a some not spooky, like spooky or hacker guys. Maybe that's all of wrestling since computers became a thing. The Matrix. There's always like some Morpheus group. But either way, or anonymous group, I guess, is a better analogy there. So basically, some news popped up where Dave Meltzer, and we'll roast him for it in Dave Meltzer's dumb moment of the week, but he put out this thing where he's like, TNA considers MLP enemies and they're going to war, and he just made it like it's doom and gloom, and like they won't talent exchange, Brian, and MLP has a relationship with AEW and da 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 da. So again, how long have I been telling you guys about the relationship with AEW and Maple Leaf Pro? Like, come on. And way before fucking anybody, but I don't know, it became like a tidbit of news and people jumped in. Even Carlos Silva jumped in. So basically what had happened was Dave said that like they look at each other as enemies. He used the word, you're my enemy, my enemy, a chichimono. And like they consider each, like they're going to war and stuff like that, right? And they are Canadian feds. And even on this show, I was like, man, we got CMLL versus AAA, Noah versus New Japan. I don't know. I think Nuge has Noah on that one, but AEW, WWE, and then it's like TNA, MLP, man. It's like Canadian-based companies, and they're, affiliated with whatever side. Dave paints it like there's a direct beef between TNA and MLP. I don't know about all that. And I think Dave's trying to drum this up. Like, for instance, he's been just glazing CMLL to death. And some of the rest, like Hitchicero, which I'm sorry, like, and I'm not even trying to knock Hitchicero. Mystico, I get it. He's good, man. I get it. He was Botch Kara in WWE, but like he's done so much more since then and even before then, to where it's like, that's not how he should be remembered. It's not how he will be remembered. But Dave saying things like Mystico's a massive star. Roman Reigns, I was in a movie theater. No one knew who he was. But like that shit is so ridiculous to even bring up Mystico in the same breath as Roman Reigns when it comes. And even though I just did it, to me, it's ridiculous. And he's really glazing CMLL. And I think he's trying to drum shit between these companies, man. He gets off on it. I don't know. But I'm here for it, Eric. A wrestling war? Oh, come on. That's not fair. The Canadians going to wrestling war, Eric. But he says this shit, right? And basically what happens, and we'll cover this more in Dave Meltzer's dumb moment of the week, but in case you're watching this TNA news clip, Carlos Silva flat out denied this directly to Dave Meltzer. And I believe he gave Fightful comment beforehand, and TNA president Carlos Silva denied the report that TNA is not allowing their talent to work Maple Leaf Pro. Dave just getting known again. He says TNA talent can and have appeared on Maple Leaf Pro Wrestling. Now, I wrote this before that came out. I actually have a little thread going here, but I wrote AEW and MLP do have a working relationship that wasn't publicized. Might not have even been more than a handshake agreement, as I explained before. And I heard this legit, that AEW, and I'm not a dirt sheet. That's why I just say this shit. I don't give a fuck. That they get first dibs on anything that gets over in MLP in exchange for access to their AEW wrestlers. Who knows if that's 100% true, but it looks that way based on the cards and who has their world title. Like Josh Alexander took the job with AEW. We know he's tight with D'Amore. We know that there's, well, as I wrote here, I highly doubt TNA actually has a beef with MLP or views them as enemies. You're my enemy. But I'm willing to believe they're being kept off each other's shows. I'm willing to believe that, but I don't know. I'm not sitting here tracing every, are TNA guys showing up on fucking, I don't know. Has Eric Young been over there? Would not shock me at all. Eric Young's a goddamn professional. If him in the what's the new the Northern Armory, I know he just turned on them. He just pile drove them both. TNA doing good shit, man. Anyways, like if Eric Young, would you be shocked? No, he's tight with fucking Scott to Team Canada, bro. So yeah, that's, I mean, if TNA is like, yeah, but you can't have Leon Slater or some shit, like, would that shock you? No. And then I wrote there was very publicized rumors of some tension between the current TNA regime and Scott D'Amore. That could be a factor. And I've heard all kinds of crazy shit. We heard Michael Elgin come out like Barry and D'Amore. I've heard shit about it. I don't even want to speculate on any of it because I don't even think any of it's really that public. I think it's just rumors and innuendo, King. But Anthem people are calling him a liar. And I wrote Moose came out and more or less confirmed this stuff. So Anthem people are calling him a liar, or maybe he just misspoke. Either way, I talked about all this shit a long time ago, just putting myself over. It's the gimmick. And so Carlos Silva denies. And I was like, there's your answer. If he denies that this, I'm willing to trust him. This is why. And yeah, you just trust all rich people. No, he gives these interviews and we've watched them on the show. And we've EFAP'd them, and he just seems genuine, and he doesn't beat around the bush of answers of questions like some people we might know in WWE and AEW. Let's be honest, it happens in WWE too. And everybody gets mad whenever those stupid, goofy-ass press conferences happen on either side. We're all like, oh, the media sucks. Each side gets triggered. Oh, the fucking media sucks over here. The media, why didn't they ask this? Why didn't they ask that? Why did they ask this? Why did they ask that? There's no pleasing everybody. So it's better that WWE just asks them before AEW asks them. Let me ask you a question. It's better that they just ask them because AEW, I think, eventually will too. Or maybe not. I think Tony enjoys them too much. But either way, Carlos Silva denied it. Bickety boom. That's the end of it. This guy dropped this. Thank you for the people who come under and drop like the screen grab of Tommy Dreamer. And then this gentleman here at Christo, a million letters, says Tommy Dreamer even tweeted about it. Okay, so I bookmarked that as well. And so Tommy Dreamer's like, for the record, TNA has sent wrestlers to Maple Leaf Pro. Scott D'Amore is my friend. Exactly. And this is the thing. Like, TNA will work with other people, and it's not like all the wrestlers. Like, Tommy Dreamer works with TNA. He's friends with Scott D'Amore. People don't hate Scott D'Amore. And I think, like, the rumors of the heat was probably blown out of proportion, too, with the TNA stuff, you know? And I've heard different sides of the story as far as Anthem thinking like, oh, they're responsible for the WWE stuff, but it wouldn't have started happening. Like if you dated back, it was Scott D'Amore who was doing WWE shit, you know, before. So, you know, maybe there's heat there, whatever. But it's just ultimately what we have to take away from this is Dave Meltzer got owned to Obliviacry. And Carlos Silva responded directly to him. Because he got smart ass and was like, well, you better tell Moose, Brian. And then Carlos Silva was like, Moose knows and whatever. So, and then also Tommy Dreamer, his picture that he posted along with that tweet was a shirt that says Moose sucks eggs. Now, Moose is a guy who a lot of people don't like in the IWC for whatever reason. He's a guy that a lot of people don't like aren't a fan of. In general, I would say among fans, you will whatever he says, you'll always have people who like jump on him, you know, and he sort of garnered some heat on himself. I'm not entirely sure why, but I mean, you have Tommy Dreamer being like Moose sucks eggs, which whatever. I mean, they're working and shit. It's not like they're gonna have a fist fight over it, but it's just a matter of like him and Carlos Silva then calling out Moose publicly as well, in a way, right? By proxy of this, him being like, Moose knows this. Well, then why did Moose before come out and say, you know, I can't work MLP because they have a relationship with AEW? Like, is he just conspiracy theorizing that in his head and then got frustrated and said it in the fucking media? I don't know, man. But that was actually a rare W for the dirt sheets on that one, you know, because they just couldn't wait to own Dave with that one, and I love it. And again, we'll talk about that a little bit more later on, but that, ladies and gentlemen, was TNA news. So let me see what we have next on the docket here. So, ladies and gentlemen, yeah, we do have. Okay, yeah, that's what we'll do. Okay, guys. Okay, make sure you guys youtube.com/at Pro Wrestle Clips. If you're over on X, come vote in the poll. Do you think WWE made the right choice going to Saudi with WrestleMania? Do you guys think it was the right move? Let me know. Vote in the poll. Hit like, hit subscribe, all that good shit. And yeah, appreciate you all for being here. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into. There's just combat sports going on tonight, folks. Sorry. Here, let me get a sip of coffee. Okay, I got my iced coffee here. Okay, sorry. Chugging down some iced coffee. Okay. Compelling radio. I know, guys, right? Just amazing stuff. And okay, let's see what's going on. Honestly, WrestleMania Saudi bound. Okay, well, let's talk about it. Okay, we got a lot to get to. Breaking news. Not very well. The Andrade stuff. So I want to start this off by quickly reviewing SmackDown. Brock Lesnar, I believe, yeah, he kicked off the show. Ron Cena comes out. Ron's like, I'm Ron Cena. And they were fucking up the sketch. I'm just going to cut right to the chase. I'm not going to beat around the bush here. It was awesome. Oh, by the way, where were they again? Norfolk, Virginia. Is that where they were last night? I entirely forget. The crowd ruled. The crowd was so good. So good. Brock gets a monster pop. Ron Cena gets a monster pop. He's like, I'm Ron Cena. I'm brothers. That John's my big brother and all this stuff. And they got lost in the sauce. But it was like one of those SNL sketches where, and you know I'd bury this. Like I'll put one thing, I'll bury one thing. Like Brock has been so serious and intense and maniacal almost since his return, and not with any of his words, but just the looks he gives the camera and the crowd and his actions and just the energy he exudes since his return, his haircut, all that shit. By the way, they're adding him to 2K25 or whatever. So that's awesome. They're just adding tons of shit to that game. But this sort of like made it, jukebox, Money in the Bank, cowboy hat, flannel shirt, fun Brock. It like brought us back to that. And I don't think we needed that yet. And it's cool Brock's doing all these shows and stuff. So that will be the one thing that I poo-poo on. However, I fucking enjoyed the shit out of this. Like, it was like one of those SNL sketches that sort of goes awry, and they're like, Brock just couldn't keep it together. He was laughing. He's trying not to laugh. There's parts where there was one part he had to just turn away and walk away from truth, and he just couldn't help himself from laughing. And obviously some of it's performative, but at the same time, you could tell he was trying to be serious. I think because when he ripped his pants, he was like so embarrassed. Like a pants ripping happens. It was a fool's disaster, but it played out on live TV and it was awesome. I was just laughing through the whole thing. It fucking worked. It doesn't ruin Brock. That sort of shit, like Brock ripping his pants after beating someone's ass, it doesn't, even though he was clearly embarrassed, it doesn't resonate. Like, he could beat the fuck out of anybody. Brock walks in the room and is like, we're fighting. What do? You're cooked. So it didn't like ruin it at all. But is that what they should have did with Brock? I just think like Truth should have came out, cut this crazy promo, this impassioned promo, and my big brother, and just popped the crowd the way he did, and then F5. And then Brock doesn't even say anything, doesn't even get a word off again. Just F5, the anger's building. Or he should have just said, "You're his brother? What's your name?" And then he could have been like Ron Cena, then just F5. And then maybe he walks away. But they were trying to play off each other. They got lost in the sauce. They had to circle back at one point in the promo. You could tell. And it is what it is, man. It was fun. Orton versus Drew. I mean, let's be honest. Was that like the craziest, greatest match of all time that either of those guys have had in their career? No. But was that like one of the dopest SmackDown matches? I don't know. If that shit was on a PLE, that would have been awesome. Tiffy versus Jade. Jade is doing her thing. It ends in a double count out, which happens so fast. They didn't really give it time to breathe, I feel like. And it was like a shitty, almost botched spear from Jade through a barricade onto Tiffy. And then Nia comes out and beats the shit out of everybody. And it's going to be probably a 3-way at WrestlePalooza or whatever comes after that. Or maybe the night before that. I don't know what's going on next week. I don't know. Tiffy, man, what a ring general. Now again, people, can you, is she fucking Kurt Angle in 06? Like, no, I'm just saying, like, she's the world champion for a reason. She showed, this is when world champions show why they're world champions in pro wrestling. She was just walking Jade through this match where she's like teaching Jade, and it's Tiffy, who's like 3 years in the business. Like, how long has she even been doing this? I know time's flying. We're in a fucking time vortex where it's just days are melting away. Clock ticks life away. It's so unreal. Didn't look out below. Watch the time go right out the window. Trying to hold on. Didn't. But listen, Tiffy. Wow, she just impressed the shit out of it. Was that the greatest match of all time? Again, no, I'm not saying that. Twitter, okay. She just showed why she's the world champ, like, or she's at that level, and that's why she keeps having bangers. Like, people were worried about, can her and Charlotte work together? And then they just have a fucking tremendous match at Mania. Tiffy, carried Jade through this thing. Not to like take anything away from Jade, but I just don't know if they booked her right. Jade might be a WWE fumble, not even a fumble, because she is a big star and she still has a lot of potential. And like, I just think like, how much of it is on her? Like, they threw her to the wolves. And did she rise to the top? I don't know. She just kind of comes across like any other girl in the division. Like when Nia Jax comes out and kind of feels more special than whatever's going on, and she's just whooping ass and the crowd's like reacting really hot to her. You're like, damn, Jade's got the look, but I know you got the look, but do you got and I'm a huge Jade fan, was in AEW, loved her run in AEW, put her over all the time. And I'm not giving up on her. I'm just saying, like, should they maybe time off, come back, have a group of baddies? You're the final boss of that group of your little minions, and you just destroy people. And maybe just go to NXT. Reinvent an NXT. No? Or have they pushed her too far now to where they're trying to, Big Show went down to OVW. At what point is it like, maybe just, maybe I'm being too much of a hater. I don't know. Let's talk about Worlds Collide. Now, this is what it's like when Worlds collide. Are you ready to go? Because I'm ready to go. So we have this 8-man tag. Now, let me say this. Worlds Collide again. They kick it off. There's segments going on backstage that they're pretending like didn't happen, that we didn't see pre-taped on SmackDown and shit already. Conan on commentary with JBL and Graves. I love it, okay? But Conan was his worst night so far on commentary. Just like he was kind of all over the place. He wasn't as on point as he was the last couple of ones, at least that we streamed together, right? I don't know if he's on commentary for all the shows that are like primarily focused on Mexico, right? But and he was popping me, dude. He was just straight shooting, and it popped the shit out of me. At one point, he even apologized on headset to whoever's yelling in his ear, going, "Just fucking don't say that," you know? He was awesome. I loved it. But I'm like an uber smart. I'm just going to be honest. Like, if I was objectively critiquing, like, the performance-wise, Conan, it wasn't the best one of the ones we've seen so far. But I don't mind. Like, I don't want them to change anything. I'm just giving you my thoughts. And then Graves and JBL were keeping it together, but it's so like Conan's just probably popping the shit out of them the whole time too. It's got to be hard to even keep it together. JBL and Graves, awesome. By the way, Booker and Vic is like the best in the game. I think he's one of the best in the game right now, if not like the best. My favorite guy on any show with any pairing. Him and Book on fucking SmackDown, chef's kiss. I know a lot of people probably hate Book. I don't give a fuck. I love it. It's for me, okay? Maybe it's not for everybody. It's for me. Worlds collide. So this 8-man tag, you had Lince Dorado, LWO, and who is their partner again? Octagon against fucking, or no, I forget the dude. I'm so sorry, but like the minis. And I guess this one guy qualifies as a mini, right? And then you have Hamburguesa. He was fucking injured. So someone replaced him. Octagon was in there. You had La Parca in there. I wanted to see La Parca's entrance, but my guy was hitting his dance moves and shit in the match. It was a fun match. It was a great opener. I'll just say, like, the LWO guys, what's his name? Cruz del Toro. He fucked up a couple things where he tried to be flippy, and he's like a Kelvin Gastelum. And for those of you who don't understand MMA or UFC, Kelvin Gastelum he's a Mexican dude who he just missed weight by 5 pounds. And he could be like the elite he'd probably be world champion if he just like didn't eat tacos on YouTube and shit all the time. And I'm not hating on it, man. Live your best life. But he's fucking coming in like overweight and shit. And he could easily have been a world champion in his day. You know, Cruz del Toro's like that. He's like a shorter dude. He can do the shit, but he's like a little chubby. But hey, man, there's lots of dudes in Lucha Libre like that. Okay. So what does he say in School of Rock? Everyone wants to party with Urethra. Yeah, dude, I'm chubby and I'm sexy. So do your thing, dude. I'm just saying he just kind of like botched a couple little things. They did the rope vault where what's his face? The other LWO, Joaquin Wilde, almost like landed on his fucking face. That was crazy. Octagon rules. La Parca rules. The minis were funny. And yeah, it was just like a fun opener match. The AAA tag titles were on the line. So Pagano and Psycho Clown took on the New Day. I mean, isn't that a dream match of sorts? I know dream match, maybe not like a dream match for like maybe in Mexico that's a dream match, or I don't know. It's two guys who are former rivals. They teamed up. They make an awesome team. They have a great look together. And they're almost like putting more respect on the name of the AAA tag titles and fleshing out a tag division there than they are with their Raw and SmackDown tag titles. It's kind of crazy to me. But Boudet go out there, do their thing, man. Pagano and Psycho Clown retain. And then the Wyatt Six show up, and then they destroy them, and they're like want the fucking AAA tag titles as well, which I wouldn't be shocked if they got them. They're at least going to challenge for him. Maybe there's a title versus title situation. Who knows? But it's funny because, and again, Conan, I'm not trying to throw you under the bus, bud, but Conan shits on Wyatt Six. He has for a long time. So I wonder how he feels about that. And if that's like a power play by WWE or if there's some bigger picture. I don't know. They're just AEW-ing it up, though. If those AAA belts, if they're walking around with like 3 sets of tag belts, I don't know, man. I'm going to start calling that shit out. Fabi Apache and Natty Neidhart had a fucking banger of a match. Probably like the match of the night. I would say probably my favorite match. Natty's fucking great. Fabi Apache's awesome. Natty comes out and does her Natty Neidhart shit that she does on the indies in AAA. Let her do that on Raw then. She doesn't have to come out with like those 4 black dudes or whatever if you don't want her to, right? Because I know then you got to fucking break them off and then they're all, you got to start a new faction or whatever the fuck. But, her Dungeoneers, what do you call them? Natty and the Dungeoneers, right? So I get it. Like, if you don't want to do the whole, but like, let her do that presentation. I just don't get it. And let her come out with her Young Lions too. Fuck you guys. No, they're releasing people right now. Nobody's getting jobs right now. Okay. They're releasing people, which we'll talk about in a bit. But Finn Balor took on teamed up with Roxanne Perez of the Judgment Day, obviously, to take on Mr. Iguana and Lola Vice, who they make a great pairing. However, I feel like the crowd was just kind of dead at this point. And I'm going to make the overall point here. I enjoyed this show overall. I'm glad that I got to watch SmackDown and then watch this and then go to bed. I'm glad that this was on. I'm so glad I got to just whip on YouTube and watch this. That being said, out of the Worlds Collide / the Triple Mania, like the WWE crossover AAA, I mean, they own it, so it's not even really crossover, but of the ones that we've watched together, and then this, because we've been watching like the crossover ones. I get it, El Grande goes down there and stuff, but those are like the more Mexico-focused ones, these PLEs, whatever you want to call them. This has been my least favorite of them, if I had to rank them in an order. But I still enjoyed this one, okay? And I feel like the crowd was kind of like, by this time. Like they didn't pop that loud for Demonito and all this shit, right? So Demonito at one point comes through the... he goes through the fucking... what is it called? Like the apron on his own, right? Obviously a guy under the ring. Whatever, pulling the curtain back, dude. But this match was like fun, and there was at one point La Yesca jumped and did a dive, did a tope onto Demonito. That was cool. The 4-way, which also I really enjoyed the 4-way. And JD just works his ass off. He just works his ass off, man. They're pushing Wagner, obviously. There's rumors that they want to give him a name change, Wagner the Third. Dragon Lee was doing his thing. And then Ethan Page was doing his thing, and he's awesome. And it was for the Latin American title, heavyweight title. I don't know what they call it, just the Latin American Championship. And Wagner defended that. And that was a solid match. I really love Ethan Page. He's so fucking good. Obviously, you guys know. And I was wondering throughout this card, like, where's Andrade and all this Worlds Collide shit? He was out there for the announcement. I thought he'd be a part of this whole time. I digress. El Hijo del Vikingo and Penta came out, cut a promo. Rey Mysterio, I think, was out there as well, cutting a promo at some point at the beginning, maybe, or he was just out there for the national anthem. I forget, but either way, El Hijo took on Dominik Mysterio, champion versus champion, mega champion. I honestly thought El Hijo was going to pull it off. And I liked the commentary talking about the history and the lineage. At one point they were talking about how like Rey Mysterio never won the Mega Championship, and Conan was like, "Yo, he didn't, but it's a little disingenuous to say to say that he didn't in a way, because back then it was weight classes, and he was a welterweight, and he was the welterweight world champion, but the Mega Champion." That was the heavyweight championship. Now any weight class can compete for it. So that was cool, just them talking about that shit and sort of putting Ray over. But Dominik, man, think about this babyface kid in the Thunderdome era. And he's just just his journey from that, and people thinking like there's not, once he's done in a tag with his dad, like what is there for him really? Him just transforming his career. He's the Intercontinental Champion in WWE, a title which, I think he's had a great run with so far. It's been a fun and memorable run. What more can you ask for? How many guys have held that IC title that you're like, oh yeah, that guy had that belt, or oh yeah, I don't really, what did he do with it? I was watching the Invasion the other day, some of the Invasion stuff, and Christian had the IC belt there in the midst of all that. And I was like, oh yeah. Like I know Christian had the IC when he had like short hair and all that, and I think like before or during the Un-Americans run, but it was like I forgot during that Invasion bit that he had it for a second. So many people had that thing. Dom's had a memorable, I'll never forget his IC title run, or his first one, whatever. But dude, think about like for the Mysterio name and their family and the legacy. He won the AAA Mega Championship. The match was good. I think the crowd was kind of flat. Like Ray ran out there and was glomming people with chairs at one point. I think they were all expecting Del Rio. Like people want him badly. People want Del Rio badly. It's just the truth of the fucking matter. Okay. And I'm not going to advocate. I'm not advocado. I'm not going to advocate for it one way or the other. However, give the people what they want. No, would you guys really be mad? Do people really care? Chat, let me know. Right? I don't even know the extent of all of his shit. Like I don't think he got like arrested or anything for anything. So I just don't know if, I'd have to like jump down a rabbit hole on Del Rio. I know the consensus is like, well, he's kind of a sketchy dude or whatever, but the people want him. And hey, man, you just slid Dom into that position of like beloved slime ball in a way. Not to call Alberto a slime ball, but like the heel. He was the heel. He was, glomming, maiming, fucking in that cage match. They were doing everything they could to get Del Rio booed, and the crowd was just behind him. And I don't know. Such a peculiar situation. But yeah, worlds collide, man. I had a great time, and it was an awesome Friday, and I ate some potato chips. Okay. And I sat on my ass, okay, and I watched some goddamn graps all night. It was fucking awesome. That's my review. Fat Factor for 10 says, I think Prince Mohammed bin Salman is being crafty. Bringing these global events into Saudi Arabia brings a massive spotlight, and the massive scrutiny basically forces them to make progressive changes. I think that, well, first off, Fat Factor, fat is not a factor for you.
Acknowledge me.
Thank you for supporting PWT. Chat, you guys can become members for 99 cents or super chat in and support the show. It allows me to do more shows and shit. But Fat Factor, they are just in general, because Turkey Al Sheikh is like really all about it in the combat sports entertainment world. Like he's all about it. Here's what someone pointed out, though. Notice that we're not seeing a lot of power slap stuff in the wrestling world because wrestlers are into it more, but they might dead that fucking project entirely. But listen, man, the global events, you're right. They have that big comedy thing going there, right? Which is so funny because you have guys like, Bill Burr's like, dude, these billionaires. Dude, these fucking billionaires. Am I right, dude? And then he's getting what? How much money to go from these billionaires to go do comedy in Saudi Arabia? Dan Soder does a amazing bit about that too. Like roasting, like what's Bill Burr gonna do? Like call out the regime like the way he did in Philly and stuff like that, the Philly incident, but in Saudi. But I don't think that's their goal. I don't think that's their goal, man. In that area where they're doing all of this stuff, it's basically like a resort. Like, okay, have you guys ever gone to Mexico and then you leave the resort, and have you ever gone into like Mexico? The whole place doesn't look like the resorts, you know what I mean? And the resorts, they're protected. They're protected, and we can leave it at that. And it's like, it's the same thing. It's like when they allow people to go into North Korea, and they're just like, oh, here's some fine dining, and look at this here's our shopping center that people totally shop at every day and shit, They just give you like the fake tour. And it's sort of like that where this shit is sectioned off where like influencers can go there and get drunk and have private beaches. And it's like a tourist, they're going there and doing this shows for like tourists and rich people who are traveling there. And yes, locals and family members and stuff like that. People have large families there, and things like that. So obviously that's a huge part of it, but yeah, man, they're just dabbling into everything. And I don't think anybody's going to like change the way they fully view things. And maybe more progressive for them, things happen like what Bianca Belair was talking about. But I'm also not one to think we should like force that on people either. It's like you don't go to Japan and be like, hey, dude, eating wiggly octopi is fucking disgusting or whatever. Like it's just, I don't know. Or at least I don't think it's my place to do that. I'm just glad that I've said it since day one. If there is any progressive shit going on there when it comes to women and stuff, if women on billboards does mean anything, if it is a propaganda show for over here, okay. But if it does mean anything, who's on it? It's WWE superstars and MMA fighters and shit. So hats off, hats off. But let's move along because we have tons of news. TKO President Mark Shapiro says the top priority for TKO is to maximize cash. He says we're having a lot of conversations. We're going to maximize those opportunities, both in kind, but most important to me is cash. Cash kills. And it's true. It's true. So these shows, and we'll talk about Saudi Arabia and I'll give my thoughts on it as we go, but they're just becoming more and more out of reach for the common guy like you and I. You know what I mean? There's less house shows and it's out of reach as far as like price wise. And you got to like plan your yearly, let's say you get one vacation with your family a year. You got to like plan that whole thing. You got to start being like Christmas gifts to the kids, your part of your Christmas gift is going to this fucking. That's when it becomes like, okay, go fucking do the show on the moon. I'm just watching it on TV anyways, So here's some ESPN shirts. Now, you guys know I'm an aesthetic mark. So these are clean. Those are actually pretty clean shirts. Those are pretty fresh, right? Like those are dope, throwback fucking. And then these are whatever. Those are kind of lame. Moving along here. So speaking of AAA, Conan addressed how his role in AAA has changed post WWE acquisition. And he told Denise Salcedo, before I used to agent every match. I used to produce every match. I used to write the finishes for every match. Now I have help. Now they have agents for every match. They've taken a lot off my plate, which helps me because I can just focus on writing. I do feel naked because it was always, oh, go to Conan. But the guys they have doing what I used to do, they're top-notch guys. They know what they're doing. Conan. Triple H just officially announced alongside, we'll circle to that because we're getting to it, okay? But Grayson Waller recalls nearly getting into a bar fight at WrestleMania last year, and then Shayna Baszler, MVP Josh Barnett stepped up. Dude, you don't want to fuck around and get beat up by Shayna Baszler, MVP, and Josh Barnett. Dude, Shayna Baszler whoop your ass in the club. You don't want to fuck around and eat a head kick by a girl in the club and go night-night, dude. Trying to be tough, right? So Grayson Waller, he just tells the story that after he won the tag team titles, they go to the hotel bar and, they're trying to have a good time and chill. And all these fat flops in black shirts who stink are just like roaming around trying to grab you. So there's this guy who kept trying to grab and touch and talk to some of the NXT girls. And they were telling me this guy's bothering us. So I went up to the bar to talk to him and I was like, leave the girls alone. And this guy was very drunk. He starts firing back at me. He goes to push, and I'm like, I just won the tag team titles, and I'm going to get in a fight. And that's just funny, dude. All of a sudden, first person that walks up to me is Shayna Baszler. And she's like, is everything all good here? Then as she's talking to me, MVP walks up. I'm feeling pretty good. Then Josh Barnett. I've never met Barnett. Like, I know of him. I know he's a badass. He steps up and goes, is everything all right, guys? I sat down on the bar and just looked at the guys like, hey, I'm good. So almost, yeah, Waller's he's your friend that goes and talks shit, and then you got to go fight the guys after he talks shit and ducks out. He's a little shithead. You got to love that. He sits down and ducks out. Yeah, I'm with my boys. I know. It's about to be a brawl. I know. Dude, Josh Barnett having your back in a bar fight is like the most metal shit ever, dude. The War Master. Oh, dude. He just like put someone in an ankle lock. But like for realsies. So Dave Meltzer reported and also got owned by Stephanie Vaquer, which we'll circle back to, but he reported she's injured. Turns out she's not injured. Dave getting owned. His fucking demise has been so epic. You know what is hilarious? Well, never mind. We will talk about La Parka here because I reviewed AAA Worlds Collide, and La Parka, who was previously replaced at WWE and AAA Worlds Collide by Laredo Kid, has now been added back to the match. But he's replacing Ambergueza, who is now out of the match. So it's La Parka, Octagon, Laredo, Mascarita, Sagrada. So we talked about that match. And yeah, there was a couple swap outs due to injury. Swap out. Very much UFC-ish. Very UFC-ish of them to do. Okay, taking care of business over there. So, WWE reportedly has no more counter-programming plans for AEW in 2025 after this month. Again, people jump the gun. Dave will just say that. But it is maybe not factual because they don't release all of their plans, and out of nowhere, they just pull WrestlePalooza out of their ass. So just shut the fuck up. Stop just like reporting shit and looking dumb. Nicolo Piccolo posted this. TKO Media rights deals. Another Nicolo Piccolo, friend of the show, but listen, a guy who, again, he cares about the bottom line at the end of the day too. So I know a lot of people love that he cooks sickos and stuff, but some of the wackos might be eagerly looking at him like, oh, I don't, do I say something? He's all about the fucking the money and the Saudi deal and all this. And I don't know if I like this. Well, that's what he cares about. Okay. That's his job, is to care about that shit. Just so you know, guys. But shout out Nick, man. TKO Media rights deal. Google, YouTube, WWE, Paramount, UFC, PBR, Netflix, WWE Raw, Zuffa Boxing, Canelo Crawford. Main card, I think, in like an hour, 50 minutes. Disney, ESPN, WWE PLEs, Peacock, WWE, SNME, NXT PLEs, library content, NBC, Universal Cable, USA, SmackDown, CW, Next Star, WWE, NXT, PBR, A&E, WWE. What's left? So funny. I was joking with Nick. I was like, we should start a dirt sheet, bro. He's like, we should. $13.99. It's fucking funny. So WWE will not be hosting its annual post-Christmas live even Dumb and Dumber annual annual post-Christmas live event at Madison Square Garden this year. WWE will still be at MSG in November, where John Cena makes his final appearance at the iconic venue. Dude, that building's gonna go fucking crazy for John Cena. The likes of Stone Cold Steve Austin and The Rock, we will talk about that. Nikki Bella reveals a WWE legend producer encouraged her to hit the springboard kick on Raw. So she's just fucking spilling beans. Why are you spilling beans on Raw after what happened with it at Clash in Paris? And she just buries whoever this legend producer is. Allegedly. Allegedly. Am I right, fellas?
You know, when I was talking with my producer and there was another coach around and they were telling me about the, to hit the volley kick. And I was like, I don't think I want to tonight because of, everything that happened from the PLE, Clash in Paris to how, all the hate towards me online. So I was like, I don't think I want to hit it.
Yeah.
And it was crazy because one of, it's so funny, the old school wrestlers, one of the legends, one of the who's a coach now, he was like, I told myself I want to stop saying names because I feel bad with conversations I have at work. I don't want to always like come on the podcast and say that, right? But he was like, he goes, no, you will hit it tonight. And you're going to hit it damn good. He goes, because.
So it was like, what show was this? Raw? So who's there? Undertaker? HBK? Who could it be? Hayes? Michael Hayes?
That is a really good move that you have built up for many, many years. And just because there was one night where it didn't work does not mean that you are going to stop doing that. He goes, I didn't grow up in social media. So for me, when I had failures out in the ring, I wasn't getting destroyed on social media. So I feel for all of you who have to be in this generation of that. He goes, we failed at something. We just redid it. We just kept going. He goes, there was never a thought about like, oh, I'm not going to do that again. Like sometimes it just doesn't work. He goes, so no, you're going to do it. And you're going to do it so great. And we're going to build that move up again because that move was great. And we're going to make it me.
Okay, so it's like an encouraging thing. And then Wrestle Talks, he pushed me outside my comfort zone. He pushed me out there and it succeeded and it taught me something. So that's a good little quip that they pulled from there.
Something again. And so before we get our inspiration affirmation, I was like, you know what, you're right. And it really like built me up. And my producer's like, yeah, exactly. And I went and
They could have totally just took that quote and been like, oh, so Wrestle Talk. Okay. All right.
Did do that. But you know what? That's anywhere in life, right? Especially being social media.
Yeah. Very motivational. Shout out Nikki and shout out whoever that was. Okay. So ESPN is running WrestlePalooza specials all day long, like how they do with Super Bowl events. So that's fucking crazy. And this does feel like a big deal. WWE Hall of Famer Jerry the King Lawler recently suffered a stroke, but is thankfully on the road to recovery. We covered this earlier, and yeah, man, get well soon, Jerry, and prayers up, and just rest, my guy. Drake has the official theme song of WrestlePalooza, Nokia. He's just trying to get in that WWE's. Everybody's trying to get in that WWE space, but he's trying to work his way. He wants to find himself backstage with mommy. You know what I'm saying? So this is what Carl Anderson had to say about AJ Styles and that quote-unquote pipe bomb promo, where he brought up Gallows and Anderson, etc. He was on the Coach and Bro, or the Coach and Nick Nemeth. I don't And yeah, here's what Carl Anderson had to say. Shout out the Machine Gun.
AJ Styles
he can wrestle as long as he wants to wrestle. He can go as long as he wants to go. The thing with AJ, he's such a family man. He's always ready to hang it up, and he likes to tell us that he can sit down if he wants to. He can stay home if he wants to. Like, he's done his thing. He's proved this point that he's one of the best wrestlers of all time to ever do this. He's proved everything that he's ever needed to prove, but he likes being home, but the question would be, is AJ going to wind it down? Is he not going to wind it down? Knowing AJ Styles and knowing his competitive nature, I truly believe in my heart, and we don't talk, and it's not that we don't speak a lot. It's a quick.
If Tony Khan put some millies on the table and said AJ Styles one match, I could see him doing it, but would anyone be interested? What if he put some millies down and was like AJ and the Good Brothers versus Kenny and the Bucks or something? Or is all that Bullet Club shit? I think people are just over that shit, So I think for AJ, if he will retire in WWE. He even said it. I think that I should be inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame first and foremost, like above anything else. So he won't do anything to jeopardize that. I truly believe that. But when that's all said and done, and if someone comes knocking like, hey, dude, one offer, do you think he wouldn't go to New Japan for? I could totally see him doing it, man. I beat that to death as well.
I love you. I hope you're doing good, buddy. I miss you. But I don't think, knowing AJ Styles' competitive nature, I don't think he's going to hang it up. I heard his contract ends in February. And who knows what the truth is to any of that, right? I still think no matter what, whether it's with WWE or it's not, which I think it's going to continue being with WWE, I think AJ Styles is happy where he's at.
Yeah, I think he's super loyal.
I think AJ is going to continue, and I really believe that. AJ.
I love it. I think WWE would let him go have a match in Nuge. Not AEW, but if they were like, yeah, go and do your dream matches, I think they'd let him do that. But at the same time, he has nothing left to even do. What could AJ even do? It's like Carl said. He is one of the greatest to ever do, to ever pro wrestle ever, it's just that simple. So Nikki Bella admits online hatred almost stopped her from using her signature move. Talked about that. Footage of the live crowd at WWE and AAA. We'll circle back to that actually. So WWE will be making an announcement tomorrow. Here was Dom. He won the Mega Championship. We talked about this.
Conan very few times in here. Let's go! Dirty Dom, a national holiday over the king of the luchador.
So that's awesome. Champ Dom. Tiffany Stratton reveals why the Daddy's Little Rich Girl character got dropped, and Sean was like, we don't have a daddy for you. We don't really have a payoff, so I think we kind of just need to scrap it. Hey, I'll be your daddy. Oh, I got a daddy for you. So, just lazy dice. Just lazy shit hack jokes. Currently, during the main event of Worlds Collide, they had 229K live watchers on WWE Espanol. They had 136K and then 126K on Lucha Libre AAA. So that's pretty cool, man. They knocked it out of the park. Shout out Switchblade. Chronicling the numbers. Here is Saraya talking to Natty on Busted Open and LaGreca about potentially returning to WWE after her rival or her iconic opponent. I don't really think, were they rivals? It was just iconic, like one-off opponents, sort of. Or how many times did they wrestle a lot? I can't even really remember. You just remember the one from the Florence Pugh movie. But yeah, here's her thoughts on AJ Lee's return and her possible return.
AJ Lee's return.
Oh, my baby.
Like, so, and I hear it in your voice. So let me ask you, sorry, but let's be honest here. Are you getting juiced up? Like, are you like, all right, all this stuff is happening. I want to be a part of it.
I'm always going to have that feeling because WWE is doing amazing things right now. And you're just like, man, I miss being in the locker room. I miss being around people like Natty. You know, I miss my sisters. You know, I do miss that, and I miss being a part of these things. And then when I watched AJ, I've watched that over and over again because she's my fairy godmother, dude. I love her so much. She was one that kind of took me under her wing when I first came up on the roster too. And we traveled together, and you know, we had the frenemies thing. And my social.
Let me pitch a show. Netflix. I know you're listening to PWT Confirmed. Let me pitch a show. OG Divas. If Paige comes back, dude, you could do like Natty, the Bellas, Paige, OG Divas reality show, and then you do Total Divas or like a different name for like your current, like Chelsea Greens and, you know, Tiffy's and them.
Media has not stopped. It is blown up.
And then you alternate seasons. You know what I mean? Or figure out a title for it, and then and then you alternate. When one season's done, you can drop the other one. Boom.
I cannot go on there without hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people doing videos.
I don't know if people want to see Paige and Natty and shit again. Do you? Would you guys watch that? I don't know. Those shows back in the day were awesome.
It's being like, please bring Saraya back. Please bring Paige back, you know. And I get excited. I'm like, because I keep forgetting. I feel like people don't like me anymore. And it sounds pretty, you know, insecure. And I'm not trying to get sympathy. But it made me really emotional for the past couple of days. And I have like shed some tears about it because I'm like, oh my God, people still like me and they still want me to be around. And that's probably.
You like me. You really like me.
The best feeling in the world for me. Like, you know, I get insecure about these things. As Nat, you know, like this world can be a little stressful, you know, and you get insecure. And so, yeah, that's been amazing. And with AJ, I would love to be, you know, her tag partner again or run it back eventually, you know. I'm not saying right away. She needs her moment, you know. Like
they were tagging and shit. This is what I mean.
People are excited for her to come back. Maybe one day. We'll see.
Some of this shit, you can't remember it all. It's absolutely no way. So yeah, Worlds Collide, 1.1 million views. Because again, the unique views come out after. Like there's unique viewership, and then there's like, you know, how much you're actually watching live, whatever. So let's see here. No 3 milli is what AEW Shield said. This guy's such a little pussy. He just defends AEW so hard, dude. It's like they don't care about you. No 3 milli. It's like, what are you, a fucking redact? So James Gunn says Dave Bautista was his first choice to play Peacemaker. You know what? I love Batista, but thank God it's not him. John Cena kills that role, dude. And James Gunn told Howard Stern that it was Dave Bautista. He's a good friend of mine. Obviously, he plays Drax in Guardians. I wrote the character of Peacemaker for him, and we offered him the role, but he was offered 2 movies, and we weren't paying him a lot. So he had to go where the money was. I had always been a fan of Johnson's Trainwreck, especially. I thought he was so funny in that movie. I met with him. We talked. We became instant friends. Since then, I've worked with him more than any other actor because I've done 2 seasons of Peacemaker, The Suicide Squad, and we are going to be doing more together. He is a fantastic guy, a fantastic actor, and really, I think I love the Peacemaker show more than anything else I've ever done. Yeah, it's a really great show. It's one of those shows where, like, me and my wife are like, God damn it, man, we got to wait a week to watch this shit. But that's good that they decided to drop it that way so we don't just binge it out and then forget about it. Yeah, so you guys probably saw in the news too, like Highlander is getting pushed back because Cavill got an injury. I don't know if it's out there what he injured necessarily, but there's talks. Okay, it's out. People do know, but I don't know if it's like in the publications. But he got hurt. That's pushed back a year. So I'll just throw out there that may or may not affect some WWE shit. I don't know, or maybe I'm just making that up. Who knows? Anyways, moving along here. So did WWE and AAA waste a golden opportunity by not including Del Rio? We talked about that. I posed the question earlier. Here's Kathy Kelly trolling Rhea Ripley and Buddy Matthews here. I just want to cover all this stuff before we get into the Saudi Arabia stuff, okay?
I can't believe that it's finally me and you and you and me, just us and your.
Yeah, if you're if you're Buddy, you're like living the dream, dude. I don't know. So Stephanie Vaquer, Dave Meltzer, he got owned. We covered that. We're going to talk about it more in Dave Meltzer's dumb moment of the week. I'll just make sure I have the flutes. People just commenting the flutes. It's so funny. So I'm just going to make sure I have this in the Dave folder for in a bit. And so, yeah, she just shut that down. She's not hurt, and it's just rumors. So in other big news here, Triple H says we're in the process of building a new one, a performance center in Orlando. It'll be even bigger and better. So there you go, man. I thought they would do the bigger, better one in Vegas, but they might not even do one in Vegas. They might just be like, fuck it. We're based here. Everyone already lives over here. So just bigger and better over here. That's awesome. That's totally fine. And, but again, I told you guys PCs are going to be a real big focal point. The way the PIs are with Dana White, that's a real important thing. And Triple H had that vision too a long time ago before UFC and WWE merger shit was ever in the picture. And, yeah. So this guy says, of course, Sapp didn't know shit until Vaquer herself went on a podcast. So, no reason. This is from, according to Fightful, Sean Ross Sapp, Steve Carrier, Ringside News, WWE talent he spoke to about Vaquer didn't know what was going on with her. So speaking of which, here's Stephanie just shutting down Dave and the rumors. Here's her saying
there were some reports about you being injured. Just to make sure.
Shout out Adrian CLE93 on YouTube.
Sure. Is that true? Are we hurt? Are we going to get into the ring immediately?
No, I saw on social media sometimes many things like not real, no injuries. I'm ready. I'm ready for Raw for next Monday. So no injuries.
The show continues. Stephanie's good to go.
So just an epic botch that everyone's fucking bumblefucking around. Unlikely with Adrian Hernandez. Exactly. Unlikely. And every wrestler's hurt, dude. Everyone's banged up, man. So Joe Tessitore was on SportsCenter, and he said that the main event of WrestlePalooza will be Cena Lesnar. So titles be damned. But who knows? This could still change. But like, titles be damned. We know that Rhodes and McIntyre are on WrestlePalooza. Now, I'll say this. I'm going to tell you this for a fact. Dave is talking out of his ass. But Drew was... Listen, Dave's talking out of his ass about them not really knowing what's going on. Okay? People are on top of the scheduling of this shit. They have it down to a fucking T, and these wrestlers are being accommodated. Let me just say that. And, Roman Reigns is just showing up on set for fucking Street Fighter, I think this week. He got some family time as well before he took right off to go do this acting shit and stuff. They have it down. So I just
changes when he enters the arena, and that is going to be your main event at WrestlePalooza. It sounds like a guy that changes when he enters the arena, and that is going to be your main event at WrestlePalooza.
So yeah, I think he just broke the news. I mean, I wouldn't put it on Tessitore was obviously told that. Now, if card's always subject to change, he obviously was told that before he just went on TV and said the shit. And this is what Stevie Richards thinks about WWE And this is what this is what, and then I'll check in with chat, bro. I promise I'll check in with chat, and then we have our two big stories, bro. But when it comes to the creativity, me personally, bro, I invented creativity in wrestling, bro. I'm the most creative guy, bro. I'm the most creative guy, I swear to God, that's ever been in pro wrestling, bro. Listen, bro. Personally, as a fan right now, I'm being stimulated enough and I enjoy what WWE is laying out for me to where I think it's good. I think it's been solid. I think that just because it's entered into this, we're going to max out the cash and just make all the money in the world, it doesn't mean that their product's shit. I don't think that. Vince Russo, and I mean, Stevie, people say Stevie's like disgruntled and shit. Okay. He's just, sometimes he comes across bitter, I guess, but who doesn't, man? Everybody who's critical is a little cynical. There's a rhyme. There you go, Eminem. There's a rhyme for you. No, he's probably already used that, but Ben Hameen, he's just like, he's like, fuck WWE. And then Vince Russo is just like blinded with WWE hate, or he's just doing this because it gets him attention. One or the other, I don't know, but let's listen to his take on the lack of creativity in WWE. I think AJ Lee's shit was flawless, and I fucking shit on all the Becky and Seth stuff, dude. So to me, it's been really good. Here's his take on it all.
This angle was
and shout out the brand, by the way. I'm not hating on Vince or Ben Hameen or Stevie Richards or anything like that, but it just seems like a lot of sour grapes over here.
About Becky Lynch punking out her husband and slapping her husband around. She should have just come down to the ring in freaking street clothes and taking it to Becky Lynch. But no, bro, she's going to put on the Britney Spears 16-year-old costume and skip her Lou down to the ring like 10 years didn't freaking pass.
Lou, skip to my Lou.
But Stevie, do these people have conversations about the right way to do things, or does it not freaking matter, Ben, to anybody because they know these freaking marks are going to cut promos of themselves crying and being hysterical because they see AJ Lee coming out? What is it? Are they this inept, or do they know that none of this shit matters?
Wait till next week when she comes out to hopscotch. It's going to be one for the ages.
Please help me with this, guys, because this is freaking god awful, bro.
I don't know what he's missing. Like, okay, so Seth's hiding behind his wife. Seth used his wife to cheat Punk out of the title. So Punk gives them every chance. Just face me like a man, Seth, one-on-one. Or like answer for hiding behind your... Stop hiding behind your wife. He gave them every chance. He's like, I didn't even want to do this. Here's my wife, AJ Lee. And then, yes, she skips down to the ring because Punk's not a bitch. And even though Becky's slapping him and shit, she knows that he can handle it, and he gave them every fucking chance. But she's going to stand up for Punk now. The only way she can against Becky. And they're building up to a mixed tag match. I don't know. Like, sometimes simple things and relatable things, I guess, are the best things. And her promo explained every single thing, man. What she's been doing, and she didn't miss a beat. She didn't bumblefuck around like emotion. She was selling everything great, and her promo really took us on this journey of like the last 10 years and where she's at. And I mean, the whole therapy thing was kind of cringe. Yeah, therapy really, and I'm not saying like people shouldn't get there. I'm not saying like, oh, I disagree with people. It was just like kind of a, I don't know. It's kind of a cringe thing, but it's also like part of her character. She's like a psycho. I'm the crazy lady and I got therapy. So I'm a little more sane and I'm a little, you know what I mean? But I still have a crazy side when you mess with my man type shit. Everything was explained. I don't know what else. He's just mad that she was skipping. Right. And he's like, does it matter? No, we're past that, I think. Right. Like we know it's a show.
It's all so cringe. The acting is so brutal. The monologues and the posing and the smiling and the fucking teeing and yay for therapy. We have mentally unstable people on our roster and people in the crowd and at home making these weird look at me TikTok videos, bro. Is there a tale of two societies at this point?
Yeah, but bro, she's like, people should get therapy. So maybe some of those mentally fucking ill weirdos, because, hey, I agree with you, bro. There's a lot of fucking weirdos on TikTok and shit. Maybe they'll be encouraged to get some therapy. See? Optimist Phil here.
Of the mentally unwell that have just been normalized or programmed, I cannot understand how there can be so much of difference of vision of people seeing this shit versus those think that are they really enjoying it or are they completely brainwashed? Because these scenes I'm seeing with stupid sunglasses and now we both wear idiot costumes and look like clowns. And
so Becky's wearing like fashion. They're wearing like what? They're wearing like when those boots go viral and then Seth comes out wearing those big red boots. Right? And Becky's wearing like fly shoes and I don't fucking know. It's the whole thing is there. Yes, like over the top fat, like you would see that shit at like what's one of those run? I can't even think of one. The Victoria's Secret fashion show. I don't fucking know, right? Like it's one of those things, man. I just don't know if you're into. I'm not into it. You know, you're wearing a shirt that says brass knuckles and shit. Right? You have Vince Russo is how old, and he's wearing a Colorado State sweater that he probably wore to mow his fucking lawn. Like Stevie Richards looks like he just came off a hot yoga sesh. You know, it's just maybe not for us. That aspect of it, maybe you don't understand because maybe it's not really for you, and maybe none of it's for you. And I'm not saying you can't critique it, but what's with Macho Man Randy Savage's glasses? Oh, we're doing the glasses and the bandana and the fucking the doilies hanging off of his jacket. Like, imagine people criticizing it that way. I just think
it feels like a demented Disney ride. I'm waiting for somebody to pop up with a headset on and go, and now when we turn, AJ Lee's going to be with her husband over here and we're being directed, dude. It is way out of anything I've ever seen and felt before in wrestling of how bad it truly can be.
I don't think I agree with that. Okay, let me check in with Chad and then our two big stories for WWE news. And we have super chats here. And yeah, I think we have a guest joining us at the top of the hour, folks. So lock in for that as well. Thomas Moore for 2 says Saudi sounds like a blast. Get it? That's insensitive. Thomas Moore. Ladies and gentlemen, and if you're watching, almost 300 of you across X and YouTube, guys, if you're on X, come on over to youtube.com/@ProWrestleClips. Hit like, hit subscribe. That's how you support the show. You can send in a super chat or gift a membership or get a membership. You get access to my Monday bonus shows. Thank you guys so much for supporting PWT. King Dingaling with a 10 says, I don't like going to Saudi, but stop acting like our country doesn't fund most of the dictatorships. And we haven't committed many atrocities. Just accept reality, enjoy the product, and shut the fuck up. Right, so I'll get with you. Thanks so much, by the way. Let me acknowledge both.
Acknowledge me.
Thank you so much for your support, King Dingaling. And Bro, it's just what I said. Bro, it's just what I said, bro. They could do it on Mars. I don't really give a fuck because I can't go to Saudi. I can't go to London. Even if they do it in Canada, it's like, okay, so it'll be in Toronto. And then how much is that? Like, that would be, I'd have to really plan that with the prices. When you look at how much the prices are and how shit is, how the economy is up here and shit, it's just not something that it's just getting out of reach for like the average Joe, like you and I, you know? And all boxing is like that. MMA, like UFC's price, they've been selling out everywhere and their prices are fucking insanely expensive and have been for a long time too. And look at boxing, look at like old boxing. Now it's influencers and shit, so they dress however, but even just look at old boxing photos. It's people in tuxes and suits, and it was for the mobsters and the elitists then too. It's prize fighting, man. And wrestling is in that special category of like pro wrestling, and I'm not saying like a Raw and SmackDown you might be able to catch on the cheap, you know? But depending where you live now, they don't even really come around a lot of people. Or they do. I mean, it does tour around a lot, but yeah, it does tour around everywhere, I should say, you know, but they do spend a lot of time internationally as well. And so I'm not going to say just enjoy the product. And I get what you mean too, King Dingling. You don't mean like just enjoy it, even if it's shitty. You're not saying that. But like, where's the location? Does that really matter? Just enjoy it. If you like what's going on the show, enjoy it, you know? And that's the way I look at it. Like, if the build's good. And here's the thing. If the Saudi crowds were atrocious like they've been in the past, King Dingaling, I would fucking, like, the Saudi crowds used to be real bad. I would fucking put up a stink like, they took the money and the crowd's real shitty. But they're, like, educated and it's more touristy and they've been really good. The Saudi crowds have been solid the last few times over there. And if we're talking about for the crowd that's like, oh, more money for the boys and shit, you know, if the sickos want to say, they're all about like, well, more money if you go to AEW, get paid and shit. Well, it's more money for everyone who goes to Saudi, for them and their families. So just look at it that way. And there's lots of rumors surrounding it, and we're going to dive deep into it. So Mike Sausalis for 5 says, come on, chat, please hit like and support PWT. 46 likes is lame. Guys, I don't know how many are watching on the Clip channel. Chat typically aims for 100 likes. It really helps the goddamn algorithm, and I have Chris Jericho waiting in the fucking wings. So word on the streets is there is over like 100 people watching over on the Clips channel. At least there should be. I mean, there's like, you know, however many fluctuating tonight, around 300 watching across X and YouTube at any given time. So make sure you guys are running those likes up. Thank you so much. And Mike, thanks for the support. Goddamn. Thanks for encouraging everybody. Sky has been a member for 12 months, dude. That is fucking awesome. Thank you so much for your support. Rabid Wolverines LC Killer 17 for 2 says, I'd never care about the location of WrestleMania. Yeah, I mean, well, here's the thing. I think that UK should get one first just because of how long they've been like rabid and starved for one, and they've been rabid fans. So as a smark, I'm like, yeah, I think UK. Hey, man, I think WrestleMania in Toronto, I think Canada's had, you know, fucking like Rock Hogan, dude. Come on. That's one of the craziest crowds of all time. I think that it's a long overdue for one there again as well. I don't know, man. It's just people put up the billions. Do you want your economy to shift? Put up the billion, whatever, and then you'll get WrestleMania. I guess that's how it works now. And I'm not mad at it. I ain't mad at you. In my Tupac voice, I ain't mad at you. Sassy Gal 8724 gets a $20 super sticker. I don't even know really what the fuck that is, but everybody, round of applause for Sassy Gal. for a $20. That is incredible support. I really appreciate that. I don't even really know what that does, but whatever floats your boat. And I really, really appreciate that. Thank you all so much. You guys are fucking incredible for supporting this show. We have two big stories here before we get to the top of the hour. Okay, and this show really picks up. Okay. And again, acknowledgement for everybody. Let me check in with Chad. I've been listening to Cornette for 8 years. His pattern of critique is, I know I've been running. We have a lot to get to, guys. So I'm sorry. I know chat's in here chatting it up. I'll just quickly check what you guys are saying. Ingrained in my brain. It's like if the person, he will blame the stuff, and if he doesn't like them, criticism is about the person. 60 likes down, 40 to go. There you go. That's a big jump. So Arthur Jennings has been a member for 14 months. Thanks for the show, Phil. Dude, thank you for your goddamn membership, man. I really appreciate that. And I'll give you a
Sometimes in life, you gotta be a hoe.
Okay. So let's see. He never said all hail the Illuminati. Oh, did I miss that part? Sorry, dude. I get off on my own tangents. All hail the Illuminati in Charlotte's music. All hail the Illuminati. Bam. A cool GIF. There you go. I'll check chat. I'll check that out. Here we go. What you mean, George, for like, okay, bro, it was in Detroit the year Trump versus Vince, and it was 15 minutes away, and I couldn't afford to go. Yeah, that was a long time ago, too, bro. That was a long time. Jesus. What's up with the boxing fight? The main card in 10 minutes, good sir, I believe. It was cringe. Yeah, okay. I scrolled up back enough. Okay, let's get into, ladies and gentlemen, our two big stories here. So we all of a sudden on Thursday we get told, oh, there's going to be a massive announcement tomorrow, 3 p.m. Eastern. So we all tune in. And it was pretty fucking whack. I'm not going to lie. It was just the Saudi Arabia show. Like, I don't give a fuck about that, right? So when the AEW versus WWE war is heating up and we have an abhorrent amount of sickos lying and making up numbers, and when Dave Meltzer wants to make up numbers, yes, I want to dunk and flex and cheer, and this is huge. When WWE's like teaming up and buying AAA and talking about buying New Japan and teaming up with them or teasing it, or they're making these huge billion-dollar Netflix deals, and I get fucking all of WWE on Netflix, yeah, I'm marking out like a fucking silly mark for that. When they make a show WrestlePalooza and it's like WrestleMania level and we're gonna fucking treat it like this huge thing, yeah, I'll mark out for that. And they're giving us $1 billion for sure. But when it's like, we got $1 billion to go fucking anywhere, I don't care. As a fan, why do I care about that? You know what I mean? I don't give a fuck. I don't get hyped for Saudi shows like that. They've been okay in recent years, but like, I don't give a fuck as a fan if like this, I've said it about AEW. I don't give a fuck if the $1 billion company's getting another $100 bagillion. I don't care. You know, is the show good? Is the build-up good? I ain't going to Saudi. Fucking Dubai chocolates, or what are those called? Dubai chocolates, or what are they called? I forget. But yeah, Triple H just announced alongside his friend Turkey Al-Sheikh, his friend in quotations, his friend. Dude, they're friends, okay? Turkey Al-Sheikh's a friendly dude with like everybody. Don't be a dick, you know? But Turkey Al-Sheikh's doing everything, man. He's with Dana fucking doing this Crawford Canelo fight. You know, he's talking about pro wrestling. You know, WrestleMania is one of the greatest things in the world. They had Liv come out, Undertaker. Everybody just stood there. There was no press. This shit was cringe as fuck. Just being honest. They do this like weird half kayfabe thing. Turkey Al-Sheikh he just fucking sells, but he does what he wants. It's not a matter of like, is WrestleMania gonna be in fucking... He's live right now with 41K watching him, the prelims on his X. Like, he does what he wants. He makes the fights that he wants. He tells Dana, like, Dana, you're doing this. Dana, you're even at the press conference. He's like, Dana will make major announcement now. And then fucking Dana's like, that's the end of the press conference. And then he's like, they're like whispering at each other. Like, Turkey Al Sheikh just, they have so much money and resources, dude. It's just, he does what he wants. They're doing what they want. They'll fucking own WWE one day. And people will be chill with it because people are more chill with these Saudi events and everything, right? So at the end of the day, I don't give a fuck where it is. Give me $1 million, Saudis, and I'll give a fuck about it, okay? Right? But otherwise, I don't give a fuck. So there was no invited local media or anyone from the general public. And why would there be? I mean, this is fucking pointless. So this is from Mike Johnson, PWI. Those spoken to in WWE believe that when 2027 comes, Mania Week will have all the usuals, such as Raw, SmackDown, Hall of Fame, etc., emanating from Riyadh. They were not aware whether NXT would be a part of the package, but noted it was still early enough for plans to be put in place. I don't see why it won't be. Makes sense logistically. Also, like, this is how baller Riyadh is. Like, the WWE, the swipe in the WWE logo got a little flavor on it. Like, that's not the typical swipe, dude. It's like a special Riyadh swipe there. And it's quite interesting, to say the least. Also, they were saying things like WWE wanted to do like a WrestleMania themed event, like WrestleMania Backlash there or whatever. And they were like, no, we want WrestleMania. And they want to make it the most star-studded WrestleMania of all time, etc., etc. Dave is out there like they have offers out there for Stone Cold and The Rock and la la la. Brian, Dave just throwing out just desperately, just saying shit wrong about everything. And then Fightful just pulled his card. The likes of Stone Cold Steve Austin and The Rock have not yet been approached for potential matches over. I don't even believe that Fightful knows. But I'll tell you this, The Rock has a bunch of movies lined up. Now, does it benefit him to go there? Oh, fuck yeah. Does it benefit WWE for him to go there? Oh, hell yeah. Will The Rock wrestle in a fucking match against Roman? Everyone's like, Rock Roman, it's finally going down, man.
Are you sure about that?
No. The Rock will not wrestle. He will rock bottom a jabroni. He ain't fucking wrestling, okay? I'm just going to tell you that right now. Maybe that technically is wrestling to some degree, okay? But he's not going to be he's not going to wrestle fucking Roman. There's no way. Ladies and gentlemen, joining me on the show, you're a mean one, Mr. Awful. Ladies and gentlemen, Awful Wrestling is here. Round of applause. For the Awful One.
Peace, Phil. I hope I sound good.
I don't think you do so far, but we'll work that out as we go. It's okay, bro. It's okay. We'll figure this out.
You always get me from the...
Yeah, dude. Well, it is what it is, man. We'll make it work, definitely. So, Guy, how are you doing? How are you feeling about the Saudi show? Do you think it's like a W or not for WWE?
Just before I came on, I heard you talking about how it wasn't that big of a deal in Phil Mark's eyes. But then you went on to elaborate how it's a gigantic deal.
In what sense? And what do you mean?
You ultimately said that the WWE is going to be owned by these people.
Yes, one day. I mean, I could totally see that, don't you?
That's a huge deal, and I see it happening too. That's why I believe, like, yeah, it's a huge deal. At first, I thought that they were going to give Saudi Arabia a second WrestleMania, kind of like what they did with the Royal Rumble. But when I saw the number 43 on there, I was like, oh, they want it all, and for $250 million fucking dollars. Wow, that's a lot of bread, my friend.
Oh,
do
yeah.
I have a problem with it going to Saudi Arabia? I guess if you don't know too much about like the social geopolitical happenings that are going on, like Saudi Arabia has been trying to rebuild their image to the world. Granted, I believe it's a little too opulent for everybody else's taste. It's almost like you're given. It's just like, hey, we've got caviar. Don't you like caviar? It's just like, well, we can't afford caviar. You know what I mean? And I just believe the Saudi government is trying to work into the mainstream good graces of everybody, you know. And by doing it with WWE and TK, it's not even really with WWE. It's with TKO. Let's get real, you know. But this is the friendliest, Mark Shapiro and the Saudi Arabian government. This is like the closest the Jews and the Arabs have come together.
What
This is
do they
incredible.
say? Yeah. No, you're right, man.
They could stop a war with WrestleMania 43 on the horizon.
So right before you snap, crackled, and popped in,
Oh,
Chad, I'll get it. No, you're great now. You actually sound perfectly clear now. I just jinxed it by making that joke. Watch, but
I know.
you're actually perfect now. It's crazy. But Stone Cold and The Rock, Dave Meltzer comes out there and he's like, they've been approached with deals, money on the table. He's just spurging out recently, like getting owned left, right, and center. And Fightfuls like Stone Cold and The Rock have not yet been approached. I could totally see Stone Cold going out there and drunkenly driving a four-wheeler into some shit in Saudi Arabia. And as far as The Rock's concerned, I don't think he's going to have a match. He'll just probably rock bottom somebody. I'm quite confident of that. Do you think the Saudis go all out and are like, we want Undertaker versus fucking Stone Cold? Like, what do you think happens there?
I think they're gonna pull out all the stops. You're gonna see The Rock in a Kimar, and you're gonna see Stone Cold Steve Austin in like dashiki wear coming down the ring for the right amount of money, and I'm sure they've got the right amount of money.
Well,
it's so fascinating, Phil. Before we go on, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, no,
I've got to get your opinion on this because, like, I've been saying it on my show, I've been saying it on Toonie Talk Wrestling. The WWE is looking a little too fat right now, and I think like
roster-wise or
no, just corporate. Being a corporate entity, it's just like. It's kind of, for me, not that I've ever cheered for WWE. I need that to be perfectly clear. I'm not some Fed shill. But I do find it a little icky that a lot of people are like, rah, rah, it's great.
No,
WWE is swallowing the whole fucking planet. It's a little weird feeling.
Dude, I said it before you came on, dude. I was talking about how, like, and I've said the same thing about AEW. I don't care if this $100 billion company gets another $200 billion. And I said it, give me 1 million and then I'll care. Give me 1 million. I'll pretend to care all day. I don't give a fuck, man. It ain't making me richer. As a fan, this shit is becoming more and more out of reach. As like a common guy, you and me, we're family guys, right? We want there's a family guy. We have to plan our whole like year trip. I made the analogy like some people will be like, oh, son, part of your Christmas gift this year is going to SmackDown or going to fucking whatever because it's so big now. And they don't even do house shows in like butt fuck nowhere, as I call it. And so, yeah, I'm with you on that, bro. Like it's weird when people just blow every single thing. Like it makes no difference if they do this show on the fucking moon. I don't care if they're making more money in that regard. But I will say this. Yes, I applaud when they get $100 billion or whatever to go on Netflix, and then I get to watch all of WWE on Netflix. Yes, because that's a fucking W for me. You know, as long as the shows are good and the build is good, I don't give a fuck where they hold WrestleMania personally. But yeah, I'm with you to where I'm not just going to get down with everyone being like, yeah, they just got another 100 million. How the fuck? Well, okay, they better.
And that's not to say that I'm not a pro-capitalist. I certainly
me
am.
neither. Yeah.
But it's just one of those things where it's just like, you guys don't have to go so hard in the paint and celebration of WWE. I mean, it was their own CEO, Mark Shapiro, was just like, yeah, we're thinking about a price hike. We're thinking about doing that. Like, that's not cool to fucking hear. I understand it's great to hear for the shareholders and all that, but don't they make movies out of shit like that? Don't they make stereotypes out of people like this?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's not
Exactly,
helping this stereotype.
And unless you hold like TKO stock or something, okay, I totally get that because it's fucking skyrocketing. I get that. But the other thing is like, okay, let's say they do this huge deal. 150 billion. Okay, unless they do some baller shit like buy AEW or like who's their top guy? Kenny Omega. No, just like whatever guy, let's say. And then they just do some boss shit where they like buy someone crazy out of their contract and then they come to WWE. Or let's say there was like another Brock Lesnar type floating around where it was like, oh, WWE could never get that guy. And then they just fucking do this huge deal and then they use that money to like bring some fucking crazy star over or something. Okay, yeah, I'd get down with it, but like just for them to go to a place and do a show, they're doing it anyways. Why am I clapping my booty cheeks for 100 million or whatever? But
that's because Phil, you're an insider. I mean, you're an insider. You found out the information days before the average casual fan did. So again, like to them, it's a huge deal. Might not be the best deal for them as the goddamn events across the pond now. But that's so crazy. Yeah, I completely agree with you. Like, I didn't know how to really put it into words, but I was like, there's something real skeevy about, like this going hard in the paint for like the WWE. And I have no problem. It's just like you said, no problem with, the money that they're making or whatever, but don't be like, yay, trillionaires. Like, come on now.
So speaking of like, speaking of like them possibly owning this shit, WWE setting up a permanent office in Saudi Arabia, allegedly.
Okay.
So that's crazy. Speaking of what you were talking about, at the AAA show Worlds Collide, the fans were booing heavily and chanting, "You sold out" at the video promoting WrestleMania 43 in Saudi. And I don't know, the video is just glitching out, so it's fine. But they were booing that, and the video got ratioed. So, like, obviously, what do you make of that aspect? Like, fans are, I think, unanimously kind of shitting on this. Or do you think it's not as unanimous? It's split. Or do you think people really give a fuck? It's just online shit.
It's definitely, it's definitely online shit.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm saying. So, like, we've got to learn. I mean, as podcasters, everybody kind of has a small responsibility in knowing that separation between the IWC and the real life fucking fans out there, the ones who pay tickets and, got to go to work the next day. Not that we don't all go to work, you know what I'm saying? But it's just like, listen, there are a ton of people, a ton of people that do not go and find and mine for wrestling news. They watch every Monday, they watch every Wednesday, and that's that. You know what I mean? They get what they get, and they like what they like.
Yeah. Well, speaking of get what they get, man, Andrade was effectively released by WWE. The departure was not a mutual decision and was noted that it was not related to budget cuts. The exact nature of the situation is not entirely clear. And it was peculiar that he was paraded out there for the announcement of the AAA purchase by Triple H, I guess, who paraded him out there. But then he's just nowhere to be found on any of these shows. He divorced Charlotte. I'm sure that didn't help him too much. He was stuck in a random tag team with Rey Fenix, and then poof, he just is seemingly gone, and now people are like, should he go back to AEW? Yeah, I'm sure he wants to go back there. He was so happy there. But
his contract will be worth $15.
So Fightful goes, AEW sources spoken to had no idea. I had no idea Andrade had departed WWE. It was said that no bridge is truly burned in AEW, and as long as nothing heinous is tied to a departure, a return wouldn't be impossible. One WWE source indicated that, and this is all Fightful, by the way. I mean, I don't know. Maybe they're talking to people, maybe they're not. Who knows? One WWE source indicated that Andrade's departure had been in the works for at least a week, and that he did affect immediate creative plans after SummerSlam. A number of talents spoke to had no idea what was going on, or that Andrade had left or was leaving the company. Man, he was putting on bangers with Ray Phoenix. And then he was moved to the he was moved to the alumni section. So I mean, what do you make of Andrade's run and him being released or asking for his release? Nobody really knows.
Yeah, it said the feeling was not mutual. So the WWE actually wanted to keep him, or what?
Or maybe he didn't want to be let go.
You think they let him go?
I mean, I wouldn't be shocked, man. I mean, they're trimming down, like, even though you're like, WWE's getting kind of fat. And I was going to ask you, like, okay, the company wise or
on the roster as well?
Yeah, because the roster kind of is bloaty right now as well. And it's like, maybe they just look at his deal and are like, well, we're going to put the Lucha Bros together, ultimately back together. Like, what are we doing with Andrade? Maybe that's part of it. Maybe it's not. Maybe they didn't want to let him go, and he's just like, I just want to get the fuck out of here, because he was disgruntled in WWE before. Then he went to AEW. He was disgruntled there. So Andrade famously, I think, told people, like, WWE's not what it's shaped up to be. You know, like, he was saying that. Then he's in AEW. We know he was sort of disgruntled there. He wanted to get back to WWE. Ric Flair even talked about it. He wanted to be with his wife. He goes there, gets divorced, and then he's disgruntled there. They're not really doing anything with him again of importance. So,
do you think he knocks on the door of any creative fucking team and goes, "Hey, man, like, what's going on with me?" Or do you think he's happy to be there, like so many others?
I bet he's one of the guys who, like, wants to get pushed.
But does he make something happen backstage? Does he have a good attitude? Does he have a persistent attitude?
I have
a personality that can get things done.
If I had to guess,
you have to go ahead.
I'm just saying, if I had to guess, I mean, Andrade just did a lot of shit in AEW where it's like, why are you doing this? You know, so maybe not. I don't know. I was just guess based upon the things he's done in his career, that I think maybe he just lays in the cut and tries to be professional, you know?
Yeah. Do you think he's creative at all?
His, like, lucha masks and shit are cool, but it's kind of like a ripoff of
everybody's lucha mask is cool.
Yeah, so I don't know if you can account for that, right? His moveset's kind of creative, and
another casualty of professional wrestling. I see if some of these kids were a little older, they'd understand. They'd see somebody like an Andrade coming a mile away. Just like I think you kind of saw Andrade coming a mile away when he came back to the WWE. It's just like, okay, now what? Now what? What are you going to do with him? Oh, my God. Optimistic Phil on his way. Come on.
I thought they were going to do more with him, especially when they had him out there for that AAA stuff. Like, really stick it to Tony Khan, because I'm pretty sure Andrade's, like, his history in CMLL is, like,
probably can't cut a promo.
Yeah, well, his history in CMLL goes deep, and so I thought that they would try and stick it to CMLL with, like, here's one of your old guys, and he's doing our shit in AAA. You know, that was kind of.
Is that worth? Do you think that's worth at the minimum $250,000 a year? Do you think to stick it to another company is worth his contract? Hell no.
No,
I think one of the gentlemen said it in the chat. Northern DC. He said he can't talk. probably in Spanish or English. That's what I'm saying. Like, he could be a cookie cutter down in AAA or CMLL as well. I do know that when I first laid eyes on him and saw him, I was just like, okay, what are we doing here? He's nothing special. And I heard about the matches at NXT and all that shit. But where's this highlight promo? Where's something that he's done to make you go, whoa, now I got to check him out? There isn't anything like that. It's all been in match form. It's never been in promo form. Did you hear that Andrade fucking promo? Nope.
No, you're right, dude. You're
come
right
on.
about that. And people always point to the NXT stuff. So do I, because it was really good. But I mean, yeah, he was with Zelina, and it was a whole other
He's
thing.
2025's version of Paul Roma.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was WWE News. Awful wrestling. So we have the AEW full awful one here. So everybody all together in chat, Ichi ni Sanda, all together at the same time. Because it's time for AEW news.
I guess we're right on time.
Hell yeah, dude. And you're always on time. So Jim Ross gives his thoughts on
Never
AEW.
sing into my ear again, Phil.
Jim Ross gives his thoughts on AEW announcer Excalibur. I wonder if it's it's Wednesday night. You know what that? So Jim Ross gives his thoughts on Excalibur. He's a better announcer, I think, all due respect, King. A better announcer than he was an in-ring wrestler. He's really, really smart. He's good at analyzing things and telling stories, King, and connecting the dots, as we say. He does excellent work in that respect. I think he belongs. Slobber knocker. His wrestling career was mostly on the indies, a lot in California. So a lot of his wrestling work has been kind of overlooked, government mule. But he's really good at analyzing things and all that. I enjoy working with him. I think he's a really good talent, King. The only thing is he might be overexposed a little bit at times. He's a hell of a good guy. He's reliable, easy to work with, things that are important to broadcasters to be easy to work with, and he's certainly that. Come on, man. Your thoughts on Excalibur?
I want to say, as an African American, I find Excalibur, since we're living in these times now, everybody gets to express their real thoughts.
You want to cancel him or what?
Well, he should have been canceled a long time ago. I'm not a cancelable type of person. I'm not pro-cancel at all. But Excalibur, you already know my thoughts are. I don't know why they didn't back the Brinks truck up on Joey Styles instead of this fucking loser who used the N-word liberally back in the day, and nobody says a motherfucking thing about it. Shout out Alfred Konuwa. But he used the N-word.
No, I know. I've seen it. I was going to
say...
Yeah.
You heard it too, I'm sure.
I was going to say Nubian?
Yeah, newbie. Noob. No, he said Negro.
Okay.
No, he didn't. He didn't say that.
Yeah, no, he said the other one. Yeah, I mean, they were doing all that edgy shit in PWG.
I don't give a fuck. Doesn't matter.
I know. No, I know. I'm not making an excuse. I'm just saying it's all that. It was like edgelord shit. Then, like, we're gonna say the N-word, man. We're hardcore. We're underground.
Young Bucks said it too.
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry. They said the F word.
Yeah.
But since everybody's so up in arms this week, I mean, we might as well just let it all fly anyway. But I'm not going to ruin your show. Go on ahead, buddy.
So, Ringside News poses this question. Are you one of the 500,000 people that are going to pay more to watch Max on every week? One of the 500,000 fucking people. They got to be trolling with that shit. But Warner Bros. Discovery CEO David Zaslav confirms HBO Max price hike is coming. Notice again, nobody melting down, and notice how, well, I don't know. Have sickos tried to spin this into a W? I put a tweet out there. I was like, I bet they'll try and spin this capitalism. Here's what I don't like. I'm going to point this out awful about the capitalist shit, though. Don't like how there's a section of people who like cheer. Like AEW fans are like, well, fuck this capitalist blood covered dick.
Right.
Fucking. and then they cheer whenever AEW does capitalist shit. Dave Meltzer melts down, Thurston melts down whenever they do capitalist economical shit, and then whenever AEW does it, they're like flexing it and parading it around. That shit pisses me off too.
Yeah. I mean,
price hike
doesn't piss me off as much as it does you, but it is nonetheless true that they, and again, this is exact. The feeling I get reading this is almost the feeling that a lot of people get when they when they get their phone bill or their electricity bill, and they're like, in 3 months we're going to be raising it up 25%. And there's nothing you can do about it. See, like it's just like that helplessness. Like, I've got to pay more. There's nothing I can do about it. Or I can just stop watching HBO Max. And I think that when your CEOs, I don't give a fuck if you're TKO, WWE, or even WDB, you don't say things like this. You keep this kind of hush hush. Have we lost the art of properly promoting goodwill?
Fuck no, bro. Hell no. There's none left, dude.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Look at Tony, dude. He's marching. He's running to the goodwill, dude. He's fucking. He's running for it, dude.
Oh my god.
So speaking of, oh my god, AEW Disciplinary posted this. It's a highlight of what happened on Dynamite. We had Tony Sandman come out and get her tits and ass cheeks stapled and her vagina stapled.
Yes.
Yes. Oh, watch out. Oh, what the hell is going on here? Oh, no. Oh, what the...
Ta-da!
Man, do you think that
nice yams on Tony Storm though?
Do you think this is like ever okay? Are you like, never can this ever happen in wrestling? Or are you like, man, AEW, like, to me, I'm just like, AEW's got to lay off this type of shit. They're still trying to find their identity. They're doing like record.
Stop, Phil. Stop. I like when you do this stream of consciousness and you say something like they're still in their infancy, or what did you just say? They're still trying to find themselves. Yeah.
Yeah, I think they need to find
6
their new
years.
Identity,
any company worth its salt finds its identity within 3 to 5.
But
We're
I always
6 years.
think, I
Go
think
ahead.
they had it until Cody Rhodes left, and then I think they lost their way, and I think they need to find it again. You know, that's the point.
Okay, it's staplers, syringes, and people turning off the channel. There's their identity. and I don't believe, like, I'm not one of those Puritan motherfuckers like Jim Cornette that are just like, this should never be. No. I'm just the person that's just like, no, I'm not paying. I wouldn't pay for it.
I know.
I wouldn't watch it. And that's all there is to it. And I'm sure a lot of people think like me.
No, you're right, man. And I think people are, well, Danielson said recently, like, oh, you know, the thing about AEW is like, we're more like real people and we're really relatable. And I'm like, no, dude, people don't relate to like burning each other's houses down. Maybe like people in prison, but like sticking needles and kidnappings and then, chloroform cloths. That's all like date grapey stuff, bro. I don't even know what's going. That's all like score and X. I don't even understand. It's just lunatic shit. I don't think people really. It's just edgelord stuff. I don't think people really relate to that. But just announced an AEW Unified Championship tournament. Of course, will be held ahead of All Out, another tournament. So again,
oh god,
Tony just resting on his laurels. So here, this is the quote, actually. Danielson says AEW is different from WWE, not only for its in-ring action, but for how its characters are presented. And he said, I would say WWE tends to be informed more by drama and outside of the ring action. In AEW, you get more actual in-ring wrestling, the wrestling that you see. And it's what Awful pointed out, what wasn't working with Andrade. It's just in-ring action. So you see more action-packed wrestling. I disagree. I think WWE gives us more like meaningful action, in my opinion. I don't know. It's
moves mean something in moves mean something in WWE. I've noticed this for like the last 30 years, and I know George Captor's out there. He would have to notice it too. WWE almost, and I'm sure you will know, Phil, but you're a little younger than both of us. WWE does a triad of moves. I don't know if you've noticed this. Like, if there is a reversal, within 2 moves, there's an impact move. If that makes any sense. There is no like reversing. Well, sometimes there's reversing, but it's just like there's a move, there's a counter, then there's an impact move. In AEW, it's just like there's a move, there's a counter move, there's a counter move to that, and then there might be something impactful that will ultimately get you a 1 count. But in WWE, it's just like do not escalate, as Marv the movie monster calls it. Don't escalate the wrestling to do this counter block. You know what I mean? Like, this isn't a Street Fighter game. Make there a beginning, middle, and an ending. The triad move. I can't explain it any better than that. I'm retarded, but you know.
Yeah. No, dude. I'm right there with you though, and. The matches, people say like they're more nuanced and shit with the moves, and Dave's like, all the rope work and this match was spectacular, and it's like, no, dude, it's cookie cutter, the same shit. It's the same shit over and over again, because nothing really matters because no moves mean anything. Whereas when you watch like Roman versus Bronson Reed, every fucking bump Reed took, he bumped maybe like 7 times for Roman the whole match, and that's including like moves he was doing, and it all meant something. I don't know, it's just they need to figure that out. And again, Danielson's like, it's more hard hitting. Yes, because you idiots are fucking really glomming each other, whereas I would argue when you have like 2 little fucking skinny dudes, like Daniel Garcia's laying elbows in on Mox, that doesn't look violent, it looks stupid. But then when you have 2 hosses like fucking Reed and Roman, or like Drew and Randy on SmackDown last night, and they're just they're having a great match, top guy speed as the Samoans call it, you know, that sort of shit. It's just more impactful. Like 1 punch means more than fucking 10.
Yes,
if you lay it in the right way. And I don't know, man. It's about how you tell the story. It's not just like you doing the shit. Just because you're writing shit happening on paper doesn't mean it's a quality story, you know? So
that's how they operate in AEW. It's just like, does that feel good on paper? Yes, it does. Can we all imagine it? Yes, we can. And then when execution time comes, it doesn't work out because they've blown each other to the point where it's just like, we're going to do it exactly this way. But then again, do they even have production meetings? Do they even have walkthroughs? I said it in my ratings video. Like, do these guys do walkthroughs? You know, they've only been in Philadelphia for 2 weeks. I'm sure the bingo hall will allow them to come in and do some dry runs or whatever.
Nah, dude, they'll get protested on that.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Exactly.
High school workers will no-show that shit too. So MVP on his decision to leave WWE and join AEW, he just said there are people there in management that I dislike immensely, a person, and I won't even bother to get into that. But I just knew that was certain people in charge, and that's how the wrestling game is. That's how life is. I don't care where you work. When management changes, some people are out, other people are in, and I knew it was time to go. I wasn't going to re-sign. I was in Bobby's ear constantly, like, don't re-sign. Shelton got released, don't re-sign. Let's me and Shelton get back together. Let's go to AEW. I know we can go to AEW. Man, they're getting paid in the shade there. So I guess shout out MVP for getting Bobby paid in the shade over there. I mean, where else is he going to make that kind of money again? So I'm not going to, money shame the boys. We get it.
Yeah, everybody's getting paid, but not everybody's liking the product. And I think that's the problem. Every time I hear that shit, like, oh, it's great for the wrestling business because the boys are getting paid. It's completely
good shows. Yeah. Good shows and good talent being developed and shit is and I'll give WWE this. They're fucking developing like they're investing a ton into developing.
Maybe
people.
Too much on some people.
Do you think?
Yeah, of course. I mean, some people were looking at Andrade, like they overvalued him the second he came back. I'm almost certain of it.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing with MVP. He was a talent, and I've said this a billion times, but he was a fucking talent when Triple H was a talent and when DX were politicking their way into the world title scene. And, when Cena comes back, I get to wrestle him, right? Triple H was in there doing that shit when MVP was a talent. MVP's a guy that a lot of people thought should have been a world champion, and he never fully got that push at the time. And so I just think it's that. It's the fact
Again.
that Shawn and Triple
This
H-
is what's so funny to me, Phil. Like, I'm looking at MVP's picture, I'm looking at his visage, I'm looking at his quote.
Yeah.
You mean to tell me that when he was in WWE the first time or whenever he was in there, that he didn't have an attitude problem? I can't tell you. Listen,
looking at you're talking about his attitude. You're looking at his disgruntled picture there.
Yeah.
You're like, man,
Well,
this guy's grumpy.
Yeah,
Here he is
and
right
his
here.
quotes-
Is he disgruntled here, dude? Look at his face right here. Is that
yeah,
disgruntled?
look at him. He hasn't slept in 4 days. Angry black man alert. Listen, no, it has everything to do with the quotes that he said previously. And that is that this guy doesn't sound like a real true team player. Not that we're looking for, like, listen, it's a fine line to work in the WWE and anywhere else. They're going to look at you a lot closer than what they would say if you were working at fucking Walmart. So a lot of people don't really understand the microscope that you're under. There's stooges everywhere, and I think I know the person he was talking about. I think he's talking about Bruce Pritchard being the manager, being part of the management team up there that he doesn't like or really appreciate. But yeah, MVP doesn't really truly know how to play this game. If he was wiser, he'd be in R-Truth's shoes. Let's think about that for a second.
Damn.
That's what it takes to stay in the WWE for, 10, 15 years. He should have been learning from guys like John Cena. You see what I'm saying? That's but because he has an attitude problem, and no, I'm not going to blame him but I can see the WWE's point in letting him go or him being released or him being disgruntled. That's all it takes. I don't know about you, Phil. There have been a few jobs where I used to work where it was just like they could see the attitude problem written on my face, and within months, I'd be gone. And when I was younger, I didn't really understand it.
Right.
But it's about presenting yourself publicly with a certain type of face. It doesn't have to be happy, but it has to be determined. It has to be respectable. It has to be considerate to the company that you're in. I love how when he goes on Chris Van Vliet and all these other shows, like it's always about WE. Does that also mean that you're creating waves in AEW? That it doesn't seem like that's the issue with me. Like, you don't seem too happy in AEW. You just want to bitch about WWE. Talk about how great and wonderful it is in AEW. You can't, because it isn't.
Yeah, exactly, man. No one cares about and like, this is no offense to anybody, but it's like no one gives a shit about anything anyone in AEW has to say unless they're talking about WWE.
Exactly.
So it's unfortunate for them, but that's because of like Tony and shit and how he's positioned the company in my
And
opinion.
why the fuck can MVP, because I just saw the comment.
He's a Vince guy though. Okay, let me just he was more of a Vince guy. That's my theory.
Okay,
He's just more of a Vince guy.
but he accused Triple H of racism. But every fucking week he goes out there and passes Excalibur. What's up with that?
What's up with that?
What's up with that?
Yeah, dude. I mean, hey.
Come on now.
Mm-hmm.
Now, MVP, Chris Van Vliet, you might want to ask that the next time MVP's on your show, unless you don't want to avoid the hard questions. But that's a pointed question I'd love to answer or ask MVP, and I'd have no problem asking him.
Yeah, CVV don't. Giga Chad Van Vliet don't ask the tough questions. He's just like a Hollywood savant. You know what I mean? A good Canadian
and that's
boy.
good. That's good.
I agree. He's the guy. He's our guy for
need that
fun like podcast interviews. Yeah. Some people, and because he's perfect at doing this.
Right.
Someone else out there would be better at like pushing the issue and getting the deeper interview and shit. But here's MVP talking about Chris Benoit and his friendship with Benoit.
My ex-wife, she said, if Chris Benoit says you suck, you gonna let this go? I said, if he says I suck, I'm done. And when we had the conversation after he watched my match,
he's got an ex-wife awful. You gonna harp on that too? Not a team player or what? What's good? No. I'm just joking.
Said, so I don't suck. So, fuck no, you don't suck, man. You're just green, man. You're gonna be great. And that opened up that door. So he would call me up just out of the blue, like, "Hey, son, you have any matches this weekend?" I'm like, "Yeah, man, I worked this indie, and how'd it go?" So when I told him about the MVP character before it came about, and he offered to send me $1,000 so I could buy some suits and stuff. And I said, "No, Chris, like as much as you can't even begin to understand how much I appreciate that, but I got to do this on my own." And I think I earned a measure of respect from him that day. And after that, we bonded. And when I got signed, he was almost happier for me than I was for myself. And when he came back from his neck injury, I was the one that was having the private workouts with him. He campaigned to work with me to drop the U.S. title to me. So he was such a huge impact on my career.
Well, there you go, man.
I could never take that away from him, but he can take his wife and his kid. Like, this shit makes no sense. I'm so tired. Listen, enough. A moratorium on Chris Benoit forever. Listen. How would you like to hear of John Wayne Gacy's good sides? You know what I mean? Like interview some of his buddies, and they'll be like, "Hey, he was a cool guy. You know, he was all right." Or Ed Gain, or any one of these motherfuckers. I'm so tired of being like MVP. Cool, great. He helped pay for your. He wanted to pay for your suits. He also killed his wife and child. Okay, so maybe, motherfucker, you shouldn't like try to put him on a pedestal or even pretend that, or try to take us back in time. Like, nah, go back in time before he fucking went berserk. Think about the time when he helped me put on or helped me get my suit ready and got me ready for. Shut the fuck up. The man killed his wife and child and then himself
in Minecraft.
I'm so sorry, Phil. Damn, I apologize, but you know what I mean. Yeah. Listen, you can't. Don't pipe him up. We don't even want to hear the story. Save that shit for your book. And for those who are wondering, I am outside babysitting. I've heard a couple comments like, "Oh, the crickets are loud and all that." Yeah. I have to look inside my living room window because it's we could hear that crickets or baby shark.
Okay, yeah. Hey, man, that's a catchy tune. But listen, so when it comes to Chris Benoit and it comes to Kurt Angle, and he's like, "Man, this is my favorite match of all time," and people are like, how do you feel about them just removing him from all the programming and shit? Or it's like, okay, he was on an episode of Nitro, just fucking leave it in there. We don't need to make a stink about it. But at the same time, like, I don't need to hear about, oh, he was a great guy. That's the point you're making? Like, do you get triggered by the fact that he's still in WWE content and shit?
Not triggered, but annoyed. Nothing triggers me, but I'm just simply
so you want them
annoyed.
To cut him out of everything.
Benoit, yeah.
So you don't want like WrestleMania 20, like that you don't want them to ever be like, and at this Mania, this happened, and just like show him quickly with Eddie.
Now that's censorship, and see, I'm not for that. I see. Yeah. Okay, yeah. I know. I kind of got that, but like as far as like, no. I don't think that they should do something like that. But you're gonna be ready for that conversation. Be ready for the fact that people are going to be like up in arms. The fact that you showed anything, because there are people who are pro censorship and don't want to see that shit. I'm just saying that MVP, you're like glowing, like, all right, it's okay to feel this way about Chris, but what he was cool to me. He didn't slice my throat, hurt my kid. No, motherfucker, he did hurt. He hurt the entire. Go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna. Well, I get the point, and I understand that. I'm not even pushing back. I was just gonna say, like, fucking when what were you saying? Sorry, you go ahead. I lost my thought.
No, I was just saying, like, maybe he should temper down the whole like, oh, Chris Benoit was an inspiration to me. Well, that's probably why, in some circles, why you're in the position that you're in.
So I remember what I was gonna say now. Like, okay,
why
so
you look miserable.
Right. I remember what I was going to say now. I just wanted to sort of figure out in my brain how to word this. So Turkey Owl Sheik does not give a fuck. Okay. That's the easiest way to say what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
he, during this press conference with Triple H, was like, he's just dropping Vince McMahon. He's like, yeah, Vince McMahon, great man. This, he doesn't care. Over there, they don't give a fuck, man. Imagine they buy WWE. They don't give a fuck, and they'll just like show Chris Benoit stuff and be like, do you think we could get to that point where the Saudis own WWE and they're just like, we don't care. Put Chris Benoit shit. Make Chris Benoit. You don't think?
No.
Okay. All right.
No, because they don't own the library yet. And I'm almost certain before they do, if they do, the Chris Benoit shit will already be erased or it will be a part of the contract. I understand what you're saying. Like, the Saudis are like, it didn't happen in our country.
Yeah. But like Jimmy Snuka's wiped out of history too. Even a guy like that, they're like, oh, I grew up on my dad loved Jimmy Snuka, is like Superfly, you don't see them ever like the Saudis are like, we don't give a fuck. Just put the, I could totally see that in like a fantasy universe in the future. I don't know.
Maybe Earth 612, but not on this one.
Okay.
I don't think
sponsors.
Remember,
and all that sort of
yeah,
stuff,
exactly. Just an hour ago, I talked about how they're trying to make a big push to be, hey, we're not killers. We're not terrorists. We're gonna give you, the best of what we got. We are the west of the East. That's what they want to be. The west of the Middle East, I should say.
So, speaking of West, I don't even know. There's no transition from that to this, but on one of the top matches planned for All Out was to be Wardlow challenging Hangman Adam Page for the AEW Men's World Championship. This is all rumor and innuendo, though. Like, okay, Wardlow is just going to get a world title match. Fletcher was made as an audible after Wardlow sustained an injury. I like Fletcher. Wardlow, okay. There's rumors that he's faking a fucking injury. He, was gone for a long time, gets brought back, put into just another random heel faction. The next night he comes out on Dynamite, or like a few days later, they say he sustained an injury at the pay-per-view. A few days later, he's on Dynamite fixing his collar and shit. And then he disappears from TV. And then all of a sudden
Isn't he an American Gladiator now?
He was on the show American Gladiators. Yes, that's taped. I don't know.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I don't know when it airs, but why? Why do you bring that up?
Oh, no, because I thought that through American Gladiators, he was out of AEW, but I guess he's allowed to work that program and still be a part of the company.
Well, I think they filmed 2 seasons like back to back right up front, and they filmed it in London, and then they're done filming that show. Like that show's in the bank ready to come out if it hasn't already.
He didn't get injured during those tapings, did he?
If he did, he hit it, came back. Well, no, because I think that they were done taping a long while ago, actually. So if he did, he's hit it this whole time, came back at this pay-per-view, and then faked it so that Tony doesn't pay for health insurance or anything. He doesn't help anybody out over there with their medical shit. Maybe some people. I can't say that unanimously, but I'll say this. Some people have said he's faking the shit, and he's done this before, and he's like 38 and he's gonna get paid anyways, so he's just like, fuck it, I'll just go home. Like I don't need to do this dumb shit. But then the rumor comes out that rumor floats around, and then the rumor's like, well, no, he was gonna get a shot at the world champion. So like, what do you make of all that?
I mean, he was supposed to be replacing Kyle Fletcher, or Kyle Fletcher replaced him.
Yes.
Boy, talk about a lateral move first and foremost. But as far as Wardlow, faking an injury or possibly being injured, zero-sum game. I mean, he wasn't doing anything except, just like you said, being a background player. Okay, so he showed up a few times on television, and now he's injured, which means they're going to extend his contract more, I guess. Keep him there just a little longer, make him suffer a little bit longer. And I think you had mentioned that Tony Khan pays for their medical expenses and all that. I believe that. You don't think so?
No, dude. No.
I think he does that to make them beholden to him. We know his personality.
I think he does it to select people that he likes, and I think that it's that their medical's so fucking bad there that people laugh about it and think it's a fucking joke. That's what I think. But I and a guy like Wardlow, who knows? Here's the thing. Wardlow, 38, I believe. He's doing American Gladiators. He's likely never going to get out of AEW. But let's say Fantasyland. Let's go to a fucking dream world here for a second. Okay, well, X-Files it, I guess. Would you want to see him in WWE? Do you think WWE should pick him up? We talked about they're bloated. Do they need him?
No, they don't need him.
Yeah.
Again, they were talking about a few days ago. We were talking about it on Toonie Talk, how Will Hobbs might have an opportunity to go to the WWE. If that's the case, I said no on him as well, because just like you've already got Obafemi, you've got Jeff Cobb, you've got Bronson Reed, you've got Trick Williams, you've got all these big guys, you've got Jacob Fatu. Like, who's really interested in seeing Will Hobbs in WWE? And what sort of value will he bring when he brought no value to AEW? Same thing goes with Wardlow.
Yeah, unfortunately,
like you can't be picking these guys up just because just like they used to work at AEW and now we want them and now we got them and all. No, you don't do that dumb shit. Just let these guys swim or sink in the waters of indie hell.
And the dude, they need to pick up ones that they have like Penta, Ethan Page. I think Ricky Starks is a little underwhelming for what people anticipated, but he'll get there.
Yep.
And
he'll be the last one. He's going to make it terrible for everybody else.
But Blake Monroe as well. Like, those are great pickups, but we can't just be picking everybody up. I fully agree with you on that. And Wardlow, it might just be, your time is up. My time is now. He might just be done.
Yeah.
As far as what are they going to develop him in WWE? Like, he's fucking 40. Like,
following the footsteps of Jake Hager. Just retire. Become a truck driver. Do something with your life. That's what I'm saying. Like, any new wrestler that is listening to this show, who's only been in the business for 2 or 3 years, please, goddammit, pick up a second talent. Pick up a second grift, second set of skills or something. Learn how to crochet or fucking I don't know, weld a car together or but do something other than just being proficient at professional wrestling. Because when you get out of this game, you're not really going to have anything to do. So have something in tow. Have a college degree ready. Be business-minded.
So, speaking of business-minded, the ever so business-minded, Chris Jericho names a change that he'd make to Dynamite, baby. And he says that a lot has been made recently about Jericho being open to a WWE return. Jericho remains with AEW for now, and he told Darby Allin that... Okay, hold on. Everest. Oh, the AEW flag being on Mount Everest. He would put that in the intro package of the show every week. What do you make of that creative pull from Chris Jericho?
Not the worst idea I've heard in the world. I think a few months ago I said that, actually, you know what? I lied. I said that he shouldn't put the AEW flag up there because it would kind of be like embarrassing. Oh, no. Even better than that. I said they wouldn't know. I now remember what I said because I say a lot of things, but I said that because I knew they wouldn't know how to take advantage of such an opportunity. And still to this day, they haven't. But I like Chris Jericho's idea of if you got the camera footage of fucking Darby going up to Mount Everest, show the shit, put it up, spend 5 minutes of your time to at least do some character development and show the people who don't really know your product, who may be watching, and see this guy climbing Mount Everest and back up and down again and all that. Yeah, I kind of agree with Chris Jericho, but AEW can't do a goddamn thing right. They couldn't even do Taz's honoring ceremony correctly. So,
hey, that was my choice, bro. That was my choice.
Yeah. We know why it was his choice. It was because he knows that Tony Khan is feckless and don't know how to produce anything that's going to be damn, that goes in the annals of history as great television. He just doesn't know how to do that. Taz knows it.
WWE wackos be like Elon Musk, shoot a rocket to the moon and plant a WWE flag. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just think I think a flag being on Mount Everest is like, whatever. I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
Paramount Skydance prepares Ellison back to bid for Warner Bros. Discovery. So that's like the main thing I want to talk to you about. We'll circle back to that. Athena is getting some time off from in-ring action after reaching the 1,000-day mark as ROH Women's World Champion. It wasn't outright said that there's an injury. She'd be out of the ring for about 5 to 6 weeks. So she's 1,000 days as ROH champion, and I mean, what is that?
And that run is worth 1,000 pennies because nobody fucking knows. Like, come on now, she hasn't been good for anything. Oh, she's got great matches. Okay, she can't talk worth a goddamn.
And what is Ring of Honor? That's not even really on her either, because it's like, okay, is it a YouTube show? Is it on the network thing? You know, or like Honor Club. What is it, Tony? Like, give me a fucking. Is it a TV show? I'll fucking help you with your TV show. She can't even do that because there's nothing. It's just like a nothing thing.
Like, see, here's the thing.
He moved the pay-per-view for MJF's wedding too, so it just shows you what he thinks about her.
Exactly. Exactly. And that's the other thing. Like, quit making storyline fodder out to be like legitimate news. Like, you could put the fact that Athena is 1,000-day reigning champion and all that shit, but it's not that big of a deal because the whole business is a work. So keep it a work. I'm sure, like, if she celebrated having 1,000-day run in any form or fashion, she's a mark. Okay, it should just be storyline. Now everybody wants to dethrone her as the 1,000-day champion. If you're going to give her the 1,000-day reign, then she should be above Toni Storm. She should be above Mercedes Moné. She should be running the roost in AEW women's division. But we don't see that. So why do I give a fuck if she's been a champion for 1,000 days?
Well, speaking of reigning above or hanging above, Sting, who is known for hanging above the rafters. Good one, guys. Good transition. I don't know. I'm stupid. So Sting came out. Speaking of stupid, there you go. There's a good one. Wrestling icon makes surprise 2,300 arena debut. So a WCW and TNA legend appeared in an ECW building for AEW, and the Observer decides that's a fucking
What did they decide it was?
Some accolade. I don't know. Why the fuck Sting showed up in the 2,300 and Tony's standing there? It's like, okay. And
why was he not shown on television?
It's just insane. And Tony had to pay him to put that face paint on. He doesn't just willingly walk around like that. We all know the stories. Like,
yeah,
you want Sting? That's a bag. You want Sting with the face paint? That's another bag. You want Wolfpack face paint Sting? That's a whole other conversation entirely, dude. So he shows up full face paint. Tony just paid him to just show up in the old ECW arena too. It's like, well, what does Sting mean to that building? Well, it's cool. I fantasized this before in my old E-Feds. He fought Triple H, but it went the other way. I always thought Sting's work rate was better.
Hold on. Let me see if I got this correctly. Daniel Garcia has been revealed to be the secret member of John Moxley's Death Riders.
Yeah.
Let me see if I got this correctly. They couldn't turn out the lights, and when they came back on, oh my God, it's Sting. You know what I mean? Like, I don't understand their booking process. If you've got Sting next to the fucking urinal in Philadelphia, you bring him out on television. Oh my God.
We don't get
and
any of that, bro.
Yeah, I mean, that's crazy. Crazy.
None of that happens in AEW, dude. MVP explains why he wasn't at AEW Forbidden Door. He says now England, the UK.
He said it sucked.
They just started the electronic transfer authorization. They asked the question, have you been convicted of a felony that required you to have a 12-month stay or longer in a correction? Well, yeah, I did 9.5 years. So I answered truthfully, and that's why I wasn't allowed at Forbidden Door. So they just didn't let him in the country. And again, they don't have, like, AEW doesn't have WWE pull like that. And so
why was he not invited into the country again?
Well, he spent like almost a decade in prison.
Okay, right. And why do you think the WWF let him go? See, these are little drops, codes, keys, and clues, letting you know, like, okay, the man can't travel worldwide.
Every man deserves.
Stop me when I'm wrong. Stop me when I'm wrong.
Very fair.
Every man deserves it. Every man deserves a second chance, but they may not deserve a second chance to go to another country. You understand what I'm saying? Like.
Yeah, bro.
Like,
I live in
you
Canada.
know,
they don't let people in or out if you fuck around, you know?
yeah, so there you go. Now, is that valuable to WWE or even AEW? As you can see, the man can't go to Canada. He might have been written in somewhere. Now you can't write him in.
Yeah.
See?
You're right.
See?
This is after the collision taping.
Imagine you going to work, right, and they want you to go on some location, and then they come to find out you don't have your fucking work visa to go to that particular location, or you may not even have your driver's license. So let's put it that way. And they're like, God damn, Don, you can't be that interested in being here if you're not going to prepare yourself to face consequences.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, so there you go. I don't know. I mean, he just fucking walked out there. So
To 916 people when it could have been in front of what was the 587,000 people on television. But of course, if you knew that fucking Sting is showing up at the 2300 arena, wouldn't you want to, I don't know, promote it?
Yeah, or buy a ticket. Like, it's just so stupid, man. Damn. So the tickets distributed for All Out in Toronto, 10,200. And fuck the ratings, dude. I'm more into, and fuck the minutes watched and shit. I'm more into, like, what are the ticket sales right now? I think that's a better indicator of who's popping. But either way, man, they want to play that game, so you got to bring the ratings up and be like, well, here's what they are, and you're a fucking idiot, you know? But either way, tickets distributed 10,200, 11,300 is the setup. And I mean, yeah, 10,000 tickets for All Out. I mean, decent for AEW now in 2025.
Hold on, Phil. You're going a little too quick for my taste. Because I'm old and fucking infirm. I'm 98 years old. That arena shot. Can we take a look at that map that they had?
Sure, yeah. Here, we just got to
one more time.
Pull it up. I just unbookmarked.
I think you just got to scroll up. Oh, I thought you scrolled up. Okay.
No, it's all good, man.
Well,
I'll just pull.
Anyway, I noticed that they had a gigantic section of seats that were missing.
Right.
If I were AEW, kind of like what WWE did with see, look at that. It's like a quarter of the arena is gone. Now listen, again,
30% disappeared.
Yeah. I mean, but here's the thing, and I'm not that business savvy, but wouldn't you want to, I don't know, maybe cut down the stage, lower ticket prices, and open up those seats to over there? I mean, you're going to take I just look at this map and I go, these seats could be filled if the pricing was correct. And of course, if promotion was proper, you could fill that entire arena. But that's just me. That's all I wanted to say. I just thought it was like kind of crazy that they are not trying to like lower ticket prices. And the other thing that I do want to make mention is that if anybody's in the Canada area, if you're around this area, how are they promoting up there? How are they doing?
Well,
as far
honestly,
as local
there's
promotion?
I'm not out east, but it's just not terribly. There's no excitement for it. You know what I'm saying, dude? So it's just not like, I don't know. And
I'm 90 minutes away.
I'm not making a fucking trip, bro. I'm not planning a trip. You know,
right.
Like,
I'm 90 minutes away from Philadelphia, and I get all of Philadelphia's channels. Not one, and I've gone up to Philadelphia a few times in the last few weeks. Not one advertisement on television. None of these guys have thought to go to like the local bars or to like maybe the local news outlets. You've been in Philadelphia like 2 weeks. You should be out and about. Like they should be having some sort of event. But again, I'm not going to tell AEW what to do with their fucking promotional tactics.
Right. So Pliny and Pixlar for 5 says this is an incredible back and forth. I love hearing this kind of conversation. Guys, there's over 300 watching. If you're on X, come on over to YouTube.com / Pro Wrestle Clips. Thank you guys so much. Hit like, hit subscribe. You guys can super chat in. Make sure you go over and check out. We'll do some whatever plugs here. At Awful Wrestling. That's AEW Full Wrestling on YouTube, X, and of course Toonie Wrestling, Toonie Talk Wrestling every Tuesday as well. Any other shit you want to plug?
And don't forget our new show. This is Awful every Thursday at 11. Yes,
right.
Indeed, on my
done
YouTube
like one
channel.
Of those or 2 of those only, right?
Yeah, we've done 3, and
okay.
you know, I'm sure some people who are on here have heard us talk about you as well.
Oh, excellent.
But it's all gravy. That's why I'm here, because I love Phil. I know Phil loves me. We can make fun of each other, and we didn't even say anything out of turn. We just talked about you know, how there are people who love Dave Meltzer content. And you just happen to be one of them, my friend. So I said, shout out Phil Marks, who spends 45 minutes on Dave Meltzer.
Oh, yeah, dude. You got to give the people what they want, man. You know,
you know what? That is the line du jour, and I respect it.
And
that's what you. That's
yeah.
When it works, it works.
Yeah, some shows like I won't do it, and then you'll see comments like, "Oh, no flutes," and I'm like, "Well, yeah, just let me work."
Right.
You know, it can't be.
Yeah.
Sometimes you got to space it out, but yeah, man, you got to fucking give the people what they want. And speaking of which, the Dave Meltzer, the definitive Dave Meltzer of the week playlist.
Oh boy!
Make sure you guys
Let's
go and
see
check that out, and save that. And thank you, Pliny and
Indeed.
Pixlar, for the super chat.
Yeah, thank you.
Become a member if you want access to Member Mondays as well. They're only 99 cents. Okay, let's get back into the shit.
Acknowledge me.
Okay. Why try it? Doesn't matter. When he comes back, he'll eat himself back out of the ring again. I'm just checking what people are saying. Chris McCarty became a new member. Thank you so much for your membership.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you so much for that, dude. Can't wait for the impersonations list for lore purposes with PWT World. Yeah, dude, we're gonna do that. We're gonna do that tier list of my impressions or whatever. Excellent. This is retarded. Thank you, Mike Sauce, for that. Now we get to modern day mega powers. Okay. Let's get back into the chats here. So where were we, man? We had we have Edge. Some of these AEW wrestlers, dude, it's National Video Game Day. Awful. Are you a video game head yourself?
Yo, Phil, so crazy you should bring that up. I was at my cousin's house today, right? I haven't played Call of Duty in like 10 years. I got back on it. It was like riding a fucking bike. My kill death ratio was out of this world. I love that game. But yeah, I haven't played video games in a long time. I do not have a video game console. I'm a busy man. I'm a busy family man. So, but anytime I can get on the sticks and whip some ass and maybe some Call of Duty or some, Madden, yeah, I'm for it.
So the AEW wrestlers, no, that's awesome. You know, a game that I played a little bit of that I was like, oh, okay, I get it now, that I just completely avoided. Fortnite. Played just God. I don't game too. I haven't been gaming too much, but when I either throw on WWE, but like Fortnite, actually, I was like, okay, I get it. I understand why. And it's not just like a game. I thought it was just like a cartoony shooting game, but there's like all these other games within the game. I didn't realize. You can play like Squid Game. You can have like a full blown. I don't know. It's awesome. But some of these AEW wrestlers name their favorite video game.
That's why he has the grudges against me that he does, because he can't touch me in NHL '94.
Currently, great game.
Yeah,
great game. But here's the thing. There's a trick shot that is impenetrable in those NHL. What year did he say? 95?
94.
94, yeah. It's like where you skate behind the net and then you I don't know the terms or whatever, but like you kind of like do a juke set and like the puck will go into the net every goddamn time. That's why I didn't really appreciate NHL 94, 95, or any of the other ones.
Yeah, I use the Oilers on that game, and they fucking stink. So
Marvel
on that game,
Rivals has consumed a lot of my time. Favorite game of all time, the whole Mass Effect series.
where the fuck is Jay Lethal been, dude?
He's been crying in the corners ever since AJ Lee showed up.
God of War, though, God of War 2 has a very special place in my heart.
Super Mario Bros.
League of Legends.
Grand Theft Auto. You want that Mario Kart or that Super Smash Brothers smoke? Find your boy.
I think we both know our favorite game is Metal Gear Solid 3. Is that the horse girl game? Yes. I told you to stop playing. It's a roguelike. I consider it cheating.
Final Fantasy VII. My favorite video game of all time is Red Dead Redemption 2.
These days, Animal Crossing.
He's lying. It's Pong.
Fucking Pac-Man, dude.
Oh, my favorite video game of all time has to
Can
be
we go back to
Super
Willow
Mario.
Nightingale for a second
Yeah, sure.
and pause it? Ladies and gentlemen of the chat, Phil, this girl right here, mark my words, needs to go to WWE. That's all.
Yeah, I agree with you, man, wholeheartedly. She's really loyal to AEW. I think she just re-signed not long ago. I think.
I can see a feud with her and Nia Jax.
With Nia.
Yep, that'd be awesome.
Okay. Yeah, I was
She's
saying
a cutie
earlier.
patootie right here.
Oh,
That's all
she
right.
is, man. She's gorgeous.
Oh.
I was saying earlier that Nia.
I wouldn't throw her out of bed.
Nia kind of stole the show on SmackDown when she attacked Jade and Tiffy. I was saying that earlier too. Like Nia's been really fucking good lately.
Probably not surprising.
Or just since she returned, yeah.
Anyone.
Oh, my favorite video game of all time has to be Super Mario 64.
I'm a big Pokemon franchise guy. A little
These
master
guys
ball.
are burying
Yeah.
themselves.
NHL 94, NHL 95, where I would constantly smoke Christian. That's why he has the grudges against me.
Oh, is that what they call it now?
Because he can't touch me in NHL 94.
Yeah, there you go, dude. Happy National Video Game Day, everybody. So Daniel Garcia. joined
Wow,
the
I
Death
celebrated
Riders.
today,
You brought
actually.
that up. Yeah, man. Well, that's awesome. It was just a twist of fate, as they say. I don't fucking know. AEW reportedly signed a 5-year deal with TEG Sport to continue returning to Australia. Presumably speaking about last year being the first year of the deal, 2026 being the second year, presumably 3 more years into the future of a deal between TEG Sport and AEW to bring AEW to Australia. I know. Something big is coming to Australia. I know.
That was funny.
Not a
Shout out.
janky ring. Crikey, not a janky ring. I know.
Shout out to either Steve Irwin or Anthony Cumia. Take your pick.
Exactly.
Anyway, yeah. What are they having trouble going back to Australia for some reason or what?
I don't fucking know. I don't even know what this means.
Bring your own ring.
It's a janky ring. Tape your ankles.
16 by 16, mate.
So Chris Jericho and Darby Allin discuss Darby planting the AEW flag at the top of Mount Everest. And
Okay.
yeah, we already talked about that. That would be the opening for me. The opening, Mount Everest. That's the name of fucking Jericho's new album. Kyle Fletcher named some of his favorite. Chris Jericho has been here since the very beginning. This is what Tony Khan had to say about Chris Jericho staying in the company. He was asked about this again, and his response was, Chris Jericho has been here since the very beginning. I have so much great respect for Chris Jericho. I would love to have Chris in AEW anytime. We absolutely want Chris Jericho back in AEW, and hopefully soon. He's been great with us and been with us since the first event, the very first AEW World Champion. And Chris is a huge part of the history in AEW and is still in great shape and a great wrestler. And that was an interview with Torgan Elliott. Torgan Elliott, I know. Watch your ankles, Torg. Elliott, I'm over here.
What is that? Some sort of Idaho station or something?
I don't know, man, but I'll say this. It seems like he doesn't know what the fuck Jericho's up to or when he's coming back to me, man. James Drake and Zach Gibson, the grizzled young veterans, have been added to the AEW roster page, meaning they are on salary now, is what I would guess if they weren't already, but this is probably why. Because randomly when people get moved from the ROH page to the AEW page, or when they get that graphic out of nowhere, like let's say they, like Alex Windsor, she worked like a month for the company, and then they give her, she's on TV for like a month, and then all of a sudden they're like, here's her all in, or like she's all elite graphic. And that's like when Tony officially is like, okay, you're on a salary now.
Nothing says I'm mid better than these two pictures right here. They kind of look like, it's like before haircut, after haircut.
Before haircut, after haircut. That's actually really funny. That's what it is.
Yeah, they're
Jesus.
they're not brothers? I guess not.
No, they're not. They're just like fellow mates. They're just mates. So Eddie Kingston accepts a challenge for return match after over a year away. So he's doing Muay Thai and he's doing his fucking kickboxing and all this stuff. And,
is he?
I mean, that's what he says. But he says, so got the phone call and the money is right. Contract is signed on my end. So Big Bill, you dumb, goofy bastard, just send the location. So he's going to fight Big Bill in a match, I guess. And Eddie Kingston's coming back.
Can't wait for that barn burner.
Apparently Orange Cassidy's coming back soon too. What do you think of that? Do Eddie Kingston and Orange Cassidy help AEW at all?
Absolutely. Listen, when these guys come back, we're looking at 800, 900,000 a week. Easily. Mark it.
Oh, well, now you're just being fucking sarcastic.
By the way, my name is Husey. And not awful.
Oh, did I just call
Don't
you
put that
Husey?
shit on me. No, you didn't.
I did?
But no, you didn't.
Oh, I didn't. Oh, okay. My bad. I was gonna give you an allegedly.
Allegedly.
It's like there's no way I could confuse your voices.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not. I don't sound Irish.
No, not at all. I don't got a good. I don't.
Yeah,
got a
I
good
know.
Irish.
You're about to go there, weren't you?
About the bomb, yeah, like I always do. So here was the Viernes Espectacular at CMLL, and here was the spot at the CMLL show while AAA was doing their thing again with another great WWE show. I mean, it was my least favorite of like the big AAA WWE shows that they've promoted, like as like cross promotion event or whatever. This was my least favorite of them all, but it was still a good event. And then CMLL on the same night countered with Bandito and what's his name, Brody King, and that should tell you all that needs to be said. But here's some goofy spot that went down in CMLL. I don't know if you saw this. What do you make of this? Awful. This is Brodito.
Well, let's check this out.
It's there. They do like a chicken fight spot.
Atentos, porque el galeón fantasma y también Brodido y el galeón fantasma ahí están en las alturas dándose con todo. Vean ahí.
So he's like gonna Spanish fly him, or I don't know what he's doing. They're like chicken fighting. He's gonna like Spanish fly or just like I don't know. He just slips and falls.
Oh God.
So they just slip and fall and eat shit. I don't know. I don't want to like. There was a lot of goofy shit on that AAA show too. Not that much, not a brutal botch like that, but I mean, what the fuck were they even doing? What do they expect to do? You guys are all sweaty and you're wearing boots and shit. A little bit of silliness there. Tony Khan says he's very open to holding a women's AEW Continental Classic tournament. He's like, we've got the women's world title and the TBS title. I think that the Continental would certainly be something very interesting. We had some injuries happen in the women's division earlier this year. So basically, this guy's going to add the Continental women's title and a women's tag division. There's been rumors of that. Should he do any of those things?
No. Come on, you already know my answer. I hate when you do this. Of course not. 5 too many belts he's got already. And there is no need for having a what do we have? Oh, we have a unified champion now. Now we're about to have a women's Continental Classic champion.
Yeah. I don't want to see it at all. Monet will just have that belt too. It'll mean nothing. MVP questions the tribalism mentality. That means you, Awful. Just kidding.
Come with it.
He says, I have friends and colleagues that work for all the wrestling companies. Why would you want somebody to lose their livelihood? I want all the wrestling companies to be successful. The more successful they are, the better it is for us, the wrestlers, and you, the fans. So I just don't understand that mentality, that kind of almost pure hatred, the tribalism between brands.
Motherfucker. All right. Yeah, I don't have too much to say because I've said it too many goddamn times before.
Yeah.
I don't want this. It's not that I don't want this company to succeed, but I do have a vested interest in the company failing. Okay? I'm a short seller. If anybody knows the stock market. Okay? I'm predicting that something will happen to the company. It won't be by my fucking hand. It's because you've got a feckless promoter in there. Now, if you believe that having a feckless promoter overpays people to the point where WWE has got to like try to civvy out their financials because of it, and have to work like and have to do new negotiations because of this new territory, overpaying people, overvaluing the market. Yeah, that's not good for the wrestling business. As you can see, there are guys that hop ship, go to AEW, and spend their lives in catering. How's that good for them? Sure, their cable bill and their rent's paid up, but how's that good for the wrestling business? How's that good for the fans who used to be fans of this guy? How's that benefiting them that he's not on television anymore? Please miss me with this horse shit about, oh, it's best for everybody. No, there's some restaurants that have been erected that make terrible burgers, horrible steaks, shitty fries, terrible onion rings, and they don't last long. Okay? Did they make the food markets better? No. The capitalist, the supply and demand and the people's voice made the whole product better when they got rid of it. You see, we could talk about WCW being great for the wrestling business. Really? So much so that in February of 2001, it was great for business? No, that's why I got swept the fuck up. Okay? And then people had to rework their contracts, and people who were big superstars had to sit on the shelf because Eric Bischoff and all the others, when they were overvaluing these people. Damn, didn't I say I wasn't going to take too long on this? Sorry, chat.
It's okay. We're going to dive into the main shit, but you're talking about not good for business. I mean, they have a Collision October 2nd, 450 tickets distributed. They're set up for 2,300. I mean, that's creeping up around the corner. MJF has a message for Andrade, who was recently released, and it's like now you got your quote-unquote top guy begging for Andrade, more, I guess, ex-WWE. I mean, I guess he's ex-AEW too, but he's like, I'm going to be in Mexico beating the ever-loving shit out of Mystico in front of all your broke-ass countrymen. Let me know if you want to grab a marg before I hope on my jet to Toronto to whoop Mark Briscoe's hillbilly ass.
See? Now, where's AEW's PR guy going? A motherfucker, delete that immediately.
Yeah, dude. The fuck?
It's cringe. It helps nothing. It helps absolutely nothing. You didn't even give us the time and dates for when you were going to supposedly beat these people's asses. You didn't give them a link. You just tagged Andrade. Like, you fool. Do this shit right if you're going to do it.
So, speaking of doing things right and not a good look, man, Dave Meltzer, he comes out defending Dynamite again, a $584K. Don't have anything else at the moment, nor news numbers. We'll have the full breakdown tonight. It's like, what needs to be broken down here? Like, just excuses to why it wasn't higher, you know? Like,
right.
No one cares, bro. What the fuck needs to be broken down about this?
Nope.
Dave is just so fucking stupid, man. And then so AEW star Thunder Rosa responded to Bianca Belair. So earlier in the show, we talked about they're going to Saudi Arabia for WrestleMania 43 in 2027. And Bianca Belair, one comment she made was like, you know, what was the comment, Awful? Do you remember? Did you even listen to it or read it online?
I think she said the women are going to do excellent in Saudi Arabia or something to that effect.
Yeah, like, you know, this is the place where women
yes,
can do
right. This is where they're going to get their opportunity.
And so Thunder Rosa on Busted Open said they give them money. We're going to give you a show. That's it. The stakeholders are calling the shots, and you have to go for what they tell you to do. Otherwise, you're not going to eat. That's part of your job. Bianca, you are absolutely right. The women that are participating in these shows are making history because 7 years ago, they couldn't participate. But again, it's like you're not going to change how society looks at women in these countries. This is part of historical religions and everything else.
Again, does anybody know anything about, like, you know, it's part of the fucking promotion. Of course she knows she's not going to go over there and fucking make women start wearing bikinis. That's not what the WWE is there for. They're there as escapist entertainment.
Right.
Barnum and Bailey Ringling Brothers is dead and gone. There needs to be something in its place. And if that's the case, it's going to be WWE. What do you expect Bianca to say? Like, we're really going to change history here, folks, and it's not going to mean shit to the society that we're going to be in here for a couple days and then roll out to Peoria, you know, in the next week or whatever. Like, come on now. Thunder Rosa, again. You kind of get an idea of why some of these people aren't used on television. They may not have the prerequisite intelligence to be dealt with for long-term storylines or anything like that.
Yeah. Well, okay. So earlier, well, here, let me check in with chat here. I have a couple super chats. Chris McCarty for 2 says AEW are bundling tickets 4 for $50 in London.
Good for them.
Real, man. This is what I mean. Like, it doesn't matter what the imaginary max numbers and all this shit are, allegedly and shit. If, like, the tickets are what matters, man. Like, are they selling a shitload of tickets? Then that sort of indicates what's more popular. I'm sorry, because it's a live touring event at the end of the fucking day. And the TV is like a commercial to promote your live event and people to pay for the fucking $30 to watch WrestlePalooza or whatever. So 4 for $50 in London. Yeah. If they can pack people in the house, that's good. But I mean, Jesus, if that's not an indicator, dude. Meanwhile, it's fucking $450,000 for a family of 4 to go to WrestleMania now. Mike Saucely's for 2 says, please chat 25 more likes. God damn it. Run those likes up for Mike Sauce. He's having a meltdown over the likes. Thank you, super chatters, for super chatting.
Acknowledge me.
I appreciate you guys for that. And guys, make sure you hit like, subscribe, all that good shit. And you all rule. Okay. So Awful. We talked about before, like, you have this book. We've just chronicled your journey a little bit here at PWT of your book. And every now and again you come in and I'm like, you know, updates or what do you make of this? AEW's book is going to come out soon, and the little excerpts they drop just seem so bullshitty and full of shit. Like,
they dropped excerpts. I can't believe it. I've not seen.
Oh, you didn't see that? Yeah, they dropped like a couple pages with some photographs and stuff, and it was pretty much just like MJF and Jericho focused and stuff like this. And I mean, they didn't drop too much, but it's been quite interesting. And so you predicted, like, early on, you know, you're like, dude, AEW is going to go out of business in when? 2027. Like, your book, you planned for it to come out in 2027. That's been your goal, like, this whole time, correct?
Yes. I will push it back if I got to, goddammit, just to make the haters hate even a little bit more.
And do you think
I think I broke that news to you on the show.
Right, for sure. You were like, fuck it. I even said, dude, just put it out in volumes. Just have it be like an ongoing thing that you just do forever and whatever.
Yeah.
But here's the thing, man. Do you think if you don't drop it come 2027 that you lose any credibility? Like, what credibility and shit? You know, you're funny on the internet. It's like,
interesting.
Do you think you lose any of, like, you know, the steam, or some people might go, oh, fuck this guy, he didn't drop the book?
No, the book will be dropped. It will just be about, like, see, here's the thing. Here's where I'm nervous about. I'm gonna level with you. I have a nervousness that, like, the prediction will be correct. I will be right. I will be, like, finishing up the book, and then out of nowhere there will be ton of fucking books. It won't be called The Death of AEW unless somebody, well, you don't want to keep my mouth shut, but it will be something along those lines. And I think a lot of people are going to try to hop on that bandwagon, and they're going, it's almost like, being like, I feel like my name will get lost in the sauce. Like my prediction, my whole theory about these guys going out of business will be lost in the sauce because Dave Meltzer wrote a book, or Brian Alvarez wrote this, or somebody, just a bigger name will come out, and like it'll be like Brian Solomon presents the rise and fall of AEW or whatever. Listen, I need everybody in the chat to know, everybody who's listening to know, I am not a professional author. I am learning a lot. I'm still learning from people who know better. I've got tons of DMs that help me along the way, but these guys write quick. There's a guy, Dave Meltzer. He's got the notes. He's got all of that information, and he's got the networking and the connectivity to go along with that. So I just pray that I am lucky enough to first be correct, and secondly, to put out the book in a timely manner where I don't get fucking swallowed up whole by bigger people. Like Eric Bischoff Jim Cornette could write a book. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just feel like something could happen in between that time, whereas it gets closer to the end of days for them, people are going to come out of the woodwork and be like, I've always been telling it. But there was always one guy, one account on planet Earth. You know what I mean? This is going to die in 2027. So that's where I think I'm a little nervous at.
Well, okay. Paramount Skydance prepares Ellison back to bid for Warner Bros. Discovery, dude. WBD Paramount is preparing to bid to buy Warner Bros. We've seen nincompoops like BJ Bethel try and pipe in and be like, oh man, it's fucking you know, like they're debt free and all this stuff. Like, again, applauding capitalism. Terrible. Yeah, and it's like, bro, you just don't know shit about what you're talking about.
That was a bald-faced lie, though. Like, that's
it is.
Like, how can you say he's debt free when it only takes 3 seconds to find out that they're not?
I know, because he's not a real journalist. He's a fucking ball sniff. That's what we tried to say in the beginning, and all these redacts ran around and did this whole fucking
dude. I say something stupid like that on a post, I'm begging anybody to correct me. Seriously, I don't know how you could be so haughty and so arrogant as to like write that statement out on Twitter X, be BJ Bethel, and then fucking put it out there as if it's like credible news. And I know the comment section. Yeah, like it's like, come on now, is this a put on? Is this a fucking put on? Is BJ Bethel a fucking bot?
He's just a ball sniff, bro. It's just a guy who's chummy with Tony Khan.
You can be a correct ball sniff too. I mean, goddamn.
I know, but like, I think someone said like, oh, he's childhood friends with Tony Khan or something like that. I think that was a rumor floating around or something. So maybe that's someone sleuthed out that they knew each other when they were younger or something. I think God. So. It makes a lot of sense in that context. Speaking of context, Niccolo Piccolo was like, investors currently value Paramount at about $17 billion, and Larry Ellison just saw his net worth increase by more than $100 billion on a single day, and that's has to, you know, whatever. Mm-hmm. The point we're getting at is they're gonna look at everything and basically
with a fine-tooth comb.
Yeah, there's people smarter than me, people in the fucking biz who are like, dude, they will get rid of AEW. You know, there's no way. It's his dad's money. Like, it's just like, they're not going to look at this thing. And here's the thing too, is that I've always said Tony Khan will just like buy Spike and put it on that, or buy Pop and he'll just put it on YouTube. But I don't know, man. Like, some people, you know, smarter than I are like, dude, no, it's his dad's fucking money. Like, he's not going to tolerate it that much longer. And I mean, especially if WBD's not willing to tolerate it, or Paramount, whoever buys it, whatever the fuck happens here. And it's crazy that this comes out of nowhere. And then they're talking about splitting into 2 companies in the middle of next year. And I'm sitting here going, dude, Awful might have his book by 2027, dude. Like, that shit might actually happen. Like by mid 2026, AEW could be kicked off of all fucking TV, and Shad Khan could be like, "We're just not doing this anymore." And
We're not doing it.
I mean, I just can't believe it. I was so adamant, like, dude, no, it'll be around forever. It'll be like a little dingy indie rag company before he throws it away. But it's like, how?
Right.
What's to stop Paramount from buying this shit and them look and just going like, and Shad being like, well, just sell this shit to WWE. They're making all the money. Sell Ring
Right.
of Honor to WWE and sell AEW to WWE. Like, what's the stop if the Saudis get involved? What's to stop them from just being
Right.
like, oh fuck it, just buy AEW, competition's gone, whatever, quote unquote competition. I mean, what's to stop that from happening? I'm actually having thoughts of like, dude, by 2027. I don't know if your book's coming out. You said you're dropping it, but it's like they might not be around, and you may have actually called that. That's fucking crazy. It's crazy.
Isn't that something? Like, it's the
insane.
one thing that keeps my wife from being completely angry with me. Like that I could actually win this bet, and be the only quote unquote official person to do it. I mean, there have been tons of people who've called for the death, including our boy JD from New York, who said, "I am praying for the death of AEW." So we'll see. We will see. It's exciting. It's so goddamn exciting to at least be on the forefront. And not have any bones about it. Like, yeah, this company's dead. And again, I admitted on this show before, if the company thrives past the deadline, well, you won't see me no more. But
I will, if they die, I will have you on this show to celebrate and tell you that I was entirely wrong. And that
I can't wait for that fucking day to come.
Because it's just sort of dawned on me, like, I just really don't know. Maybe I'm just too optimistic sometimes when it comes to like, I just thought if TNA survived, so will this. But like, at what point?
Let me ask you something, Phil. This is how I looked at it. This is how I've always looked at it. If AEW was on ABC, NBC, CBS,
yeah,
and they had ratings they have now, and I understand it's your audience and all that shit. All right, well, fuck, we're on any cable company worth a goddamn. How about that? That if they weren't a part of a company that wasn't $1 billion in debt, would they be on the air now? And the answer is fucking no. You lose 40% of your audience in 3 years. We don't know why WBD is not looking at them with a harder stare like, you've got 6 months, motherfucker, to turn this shit around or you're gone. They do it with their television shows.
Yeah. I think that's what this pay-per-view button is that they finally added. Like, what took them so long to add the buy now for AEW events, right? They can take people's credit cards to fucking get their monthly subscription. They couldn't just add a pay now and watch this fucking show. That's bullshit. I think with this, they're like, okay, middle of the year, we're divvying into two shits. They pretty much announce where everything's going except AEW. No mention of it at all. And then they all of a sudden add the buy now thing. And then they're like, oh, we're offering a discount, but really it's not even a discount. And so I think that is like, okay, we're going to use AEW as this guinea pig of like, okay, if you guys succeed with pay-per-view sales on here after we told everyone to go to Amazon all year, then you can stick around. But if not, like, fuck it, you're going over here or whatever. And then now Paramount might swoop in, look at the spreadsheets, look at AEW and just go, well, we're just getting rid of that. I mean, it's a waste of fucking time and money. That's the thing that's really tripping me out about that. Like, Paramount don't give a fuck. Tony's always
books
like,
will be open.
Yeah. And Tony's always like, I have great relationships with people in WBD and Max. It's like, well, this is fucking Paramount. This is a whole new thing. So,
dude, we've been saying it forever. I've always said it. I said AEW is one game show or one television show away from cancellation. All it's going to take is a hit from any fucking show that's on WBD, and they're out of here. Didn't They said some episode of Family Guy or some shit, or Beavis and Butthead got more views than AEW or whatever. Like, yeah, that's some scary shit. Tony Khan should be shitting his pants right now because he swears to God that the competition's only on Wednesday. No, motherfucker, it's every.
I'm just doing Butthead while you fucking.
I hear it while I do Beavis. But that's all I got. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean that's what it's going to take. I mean, for AEW to stay on television, I'm telling you, it's got to win an Emmy next year.
Roman Reigns couldn't even do that.
Yeah, dude, they gotta win outstanding cable television show or something for Paramount to be like, yeah, let's keep them.
Man, well, speaking of keep them, awful. Kyle Fletcher, he's been making the news. Is he a guy that you like? Is he a guy like, to me, I give Tony Khan credit for like trying to push and build this guy up. Like if I had a Fed and there's like, oh, you get to pick like 10 development talents, I'd look at Fletcher. I'd probably pick him for sure. He has size. He's a young guy. I mean, he can cut promos. He's not like the worst guy at promos in the world.
Okay. Now step 2, Phil, because you put yourself out there on that. What now do you do with them?
Well, you develop them. I mean, we need to look at like, I mean, how do you develop guys? You fucking book them against people. You have them win. You have basically what they're doing. They're building them up. I mean, you're asking me a hypothetical. I don't even know who else would be on the roster. I'm just saying like,
well, you presented a hypothetical. You said things like, he's great looking. He's got a great body. He can work.
He can cut a good promo. He can work good. Yeah, you build him up
got a good promo, man on man.
Well, yeah, I don't know. Dude, what do you do with,
that's what he said. He said, man on man, but.
What do you? This dude's robing out. What do you do with Razor Ramon? I don't know. You put him in fucking matches. It's pro wrestling, bro. I'm saying this would be a prospect for me. This would be somebody. If you're like looking at the age list, you're like, okay, early 20s. I'm looking for people. Fletcher would be on my list.
You can keep Kyle Fletcher. You can keep Kyle Fletcher.
Do you think that his Randy Orton comparisons are fair, or do you think that's people not giving him a fair shake?
That's what you say. Again, it's already too late to make a first impression. When he first came out, that's what he looked like. Excuse me. He looked like that after his haircut, and they never explained that bullshit. So, yeah, first impressions were terrible for Kyle Fletcher.
So what about like Miles Bourne in NXT, who gets accused of being like Randy Orton as well?
So what? So same thing with Kyle Fletcher. So what? You know what I mean? Like, so they're going to get... There's going to be comparisons in professional wrestling. There's been a million wrestlers come and go through this industry. So...
well, Stevie Richards had some thoughts on it. And here's what Stevie had to say. What is Kyle Fletcher missing? And Kyle Fletcher responded to this, and Dave Meltzer got really triggered by this and shit. What
did Stevie say?
Well, let's take a listen. We're going to EFAP it together.
Though there's something with this kid. I saw when he was working Will Ospreay. The moment they had
him Will Ospreay
standing on top of the cage before they started. Of course, they did what they needed to do, but there's still some story involved with it. I don't know what you do with Kyle Fletcher. You put a belt on him, but how am I supposed to be emotionally invested in him? It's not his fault. I'm talking about creative. Because there's something with this kid that he could be a star. But this match here, it just felt like you were prolonging the inevitable. Like you said, who thought that the ticking time bomb guy was going to win? He's been through a lot of medical stuff. I think he was severely injured 2 or 3 years ago, maybe a little bit more. So the fact he's back in the ring, same thing with Ciabatta, it is a miracle. It's pretty
cool. Ciabatta. Ciabatta bread.
Pretty cool. But I probably have to
Don't you want Ciabatta? Don't you want
maybe 2 Gorillas? Hey, I would give it 3 if it had
That's a Fanta joke. You like Fanta awful?
It's a cool soda.
Sunset flipping it, but it didn't. So I give it 2 just because it felt very much like a popcorn match, but second on the pay-per-view. Did you feel that way?
doing wrestling.
Basically, they're fucking. This is the problem with Fletcher. Okay, he just fucking goes out there and gives his opponents everything, and then it's just a typical AEW match. You give your
50-50 matchup. Yep.
Yeah, and then you take everything, and then you kick out of everything. And against Takahashi, it's like we know who's gonna win this. Like, what the fuck? There's no point in having this match. So Stevie Richards gets there. This is what Fletcher said in response. He says, I think a lot of people on Twitter or whatever will just look at the one clip that gets posted. I went and I watched the full thing, everything that he said. I'm open to any and all critiques. That is fine. I'm in a world where everyone is allowed to have an opinion. He has an opinion on who I am and what I am as a wrestler, and that's fine. It doesn't feel like it's in good faith. It's not in good faith.
I can see him wiping his tears when he says this dumb shit.
In good faith. Come on, dude. I think a lot of those guys, they just look for the buzzwords. Oh, you mean like good faith?
Yeah.
Dummy. Look for the things that are going to get clicks or whatever. I don't think he spoke a lot about what the culture is at AEW. The culture, man. I don't think he knows anything about the culture at AEW. He said
he doesn't know anything about the culture of AEW. What is the culture of AEW? All right, go on.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. Queen Aminata? I don't know.
Jeez.
He said, so I don't think he spoke a lot about what, okay, sorry. He said there's no one there for me to learn from. I think that's absolute fucking horseshit. I am learning from people every single day that I'm there. There's so many great minds there. There's Bryan Danielson there almost every week.
He named one guy
who's there almost every week. I'm open to criticism. I just don't think it was in the best faith, but no ill will. I'm open to critique at any and all times. I'm 26 years old. I'm still trying to learn the business. I have a lot more room to grow for sure. I think the culture in
he came out of that good. He came out of that good.
Yeah, I just think the culture in AEW is rejecting criticism from any and everyone. That seems to be a recurring theme.
Yep. It starts at the top.
Speaking of the top, man, Kyle Fletcher names his top wrestlers growing up: Jeff Hardy, The Miz, Jushin Thunder Liger, Finn Balor, Kenny Omega. Fletcher is now Dave's little fucking 5-star merchant boy. And Kenny Omega, he has to work a slower style. Dave's begging Ospreay to work a slower style because his body's all beat up. And I just pray to God Fletcher does not listen to Dave Meltzer. I tweeted that out this week because I just don't fucking...
Kind of like how Tony Khan did.
That's all Tony Khan does. He just listens to Dave Meltzer and he backed down. What are your thoughts on them backing down to WrestlePalooza as well? Do you think it really, or like my thoughts are, I don't think it matters. If you're going to watch AEW, you're going to fucking pay to watch AEW. The point of streaming is that you can watch it whenever you want anyways. I can watch it tomorrow. If I'm going to spend $50 on AEW, I'm going to spend $50 on AEW. If we're to believe Meltzer that 100,000 people, Brian, buy these pay-per-views, and then at their very lowest, 100 and some thousand people will watch Collision, then I'm inclined to believe those 100,000 fucking sickos will just buy that pay-per-view. It doesn't matter if it was on at 7 a.m. on the fucking moon. What do you think? Like, was that I think Tony shouldn't have listened to Dave on that. What do you think? Was that the right move?
What a cowardly move.
Yeah,
from Tony Khan and Dave Meltzer. He panicked for at least 3 weeks. Yeah. He panicked for at least 3 weeks talking about how, like, I think it's a terrible idea for him to run the show head to head. You're never, ever going to have any sort of goodwill, any sort of like if you think that you're in a war or you think that you're in some sort of competition, you don't pull moves like this. You don't say, we're going to run in the afternoon because some old guy told me so. Like, you take this hit. You take this bullet. I've said in my predictions, like, I don't know why. Not every Monday. People kind of fuck that up. But, like, no. Run at least one show on a Monday. I guarantee you these AEW fans, you're at least hardcore fans, will love you for it. They'll love you for it.
Yeah, no. I'm with you on that, man.
But you
I
did
don't
the
know about
cowardly thing and running on the afternoon.
Yeah,
Dumb.
I would just try and if I was Tony, I would just stop listening to Dave. It's too late now. You listen to him one too many fucking times.
It's all too late.
And speaking of too late, ladies and gentlemen, that was AE fucking W news, guys. Let's go. Ichi Nissan da. For AE fucking W news. Awful, how long you hanging out with me, guy? I got some more segments. You want to make fun of some sickos?
I was just about to say, yeah, let's do 10 more minutes. Let's
do it. Here, well, let's check this out because it's funny and it just happened. Mr. Beast just got punched by Mike Tyson with Turkey Al Sheik.
I'm going to take a punch from Mike Tyson. Whenever you're ready. Oh.
If I can handle a punch from Mike Tyson, I'll build 10,000 wells in Africa. Ready? Let's go.
I'm going to take a punch from Mike Tyson. You're ready. Oh. Okay.
That's the first time I've seen that Mr. Beast's eyes move in like one more emotion. Like he's got dead eyes to me.
Man, I don't know if
Am I the only one? Just me? Okay.
No. I'm not. It's funny. Like he gets a lot of hate. He tries to do good, but yeah, there's just something about him. It's like the Zuckerberg thing, you know? It's like, are you human? I am human. Yeah, chat just said it. Mr. Beast, Mark Zuckerberg. Yeah, so Awful just dissipated as into the night. I'm not sure where he went or where he's going or if he will be here for this next segment. He just sort of evaporated. But no, Awful is, yeah, there's something about Mr. Beast where it's like a Mark Zuckerberg thing. It's like, is he human? You know, he seems very Robetronic. Yeah, so I don't know what happened to Awful there. If his shit died or something. We know he was outside. I bet his shit died, whatever he was using. So round of applause for Awful. He has the link if he's gonna pop back in. Round of applause. Make sure you guys check him out at Awful Wrestling on YouTube and his ex and Toon Wrestling. If he doesn't show up, Tooneytown Wrestling on Tuesdays. Yeah, I don't know if his shit died there. Like it started glitching a little heavy at the end there, and that's usually an indicator. Like, here he is. He's coming back in. See, I told you guys. He's coming. Pause. Here we go. Here's the man himself. Okay. Here we go. What's up, buddy? We lost you there for a sec. You're good? He's here, but I don't know if his mic's muted or what. All good. Oh, we're hearing you. What's up, buddy?
Can you hear me now?
Yes. We
Okay.
can hear you like a
I don't know what the hell
Verizon
happened there.
wireless commercial. It's all good, brother. Nobody knows what happens here because it is time for nobody's favorite segment, and it is called... So, Elboo of Self-Made said, Tyler Bate is fully healthy and cleared, by the way. And this was like a week ago, and then she points out how he obviously hasn't been watching Raw because he's been in one of those masks. And I swear a lot of these sickos just aren't watching WWE. I have a theory that Dave Meltzer just crams in all of his WWE viewing all at once on like Saturday while he's like furiously typing out shit about like CMLL or whatever. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah. So speaking of furious, this guy here has something to tell you about WWE's disgusting decision to bring AJ Lee back.
AJ Lee's return is one of the coolest moments in WWE
Or I guess that was cool, but Brock rather.
has made in a long time. And the fact that they had Brock Lesnar return to SmackDown on the same night was disgusting. And they knew exactly what they were doing. Have Brock Lesnar return so that no one's talking about Brock because everyone's going to be talking about AJ Lee. They had everybody watching. They had this big moment here, and they knew that they were able to sneak Brock's segment in without next to any criticism. But for the dumbasses that have zero brain cells that are just going to say, pussy, leftist bitch, he did nothing.
Awful. I think he quoted you there.
No, I wasn't going to call him a leftist. But the other two words.
Everything was proven false. Please get off Facebook. Join the real world. Read.
I am off Facebook.
Dope.
Yeah, I haven't fucking had a Facebook and fucking, well, you're way older than me. I was gonna be like elementary school or some shit, but you're like, dude, we didn't have computers back then.
Been sued for this act. But this man has been named 44 times in a current active sex trafficking lawsuit.
Bro, he's like, get off Facebook, and then he's just saying Facebook shit.
The fact that WWE themselves cleared him means fuck all. I think it was a really disgusting act for them to hype up.
It means fuck all.
It means fuck all. Dude, bro. With my broccoli fucking haircut and my fucking unemployment hoodie.
Dude, can you believe this shit? Mom, my Pop-Tart ready? Dude.
Return.
I'm fucking recording over here.
Get off Facebook while I post this to fucking Facebook and TikTok.
Quickly.
I haven't been watching in so many.
I don't edit shit, dude. I just throw it up.
See my fucking spirit rings, dude? They're each one is for my temporal moods. They align with my fucking birthstone and my star sign.
AJ Lee is their hero. They finally tuned back into wrestling.
He's that guy. He's that guy at the party when you're explaining something. He goes, the first thing he goes is, dude, no, check it out. That's how you know he's a douchebag.
He's the dude. Everyone's having a good time, and then he's like, "Oh man, I brought my guitar," and then he starts playing.
It's got 5 strings on it.
No, dude, my ring doubles as a pick. It's sweet.
Just normal human beings. Look, I know that they are just going to continue.
You've run into this guy numerous times.
Yeah. I ordered it off Facebook. I got it on Facebook Marketplace. Fucking awesome.
Lesnar. That also doesn't mean that everyone just has to accept these moments and not talk about them, or just pretend like the active sexual trafficking lawsuit that he has named in 44 times is not still happening. Also, for the creepy comments that I got last time I talked about Brock that said, I like him more now.
He's a juggalo.
For the creepy comments I got last time when I was playing Roblox. Listen, guys, tote's not cool, okay?
People that are typing stuff like that, you're just
I was just trying to fucking rip an obby dog. Jesus Christ, they're gonna fucking Roblox.
And you should probably be put on a list.
Oh, dude, this is the shit that people think that they want on YouTube or fucking Facebook or things that they want me to say. Like you should get real edgy. Who wants to say goofy, douchey stuff like this when guys are already doing it? You know, this is so goofy. You should really put yourself away if you're an AEW fan. If I said that shit even 3-4 times a week, people be like, God, you've got nothing going on creatively in your head. But this guy can come out of nowhere. Go see, TikTok is for everybody. TikTok, you could be the worst of the fucking worst. Somehow you got a TikTok page and your shit blows up. But I don't understand these people. Do they self-edit themselves? And then afterwards, do they post-edit themselves to be like, I kind of look like an asshole on this fucking thing. What am I doing with my life?
No, dude, I just have a hot pocket and chill.
He's got a couch and a chair in his living room. That's it.
It's actually a beanbag. It's really sweet. I cooked it up.
And for some reason, a cat that he can't even take care of.
So all Elite Cringe posts, WWE is more universal and inclusive now than it ever has been. So this guy, Avarian777, is like, ever since the WWE became politicized and the leaders positioned themselves some of the side of Trump from the far right, it has obviously become boring with arguments that no longer stir emotions. From 1990 to 2010, at least in earlier times, the WWE was more universal and inclusive. What do you make of that?
I like how you destroy that book because I had to read that twice. Like, I don't know what this kid is saying. He's saying back in the day it was universal and it was inclusive and all that. Okay, and now it isn't. All right, so what? Go ahead.
So not that Tom Green says the real Paul Levesque Infinity Gauntlet meme should be about the money he's offering to women who'd be dangerous to WWE in the Janelle Grant lawsuit. And then this guy, the ruling glass.
Jeez.
The ruling glass is like Triple H would make Ashley champion if she hadn't deleted herself because WWE thinks grape is fine.
Grape drink is a great drink. Okay.
I fucking knew you'd say that. Fanta? Grape Fanta?
Yeah. Damn, if you can see my jokes come a mile away, I've been on the show too long. Anyway, listen, I don't know why people think that the WWE has this affinity for grape, has this affinity for money, or whatever you want to call it. It's like or whatever. But to go so far as to say shit like this is just toast.
Yeah, dude. So here's a video that triggered a lot of people. I know you got to get out of here. Let's do one more here. Here's a video that triggered a lot of people. It says, do people actually pop like this while alone at home? That is obviously wild to me. You'd think they won the lotto. My motto, fuck lotto. I get the 7 digits from your mother for $1 tomorrow. 8 Mile, let's go. Here we go. So does this trigger you when you see this?
Oh my God! Yes! Yes! Yes, bro! Oh my God!
Like they're not even watching. They're just looking into the fucking. They're not even looking at a screen.
They're looking at my soul right now.
Yeah. Oh, dude, Takahashi's here reacting. Deep Masha Slamovich is here at home.
Oh my God.
Okay. What the fuck is that? Jesus Christ. Awful's babysitting. And did a kid get their fucking finger trapped in the door? What just happened, man?
Oh, God. Can you pause it right there, Phil? I think that this is a genuine reaction because I just looked at her background. Like, she spends money. She is a true casual mark. You know what I mean? Like, well, no. She's a hardcore mark, I should say. At WWE, she's a Fed shill. How about that? Yeah. So I believe her reaction is genuine. I mean, it is a little skeevy to me, being, who I am, like to watch somebody put up their phone, place it on their tripod, and then watch a goddamn pay-per-view, hoping that something big happens so I can react all crazy. I just don't get that sort of mentality. But hey, listen.
Yeah.
But her, man, right here, yeah, she's a fan.
Some people, I think, are starting to overreact like this because they see the folks who get featured on Raw and stuff, and they want it to be them. So it's
copycat
natural.
syndrome. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You'll notice all these women are single.
Speaking of cats.
Yeah.
Oh, bro, you can borrow mine.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
And according to that dude, bro, all of these girls should be put on a list or a registry or whatever the fuck he said.
Yeah.
Okay, that's right there. Okay, they're bringing up my mom, dude. All right, shut the fuck up. We got neighbors.
Dude.
Oh, damn. That was good.
Don't look at me when you're screaming. Unless we're doing that one thing.
Oh, come on now.
Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up! AJ Lee is back! Yes! Oh my God!
Get out of your fucking prom dress, woman.
Oh my God.
Hey,
me, bro, me and Marv were doing a watch along. I can't remember what was the damn it. Was it SummerSlam? I can't remember which event Brock Lesnar returned, but we both saw that shit live. And I remember watching it on the screen. I was just like, well, guess he's back. Like, that's the most you'll get out of me. That's the most. It's a live reaction. Like, but these people, it's so performative. So performative.
They're trying to get on the front of Raw or SmackDown or whatever.
Yeah.
You get the picture. I mean, there's so many of them, right? Also, some of it for the streamers is like, this is where they get their most views.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is where they get their most views. Is from doing these.
Play this, John. There were some crazy reactions there. Shit's hilarious.
Yeah. That's what. Wheeler Yuta is here. He had a reaction.
Is that Wheeler?
No, dude.
Okay. Hey, dude. I was about to edit a video right off rip.
Your next drop. Your next ratings drop. Oh, dude. You need to finish those. What is that? Chicken balls there?
Or tendies.
Yeah, tendies. What is that? Okay, now that's a fire hazard. That cord curtain set up over top of the fucking furnace for the AC. We got a fire hazard going on.
The next fucking shot will be a burning home.
She's screaming because fucking her house is on fire right now. Oh,
shit. Chill out, bro.
Oh man, and there you have it, man. Those are some wackos, as I call them. They're not all sickos.
God, that was hilarious.
A fellow AEW account, like you're an AEW account, right? And one of these AEW Cero Miedo. Now he puts you on a list of like, don't follow this toxic guy, and then he blocked you, and then you blocked him. Then he unblocked you, screen grabbed it, and I actually laughed at the troll. I was like, what a petty. Fucking cringy, like sixth grader fucking troll where you talk shit about a bunch of guys and then you fucking block them all. So then they go and block you and then you unblock them all, then screen grab that they all blocked you and then fucking make fun of them. That is so fucking that's funny. Like objectively, I think that's a
from AEW Sierra Miedo to Voice of the Marks. To new trolling, to all these other fools out there. Your days are coming. It won't be because again.
Look,
that's what I'm saying.
Suspended for no reason. Awful. You don't get suspended. I don't get fucking suspended. They don't get suspended for no reason, dude.
They have no tact. They have no consideration for rules or regulations. They really believe that they can just come out of their mouths and say anything. They're like a jilted ex-girlfriend where they just fucking think they have these fucking acid tongues and think that they're saying something crazy and profound. All the while you're looking like a douchebag, and then all of a sudden you get suspended because you say the wrong things. I have no sympathy for them. Now listen, I'm not trying to get people on a fucking crusade to get suspended or whatever. They're going to do it to themselves. They're going to do it to themselves.
Right.
So fuck them.
And it's the same when people come up with these like Dave Meltzer AI quotes, or they like fake these dirt sheet headlines and shit. Don't even fucking do that. Like, let them do it themselves. Trust me. It's way sweeter when it's that way. And Cero Miedo made a second fucking account, dude, and it got
of course he did
right away.
And then these motherfuckers
and it got banned.
These motherfuckers are like, you're on Twitter all the goddamn time. You pay for a check mark. Do you know the money that comes to me from, and I'm going to say it, that comes to me more than pays for the fucking price of Twitter X. You know, you understand what I'm saying?
I can't even qualify. Like, I don't have enough verified followers still. I'm like fucking 100.
I don't make a lot of money. Yeah, I don't make.
But but like
It's
even
gas
for me,
money, but
it's worth it for me to like be able to DM certain people if I need to, and then also
right
with the blue check thing, and then also the bookmark folders, and then also if it does get you more impressions, then okay, I'll pay my $11 a month or whatever it is here in Canada, $12 a month or whatever. I just pay for the lowest shit. If I can make money off it, I'll start to do that. But I haven't been able to yet. But that's good that you do, man. And
it's one of those things where it's just like here's here's the secret to anybody who's trying to look good on X or who's really trying to like put their name out there. Let this car drive by. What you want to do is simply tweet less. And when you do tweet, make sure that there's some sort of focus, some sort of thought in mind. It doesn't have to be a provocative thought, but make it so that somebody else would look at it and go, that's interesting. You don't have to trigger people with your post. I just said it the other day. Like these guys, these haters or whatever, they tweet 3 times as much, 4, 5, 6, 7 times as much as I do, and get 1/15 the engagement. I need you to know, everybody should know, I was there too. I would tweet all the time and get nowhere. And this is with my AEW awful account.
Yeah.
But at a certain point, you've got to start to be creative. Then you got to stop playing with these fucking side quests. Can I tell you a little secret?
Bro, yes, I'm right there. I'm right here with you.
Nick LaPiccolo, shout out to him.
Yeah.
He was doing something very spurious earlier on. He was getting involved too much with the trolls.
The
you know what I'm
side,
talking
dude,
about?
I know. I told him, I was like, bro, you can't be doing that shit.
Yeah, I told him exactly how to go about it. I said, here's the things that you need to do. You need to, 1, tweet less, but when you fucking tweet, drop a fucking bomb. You're the guy that's got the weight, the credibility to make something happen. Don't tweet these fucking knuckleheads out here every 15 seconds. Lay low for about 4 or 5 days. You see something that you don't like, and you know it's going to be, you know it's a complete bullshit lie. That's when you drop the bomb.
Or you
and
drop
he's been doing.
Yeah,
Go
or
ahead.
you drop a like he's predicted some shit, and it's like
Yes.
then he comes back to it and goes, look, I said this, then that shit's
Yes.
blown up twice for him big. And
Yes.
like he does be calling this shit, man.
Yeah.
And he pieces it together. He's a clever dude, but man,
And
I
one
told
more
him,
thing.
like, go ahead.
One more thing. And this comes from some X error, MJ from NJ. He's got a theory. He believes that Nick LaPiccolo is here to counterbalance or counteract what Dave Meltzer does, but he's going to do it by way of, I guess, the blessing of WWE.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like
Right.
Dave Meltzer's going to tell us something, and Nick LaPiccolo is going to be the last word on that something in order to devalue Dave Meltzer's credibility. I like that theory. I think it's coming to pass.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I could see that. Also, yeah, I mean, I just listen, he cares about wrestling. I know that.
Mm-hmm.
Like on a personal level.
Yeah. Of course he
but
does.
I don't want to I don't need to divulge.
When you get good tickets,
a deeper
you
conversation.
become a bigger fan.
Exactly. But I think it's just more than that, and
Mhm.
I don't think it's even fucking something he's like terribly worried about. And I just think he's like a shaker, man. He's a shaker and a mover.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, you shake shit up and then you move in. Like you move into the spaces. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You shake shit up, spaces open up,
Nick, if you're listening, bro, don't extend your reach. And that means I'm only saying like don't go on the side quest. If fucking Voice of the Marks
Right,
or whoever fucking troll that you think that should be dealt with, just leave them the fuck alone. If they've got less than a fucking 1,000 followers, leave them the fuck alone. Go for the big fish. And it looks like he's going for big fish. Like I'm gonna try. He's not gonna do it intentionally because I don't think he knows. You know, what am I trying to say? I don't think he knows like the weight that he truly has. And so he's going to continue being like, you know, this is going to be a fun thing for me. But I've said to him like, listen, you've got to really attack these big fish. the Sean Ross Sapps when they come out with some horse shit, the Dave Meltzers when they come out with the Elboos, the fucking Solid Monsters, the JDs, anybody where you know that they're just talking, but hey, fuck it, awful wrestling, goddammit. If you find that there's some bullshit there, you need to be the last word. You need to be the one to drop the bomb of truth.
Right. Well, yeah, because you are right. He holds a lot of weight behind what he says and when he says it, and you are right about all that. But I also know that, like, you know, he's friendly with some people in the wrestling space that, you know, he might, right? Like some of the people you listed, he might fucking know them or be friendly with them, and he might not want to go after specifically everybody either. You know? So, and that could be
it's
a
not
factor.
going.
Like, it's wrestling, everyone knows everyone.
Yeah, but it's not going after. It's correcting the record.
Right. No, I'm with you on that. And especially when it comes to this, like Hollywood and the fucking Dave Meltzer talking about people's fucking schedules and stuff. It's like, yeah, dude. I mean, he can just own him and snipe him on that all day, every fucking day. Realistically. So, and he's been doing that. So shout him out, man. Funny dude. Awful. You stuck around. Are you hanging out more? You got to go. You got to get out of here.
No, I got to get the hell out of here.
Okay. You
apparently some of your yeah. I know. I'm sure I did.
No,
I'll see you in 4 months.
Yeah, dude. Exactly. Awful. Anything you want to plug?
I do. I want to plug. Yeah. I want to plug your chat. One of the best chats around. Hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, let's go.
Help this poor motherfucker from Canada out, and
I need it, dude.
Yes, and also check me out on Awful Wrestling on X and Twitter, on X and on YouTube. You can check me out on Toonie Talk Wrestling every Tuesday at 8 on Wrestling at YouTube. And you can also check me out on Awful every Thursday at 11 on my Awful Wrestling channel.
Yes,
this is Awful.
Okay,
and of course, can I do shout outs?
Fucking sure, dude.
Okay, just one shout out. I just want to shout out to my good friends in real life and my family. We've had a very difficult week, but everything is all good now.
Are you good?
But we'll be yes, we're absolutely all right. Everything is fine. But shout out to everybody who's got a family and who loves them.
Yeah.
And shout out to the fathers, the parents, grandparents, and all that. Peace to the chat and peace to you, Phil. See you guys later.
Yeah. Peace to you, Awful. God bless you, man. Hey, DM me.
Yes, indeed. Peace.
Peace, brother. Man, round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Awful, and a great message at the end there. I second that. Amazing. Wow, what a fucking appearance from Awful. One of the all-time great appearances on this show. It was great. It was amazing. It was incredible. It was the greatest appearance. It was fucking one of the greatest appearances in the history of PWT right there. We were cooking, chat. That was amazing. And so make sure you check out all of Awful's shit if you haven't already. Excellent stuff. Let me check in with chat. I feel like it's been a minute since I've done that. You know, we have our guests for a while, so we gotta fucking get our shit in, folks. You know how it works over here. Man, what I've had this show, it's already gone over 4 hours. I can't even believe it. It's been such an amazing show so far. Chris McCarty for 2 says Awful likes his taint tickled by a feather. Okay, well, who doesn't from time to time, right?
Are you sure about that?
Some guy for 2 says, Phil, know you make enough to pay that check in a day. I mean, dude, I'm not balling. I'm a very modest fucking guy who lives a very what's that song at the end of the week? I live by the beat like you live check to check. What's that song? We're all the same, dude. Okay, I ain't fucking going to no Saudi shows anytime soon or WrestleMania. But thank you so much. Your super chats definitely help change that. And I am wealthy in love for my family And I really like that. Awful. Spread that message there, and the love I feel from the people I care about and from my PWT community and shit like that. So you guys are gonna make me cry.
Emotional damage.
Modest bruv. Tony can be renting out high school gymnasiums. True. You getting there. Good shit. Cheers, Awful. Much love, Awful. 83 likes. I'll just run one because it's been 4 hours and it's fun. Let's run a Christian.
I look and see it's not just me. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spent our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Let me get wild. Yay!
Hope you guys enjoyed that. If you guys are on X, come on over youtube.com/at Pro Wrestle Clips. And run those likes up and consider becoming a member, checking out my patreon.com/prowrestletimes or whatever, man, and just supporting what I do here. We got more fucking sickos to rip through. Okay, so AJ Styles' contract with WWE expires. Aaron Loves Wrestling says AJ Styles might be all elite next year. So that's like he's become one of these dudes who's like faking the funk. He's like, no, man, just love wrestling. And then he's just like fucking glazing AEW and hating on WWE. And that's his prerogative. But it's just like super fucking, what's the word I'm looking for? It's just super like disingenuous, you know? In good sicko and wacko news, because we also put heartfelt, heartwarming stories of super fans and stuff here. Here's Jey Uso meeting up with a chemo kid here. And this will warm your heart. Oh, we're all lovey-dovey tonight here on PWT in the sicko segment.
Awesome. Come on, big dog.
Fuck yeah, dude. This kid rules. This kid rules. Caden rules. Caden rules. He's doing the hand roll. Dude, he did the hand roll and everything. The music gets us sniped. But yeah, they just yeet party that kid. I don't know, man. It warms your heart. Mommy's out there.
This is what it's about, Lou. I was in a bad mood. Then we just flipped the script. I got Rhea Ripley out there. I got my dog Jade out there fighting cats, man.
Jaden, Caden, pardon me if I botched the name, but boom. Shout that fucking kid out. So our leader, Tribal Keith, is back with his thoughts on AJ Lee's return. Did we watch this one? Or no, he's back.
Hey, everybody. It is your esteemed leader, Tribal Keith. As you can see, I changed my name a little bit, and I will be making a video explaining why in the coming days. However, right now I wanted to pop on here and discuss the return of AJ Lee, also known as AJ Mendez. Everybody seems to be really happy that she is coming back to team with her real-life husband, CM Punk, also known as Phil Brooks, to take on Becky Lynch, also known as Rebecca Quinn, and her real-life husband,
saying all their real names.
WrestlePalooza on September 20th. Now, that's all well and good, and it's cool to see big returns. Obviously, the crowd was really hyped, and there was a big pop. However, if you take a look at AJ Lee's cage match ratings right here, you can see that there are a lot of threes, there are a lot of fours.
Dude, I read Big Ben his fucking cage match ratings to him on this pod. The funniest shit ever.
And
maybe not ever, but it's just funny to like It's just I said it to him. I might have edited out of the show, but at one point it just broke me, and I was like, "It's so fucked up, like doing this, like right to your face, reading this shit to you." And he's like, "I know," and he's like, "It's all good." I don't know. It's funny.
I don't believe that's up to par for a female wrestler on national TV. So I'm putting it out there, and I'm asking the WWE to please respect us
This is Big Ben, by the way, guys. This isn't a real guy. He's got like a face filter on.
as fans. And please take AJ Lee off of national television. Cage Match is a great resource, and it should be used in decision-making processes because it comes from us fans. So please listen to us and do the right thing.
Man, that is quite funny. So here's a guy who does an amazing pallbearer. It is spooky season. We've got Hallows Eve decorations up all over. Today I was working on my Halloween playlist. Okay.
Sometimes in life, you got to be a hoe.
And getting all of my spooky songs and all of my spooky little things put in a playlist, right? To play out loud on Halloween and just the surrounding days. And September 1st, we got decorations up. We're in full spooky mode. And let's check out this guy doing an amazing pallbearer.
Here you go. Go.
Nobody told me that the Pfizer Forum has a no-earn policy. I couldn't get mine in. So they better be careful for when I come back, or else they'll rest in peace. Oh, yes!
That shit is so good. And that woman was ruining it. I'm just being honest. So here's Brandon Thurston. New, please don't politicize WrestleMania. WWE delivers shareholder values and normalizes an awe-inspiring dictatorship that pays them extremely well, all while entertaining you. There's nothing political about that. Dude, the problem with these sickos, they got to understand this. Tony Khan would go to Saudi Arabia in 2 seconds if they wanted him for Riyadh season. In 2 seconds. They just don't want him. So you got fucking these guys out here. This guy here at ALW Podcast. Thank God for AEW and Tony Khan. I can't wait for All Out next Saturday. All Elite Wrestling is where the best wrestle. AEW Wrestling Lover. So John Alba says, with WrestleMania in Saudi Arabia, the indie American wrestling scene takes a huge hit financially and opportunistically. Interestingly enough, there is real estate at night that weekend now, with Mania being during the day. Curious if AEW other promotions take advantage of it. Man, it's so funny how when WWE announces, oh, we're doing a show the same day as an AEW show, people like John Alba and these guys melt down and they're like, it's not right. They all are melting down. And then all of a sudden a night opens up and then they beg for it. Oh, with WrestleMania in Saudi, Tony Khan should jump on those nights because there's a void in America. Buddies, stop. It's deranged. Stop fucking begging for smoke when you cry when you get the smoke, man. It's so crazy. It's so deranged. It's fucking lunacy at this point. So here's JD from NY's reaction to the Saudi announcement, right? So JD goes, man, this announcement sucks. You physically see and feel the soul of the WWE product deteriorating right before our very eyes. And it's been like that for most of 2025. Pardon me. It's been so much more selling the lifeblood of the product, the soul of the product, with sponsors, terrible partnerships like the one announced today for WrestleMania, and less of what really matters. I don't know how they look at their own product and think they are giving the fans anywhere close to the type of product they deserve compared to the absolute corporate bullshit we've been getting fed this year. It's all so tiresome, and honestly, I just feel incredible apathy towards the entire sport between both major North American companies. I don't know why I'm going so hard. Oh my god. Hey, I'm over here now. Now I'm Dice. Oh. Tony Khan realistically could. There's two JDs. There's JD Dice Clay, and then there's Joe D. Pesci. Okay. Tony Khan realistically could have been the man pro wrestling needed twice now. Once when Vince was still in charge, and now with this corporate bullshit that WWE is currently undertaking. And he's now failed both times to deliver a product not only that we need, but a product that is wanted by fans. Oh, go! Instead, he'd rather attend weddings, book fantasy matchups like he's running a fucking E-Fed over here. I'm over here. I'm running an E-Fed over. Me and Wilma Valderrama. Oh. And put as little effort into what it really takes to make a successful television show / shows. Plural. Is it like fucking you flip a coin? Heads you singular, tails you plural? This year has been awful for fans of North American pro wrestling because the people that are in charge are greedy and always put the fans last. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know, like, why. Here's the problem is that, like, did we not all see this coming? You know? At least JD's speaking up. I'll give him that. Because some of it is bullshit, as I pointed out, and as myself and Awful pointed out. But at the same time, like, bro, we knew this was coming. Like, what else is the next step? Oh, we're just going to lower prices and start doing shows and, like, fucking, you know, Paducah, Kentucky, or whatever the fuck. Right? Like, we're going to just go wherever and start doing like house shows again. Like, what do you think they were going to do? WrestleMania was obviously going to Saudi. They got a Rumble. Like, it was just the inevitable next step. The inevitable also, speaking of the inevitable, BJ Bethel being a dumbass here. Dylan Byers of Puck, WBD President David Zaslav is telling friends the Paramount David Ellison offer for WBD will be too low. There will be several players for WBD if it gets to that point. Zaslav has the company debt-free. Zaslav has the company debt-free. How much debt does WBD have? It's like $37 billion. They have $34.4 billion long-term debt and $34.6 billion total debt. And he's like, they have the company debt-free. They've had a monster movie year. They have. That is true. That is fucking true. And Superman was a fucking big hit. And are at the top of the top TV studio. I know Peacemaker's banging. I don't know what else they got going on. Maybe I don't know because it's different. Like I got Crave out here, so I'm not really. I don't know, like, what's all on HBO Max? What's cooking over there? I don't really know, but I don't know. HBO Max had a solid year-to-year growth, and they have a great sports production studio. What? They're, like, splitting into two companies to, like, get rid of debt and stuff like that, bro. He's just such a fucking moron. And so John Alba, or Raj Giri respond to what John Alba said, with WrestleMania in Saudi Arabia, Tony Khan should jump in and fucking do something here, even though we cry about that when WWE does the same. Raj says they can, but it's not the same stratosphere as doing it in the Mania. This is the problem, guys. Like, some dumb fuck said to me, like, oh, yeah, it fills the void. No. AEW, even if it's all in, doesn't fill the void of WWE at all, and especially not the void of WrestleMania. So Tony Khan can host a big show that weekend. Who gives a shit? It's not going to it's not going to shift the economy and bring like a babillion people. Like these stupid fucking idiots. The problem is that Alba, like, he has this fucking smug thing about him. I don't know if he means to do. I do too. There's a lot of people who fucking think I'm an asshole.
Thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
The problem is that WrestleMania for AEW is that WrestleMania brings in like a babillion people like Taylor Swift and shifts the economy, and people fly from all over the fucking world for WrestleMania. Doesn't matter where it is. Doesn't matter 42, 43 on the moon. I keep saying on the moon. It doesn't matter. People fly in from around the world. WrestleMania is like a cultural event, and it brings so many people into a city that cities are like bidding, and fucking indies can do shows around it because there's so many people in town. Doing an AEW show that draws 18,000 people doesn't do that. There's 18,000 people at Raw on any given Monday. See them on TV any given Sunday, win the Super Bowl and drive off in a Hyundai. There's nothing AEW could do that would fill a WrestleMania void. I'm sorry. And that's not being a hater. It's just the truth. And so Raj is like, AEW has already shown that they don't want to piggyback on Mania. Doing so makes them look more second rate, and they back away anytime WWE runs the same weekend. They're not going to be the aggressor, so it ain't happening. Alba says it's not piggybacking off Mania when Mania isn't there. Bro, it's piggybacking off of because, okay, this is the problem. In Alba's logic, so Alba, you wouldn't have made the point of, well, there's a void there. Right. It's piggybacking off of the imaginary hype that you've created. This is your logic, Alba, that there'd be hype around Mania enough to where like AEW could do a big show and it would like fill that void. That's piggybacking off of the hype of like, well, Mania's during the day. That's your logic. Otherwise, you wouldn't even have made your point before. Okay, you wouldn't have even like said what you said. It all has to do with Mania. If Mania's not here, so we can do this. Mania's here, so we should do this. Do you get it? It's just piggybacking off the notion of whatever Mania does affects whatever the fuck. Otherwise, you wouldn't have said what you said. So like Raj, I mean, maybe piggybacking wasn't the right word, but he is right. It boils down to what WrestleMania does at the end of the day. Otherwise, none of these points are even being brought up, right? And he says it's not just about leveraging for your own business, but for everyone. Here's the thing. Then if like Tony doesn't care about leveraging everyone, he doesn't care about the fucking indies, man. When are people going to get this through their heads? He doesn't care about the fucking indies, bro. Oh, that's not true. I attend them and give some of them money and shit. He doesn't care. He's not doing anything to help the indies. He's priced wrestlers out. He's told people, you can work this indie, but not this indie. It's just, I'm just tired of hearing this like out of touch shit from these people like protecting Tony. So BJ Bethel had this to say: there will be several players for WBD. We already read that, but Switchblade says BJ Brothel doesn't even know that WBD is still 30 billion plus in debt, but we are expected to believe he knows the super top secret max numbers that even Adam Silver didn't know. Shut up, bitch. It's just so funny because he says shit like that. BJ Bethel does. And then before he says some 500K bullshit about the max numbers, and now that's out the window entirely if it wasn't already. Because he says some shit like this, and it's like, all right, he's just a fucking idiot. So Righteous Reg is like a mania that most of the... Listen, so they announced WrestleMania 43 in Saudi Arabia. Listen to Righteous Reg's take. Who told these motherfuckers that they should like be allowed in front of microphones and Twitter to say dumb shit like this? He goes, a mania that most of their fans can't attend. What a wonderful gesture. And it's like, bro, most fans can't go to most wrestling shows in general. Stupid. Or I could even narrow that down for like most people can't go to most manias anyways.
You know, poor people don't like AEW.
Most people can't go to most shows, dude. So like, what does that even mean? So we covered this before. Look, he put a 1. He tried to change his account. He got to 88 followers and then just got banned again. You know, and then here's a meltdown from this guy. And Neckbeards calls him, this is from AEW Neckbeards. He says, looks like Stone Cold Steve autism. That's fucking hilarious because this dude is like bald and he's always like, oh, you pussy ass bitches. Like he talks like he would fucking fight Triple H if he saw him in person. Right. So Greg Morgan's like, this is one of those situations where WWE won't give a single solitary fuck about any backlash. They know the pushback that is coming and they couldn't care less. Money, money, money. No one cares, bro. It's just like when UFC went to the Middle East and everyone's like, oh. Everyone's like, oh, where's my Dave Meltzer meltdown? Where the fuck is it? Oh, it's the greatest.
Oh my God, it's the greatest thing I've ever seen.
And then everybody just shut the fuck up, right? They should book a Jamal Khashoggi Memorial Battle Royal. Bro, here's the problem with these virtue signaling fucking pussies. Saying that they should book a Jamal Khashoggi Memorial Battle Royal is so fucking insensitive and distasteful. And like, I'm not even one of these guys. It's just like, bro, you're so much more vitriolic. Is that a word? You're so much more angry and seething. You're fucking coping and seething right now, by the way.
You are coping and seething. You just can't accept what you're seeing. Yes, you're coping and seething. The truth it is scalding, and now you are molding and coping so hard. Coping and seething.
Like, to say they should book a Jamal Khashoggi Memorial Battle Royal, like, that's just some heinous shit. Like, what do they even have to do with that? What does WWE have to do with that at all? Oh, they're taking money from the fucking... Okay, cry about it to literally everyone. They're doing a comedy festival too. You know how many bands are out there playing music that you probably fucking listen to? Stop being a pussy, dude. This is dumb, greedy and dumb. It's also dumb. Is it so dumb that it has one word to describe something? Like you? AEW should run an Elite Mania. So it's so dumb that they should do a hack dumb ripoff version with a shitty hack fucking name, and you're not even clever enough to come out with a good fucking name?
Smash your needle or split it free.
For that. The same weekend and give 100% of the proceeds to charity. Hold a men's Jamal Khashoggi Memorial Battle Royal. So now you're saying AEW should do this? Hey, buddy. Lay off the fucking pills.
Stupid idiot.
Holy fuck, man. So AEW should hold a men's Jamal Khashoggi Memorial Battle Royal and a women's we can wear whatever we want Battle Royal. Hey, AEW, Tony Khan, these are the people you have going to bat for you. These are the people. Where are their people? Where is anybody? People want to go at Awful. People want to go at Neckbeards. People want to go at me. Where am I saying shit like this? It's fucking crazy, dude. And like it's just like not even funny either. And like because it's not like they have nothing to do with that. That's like saying anybody who like goes and vacations there. Yeah, I would say that to them. Okay. Are all the indie promotions going to fly over there and run shows? That's not their problem. And also, maybe they should. Maybe they should. Maybe all the WWE ID guys should get together and go, hey, can we do a show over here? Or maybe don't. Maybe they should all run shows that weekend anyways in America, and maybe you won't cry so hard. WrestleMania at 10 a.m.? Yeah, you can lick my balls. Bro, why are you crying so hard? Like, I thought you don't like the Fed, and it's all Khashoggi this and Khashoggi that, asshole. So, like, are you going to be watching? So you're just mad it's on at 10 a.m.? I won't watch then. Well, you didn't see. I thought you hated WWE, so why do you even give a fuck? It's because you watch it. Nothing is AEW's not important to you unless WWE's a talking point for you in your cue ball headed fucking ass pea brain. Jesus Christ. I don't hate bald people, by the way. Shout out Bin Hameen. He has a take. BS alert. WWE claims to be masterful storytellers. The evidence suggests otherwise. Let's hear Bin Hameen freaking out about WWE some more to cap off this sicko segment.
Yay, Mama's back, or about AJ Lee?
Yeah, dude, those are girls. Girls go, oh, it's giving mother. She's mother, right? Like girls all do this shit, bro. So that's not like dudes, right? I like Ben, by the way. He's a great guy. But it's like you fucking it's like this is not for you or me. Like, don't look at those tweets. You know what I mean?
Yay, somebody's back to take my TV time. They're idiots. They are more concerned with Backstage doing a TikTok dance. They think they're already over because they're in the WWE for whatever reason that's unmentioned. Wink, wink. And they think their work is unmatched because they came through NXT and Sean gave them a hat and a hug. And then they get on the fucking main roster and the bell rings and your big purse or your fucking, Rosie Perez. And we don't have any idea.
Damn, Walsh just got dropped. I don't know if you guys are watching this, the boxing card on Netflix here.
We're just in the clubhouse playing darts. Oh, this is
might have been a bit of like a jarring slip or a misstep there.
Tell the best stories. Make way, everybody. Here comes a 38-year-old woman trying to show off her midriff, skip into the ring.
Her midriff,
like
bro, she's Ab City. She's Ab City. Why the fuck would you get abs like that if you ain't going to show them, dude? And you're a pro wrestler, right? If you're like just a mom or something, okay, I get it, right? We're conservative. You're fucking like a girl who it's about like physiques and looking like an athlete.
Okay, this is the best stuff. This is the best we can do. We can't write any more captivating characters than that. We have.
She's already an established character who's been gone for a decade, who meant a lot to a lot of people, and the story's been told. So, like, Ben's not even talking about any storytelling elements. He's just using ad hominems and, like, roasting her fucking, her like, attire and shit. You know what I mean?
Brie Bella trying to do nostalgia with sparkly
Brie Bella. That's Nikki.
Hats and be Kim Kardashian circa 2005, instead of leaning into a woman who's been jilted, a woman who's been through a lot of domestic issues, a woman who is hungry for the spotlight, a woman who was left at the altar, who's
people don't know or give a fuck about any of that stuff on the TV show, Ben. This is all the internet shit, whereas the people you're criticizing are invested in the storytelling that we've been watching every week on the show.
Ex-fiance is on the screen. All of that shit is right there, and we don't touch it whatsoever.
He's saying, like, why don't we bring that up on the show? Maybe that's why, what I just said, but also, like, do you really want it on there, like, them talking about, like, how Nikki got in some situation where it seemed like her husband, like, I'm trying to think of like how to say this not in and not be insensitive, but like, okay, her husband smacked her around and then it turned out like she smacked him around and then they got a divorce and shit. Like, you really want to talk about that on the TV show? I don't know if that's the right move, but I'm all for working a shoot and shooting the work into the work shoot, brother, when it comes to pro wrestling. I mean, that's part of the game, right?
We want the pressure, the
I
reality.
just don't know if that's who did people want to watch that? I don't know.
Of not saying anything and her having to carry that and shoulder it, but we'll never use it on TV, and it'll just be a funny rib on everybody instead. It's all right there for them, and they refuse to do it. From Brock, Paul Heyman.
I'm actually kind of rocking with Ben on that. Like, well, okay, but what do you say about Brock, though, too? I mean, you can't really get into that controversy, but I get what he's saying. Like, if you're going to bring these people back, kind of get into that stuff. But here's the thing AJ Lee did. She addressed herself being gone. She addressed sort of like standing up, ushering in the women's evolution, pre-evolution type shit. She didn't really have a big falling out with WWE, so I don't know what there is controversially to bring up there. But in Nikki Bella's case, like maybe Brock's case, how do you bring that up? How do you bring that up? He likes golden showers. Like, I'm Ron. Ron who? Ron Cena. You like getting pissed on, dog? Like, how do you bring that up? You have R-Truth do it, so it's funny now? I don't know.
Punk Paul Heyman, Seth Paul Heyman, and Big Dog Paul Heyman. They just don't do it. And they have a whole tribe there that is a legit fucking Samoan mafia in real life who's burying each other on the internet. Moms and aunties.
It's true. That's true. I'm with Ben on this one.
Fucking burying each other. That's the story. They're a mafia family. And inside that, there is turmoil for power struggle, for deception, for the women to be in control through Lysistrata messaging and fucking influence. And this fucking cousin's jealous of that one, and this uncle is choosing which one to back. Like, all that shit is right there. But these fucking goofs only care about some Disney on Ice, wash, rinse, repeat shit. And they think they're doing brilliant work. They're doing nothing. They are putting forth no effort. And maybe it's because they don't know how to do it.
I just think I disagree that saying just like there's nothing and there, obviously something's working. If the attendances are the way they are and people are paying these insane ticket prices and they're getting these huge deals, I don't think you can just say it's absolutely nothing and nothing's been brilliant. Even people who boo-boo on Cena's heel run. It was fucking awesome while it lasted. It was cool we got that for a little while. And we knew he's going to end babyface anyways. So, I don't know. I'm not mad at that at all. Some of the Rock stuff, but that's on his schedule. That's his terms. That's why that got fucked up. But a lot of that was brilliant. I think they're doing good stuff with Punk and Seth. Like AJ Lee's made Becky and Seth tolerable for a couple of segments. So, is it the best shit ever? I don't know. But if they aired like Attitude Era Monday Night Raw in this generation, I don't know if it would work either, dude. Different things work in different eras. I would just say, look at the ticket sales and everything. And yes, I don't care about them getting $250 bagillion to go to Saudi. I'm not saying look at just the nut and like, oh, well, why are they doing this deal? It means the creative's good. Trust me. I don't buy into that at all. Some of the greatest movies of all time bombed at the box office. Some of the shittiest movies of all time did good at the box office. You know what I mean? But you still looked, the box office is a really good indicator of is something working. And the people who are willing to go to these fucking shows en masse, every fucking city they go to, I think that is, or every country they go to, I think that's telling that they're not just doing bullshit. And it's like, is everyone brainwashed? It's not that. This whole brainwashing narrative needs to go the fuck away. It's not that. It's that people love Penta. People love the stars. Like there's a lot of people who will just pay to see Roman Reigns. who will pay to see John Cena. They have a good mixture of legends, stars that they've made, stars in the works right now. They put on enough TV shows to where you can go, I like Raw better. I like SmackDown better. I just think that, yeah, the attendance don't lie. The way all these celebrities are like fangirling over fucking WWE superstars again and shit, like it was the 80s. I think that's all indicative of like where we're at, and where WWE's at, man. And it can't all be shit. There's no way it's all just shit. And it's because if it was just all shitty, then it would be like AEW. We'd all be clowning it. Right? Like I was just critical of the AAA show a little bit. I was like, it was my least favorite crossover one so far. Like we keep it real, man. It's just they've been doing good stuff. Right? And that, ladies and gentlemen, was the we're checking with chat. Some guy for 2 says, you think the Gun Boys are going to go to WWE? I think that they should. And I think that maybe one day, but again, they're like getting older too. Not like older, but like mid-30s type shit. I think that we'll see Billy Gunn back in WWE and the Gun Boys one day. We'll be there. Some guy for 2 says, who has more YouTube views, Maven or AEW? I would have to Social Blade and check that. I really don't fucking know. I'm assuming AEW overall, but Maven is fucking amazing on YouTube. Whoever's running his YouTube has got it down. And then some guy for 2 again. Phil, who is your doppelganger? Man Spider. No. I don't know. I don't know. Nobody. The one and only, dude. I'm the truth right here. Speaking of Billy Gunn, the one and only Phil Marks. Often imitated, never replicated. Ladies and gentlemen, let me just see here. We've gone long today, man. This show has blown by, in all honesty. Are the Guns injured too? I think one of them is, if I had to guess. But I just don't know if they're being used. It'd be awesome to see them in Maple Leaf Pro. That's where your boy Billy Gunn showed up as well once recently. What else is chat saying here? Got some good boxing going on tonight and some MMA as well. It was the Noche. It's a never-ending story. AEW Creative is bankrupt. SmackDown is putrid. They had a really good SmackDown last week. This last one was okay. But yeah, some of the stuff, yeah. I mean, the matches were really bad the other week, I thought, besides the Cena-Sammy one. Chat, okay, we've almost been going 5 hours, guys. Let's just look. Let's get some flutes in the chat. We'll just do a quick one. We're not going to go long, okay? We're going to do a quick one here. That's what she said. Oh, go. So let's just get Dave Meltzer's thoughts on some of the things we touched on throughout tonight's show. How about we do that? And I want to see an abundance of flutes in the chat. Guys, there's 320 some of you, even more than we had. It's even growing right now. So thank you all for being here. Guys, if you're on X, consider coming over to my YouTube, youtube.com/@ProWrestleClips. We're almost at 7,100 subs. We should be there after tonight. After today, we'll start a new What's that from? The Goofy movie? I forget what that's from. And round of applause for you guys, man. You guys have been fucking amazing. What an amazing chat. and an amazing group here. This chat is incredible. Make sure you guys hit like, subscribe, become a member. You don't want to miss Member Monday. Okay. Yeah, it's what's going on. Wednesday, we have a show. I have a pod. I have some great fucking guests coming. Okay. Some returning guests who haven't been on in a while. Some new guests lined up. And yes, I can't wait for to check out my pods and shit that I do and all the good stuff. Check out my Patreon. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I see you. We got the flutes in the chat. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for everyone's favorite segment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week. My wife just thinks I'm retarded. Stevie Richards on Kyle Fletcher. So we covered this earlier in AEW news, and Dave Meltzer gives his thoughts. Another dud, wet fart of a thought on the Stevie. He's got to defend this. He wouldn't bring it up if Stevie criticized Triple H or anyone else, but he's got to defend his new 5-star boy Fletcher. 5-star Fletcher over here.
So Stevie Richards, the great Stevie Richards, his comments were...
And that's a snide remark. The great Stevie Richards, Brian. It's a snide fucking remark that he's throwing in there.
Oh my God, it's the greatest thing I've ever seen. Basically that Kyle Fletcher needs to go to NXT to learn how to work. And he's not good.
He does.
Enough for NXT yet, but he believes that Kyle Fletcher, if he went to NXT, would in time be good enough for NXT. He basically says that
I think he's good enough for NXT.
Guys try to do too many moves and they go so fast and blah, blah, blah.
They do.
He needs that teaching to become a good wrestler, which he is not at this point. And then I watched NXT right after he said this. And it's Shawn Michaels NXT. And everyone...
It's Shawn Michaels NXT.
Just does move after move after move after move. Except not nearly as good as Kyle Fletcher, not even in the same league.
Now, this is where you're off, Dave. Not even in the same league as doing the moves, the same league as Kyle Fletcher, doing the moves like Kyle Fletcher. Bro, shut the fuck up, man.
He's Kyle Fletcher. They're going as fast, in many cases faster than he is. And it's just like, dude.
Dana's stressing watching Callum Walsh get fucking slapped around here.
It's like, this guy is seriously probably, top whatever in the world right now.
Top whatever in the world. So top what, Dave? Top fucking 5, top 10, top whatever in the world. Yeah, top 7,000.
And you want him to go to, you think he's not good enough for this company?
He's not. He's not good enough for Raw or SmackDown. He's not, Dave. If you think he is, you don't understand pro fucking wrestling.
With all these green wrestlers that are choreographing move after move after.
That's what he does in AEW. All these green wrestlers, Brian. Yeah, that's what he does in AEW.
Move after move, not stopping, just go. You know what I mean? It's like,
and they don't just not stop and not go and all this shit or whatever the fuck he's saying. They don't do that in NXT. Obafemi doesn't just do move after move after move after fucking move. When he wrestles Javon, it's like, okay, Javon's flying around. He's using his speed, his flying. When he's wrestling a guy like Ethan Page, it's different, right? That's what wrestling is. It's faster paced, Dave. But in AEW, you don't get it. It's not in NXT. People aren't just like pile driver. It's like, yes, Kalani Jordan does move after fucking move. It's not like pile driver on the apron, Death Valley driver on the stairs, kick out, tombstone from the middle rope, kick out, 20-minute match, every move in the fucking book.
That had to be the most absolutely preposterous critique I think that I have heard someone say.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. He's just so triggered. I love when Dave's triggered. So this guy says, I'm guessing the news numbers were astronomical last night. And this was in the wake of what went down in America this week. There was a political assassination or of sorts, right? A political commentary gentleman. I'm sure you guys all are just fucking tired of hearing about it, and I'm sure you all just can't wait to hear my take on it. The fuck. And Dave, of course, correct, as everyone knew going in. Everyone knew that coverage would really affect the AEW fucking news, or the AEW show, man. And it's like, Dave, you're a fucking clown, dude. Just no comment on that. Like, just don't comment on that one. Fucking clown shoes. And I wrote this: Kenny Omega working a slower style. Will Ospreay, Dave's begging him to work a slower style. Kyle Fletcher, please don't listen to fucking Meltzer. So again, Don Callis says, breaking news: man dressed as British soccer tourist joins the genius Don Callis in laughing at ex-ECW male valet. Meltzer goes, man with high IQ fumbles geography, thinking San Jose is part of the UK and is an ELP team. Dave, are you calling yourself high IQ? Is that you, bro? Next time Dave says some dumb shit, just take this picture, chat, and just goes, "This you, bro?" Is that you? So Dave says the decision to go to Washington, D.C. for John Cena's final match instead of Boston was said to be financial from those with knowledge of the talks with WWE had asked for a site fee from Boston that was said to be similar to the $7 million that New Jersey paid for 2 nights of SummerSlam. Those with the city of Boston felt that number was too high, citing that they didn't believe less than 2 weeks before Christmas that such a show in an arena would generate anywhere near the level of tourism to justify the cost. I think Dave's talking out of his ass. He doesn't know shit. So Dave Meltzer had this to say, and again, his card was pulled. So other dirt sheets, allegedly, who knows if like Fightful's correct and shit, right? But they were like, yo, Stone Cold, The Rock, none of these people have been reached out to. And so Dave is like saying that Saudi Arabia is aiming to present the most star-studded show ever, which we can all believe. And he goes, the idea is to present the most star-studded show ever by far. Everyone, anyone, money is no object, Brian. Any name you can imagine, obviously they're going to be after, I presume it's, except the only WrestleMania of the year. But when I first heard, one of the ideas was to do 2 WrestleManias, year 1 year, so that way. Who the fuck is writing this? Dave. The ideas was to do a 2 WrestleMania year 1 year, so that way it keeps the American fans not upset about Saudi Arabia. The deal was done by August 6th because that was the first day I was told there would be WrestleMania in Saudi Arabia for sure. Shut the fuck up. Then why didn't you report it in August 6th, Dave? Why didn't you?
We have confirmed that Dave Meltzer fears PWT and flutes.
Fuck. I wrote about it in my 8 million words that day. They're paying the money for it, and they have matches that they want, and they're working really, really hard to get. I don't know if they're going to be able to get them, but they're going to spend a lot of money to get what they want, Brian. Yes, we're talking about anyone coming out of retirement that wants to come out of retirement of big name value will be able to get a lot of money on the show. I presume all of those people would be contacted. Michaels, Undertaker, The Rock, Steve Austin, and the ones who want to do it will all be able to. The ones who have any interest in a great payday, they'll be able to get on that show. I don't think Dave knows what he's talking about. Fightful was like, none of these people have been reached out to. I wouldn't be shocked if the Saudis were like, yeah, we want The Rock. Rock's not going to wrestle anyone. Yeah, Undertaker might make a fucking entrance one night and announce the attendance or whatever, but like, they're not going to compromise the creativity. Like, yes, will they go above and beyond to try and get like every fucking name? I'm sure they will. And celebrities too. They want to make this a big deal and the biggest WrestleMania spectacle ever, right? The thing is, like, even with these crown jewels and these Royal Rumbles, it's not like the early fucking shows where the Saudis are like, we want Yokozuna, and like Yokozuna's not even alive anymore. We want Ultimate Warrior. He was my favorite when I was 12. You know, it's not like that. So I think they'll just let WWE do their thing. But as far as like, yes, appearances and shit, don't be shocked. Don't be shocked. Like the Hall of Fame will be there. We want Batista. That'll fucking happen this year. Like with the Hardy Boys, like they're gonna want all that shit. So this will be the year we get like a super stacked fucking Hall of Fame probably as well. Or they just say, we're hands off. This is who we want. This is who we have in mind. We have like whoever Turkey Al Sheik wants, he'll get. But otherwise, I just don't see them. Like Dave's just, I think, trying to doom and gloom. And he goes, those close to the Saudi Arabia General Entertainment Authority. Like any of those people would talk to fucking Dave Meltzer. Jesus. The people who would know what Dave's about to say make fun of Dave Meltzer behind the scenes. I know for a fact. Jesus. So Dave goes, Saudi Arabia in August. We're pushing for The Rock versus Cody Rhodes or Roman Reigns. Dave, that's 2 years ago shit. Will The Rock have a match? No. Will he fucking people's elbow a jabroni? Yes. He's got movies lined up that I just don't think he can fucking, let me bulk up and fight Roman and risk missing out on this fucking, like, he's trying to win awards and stuff, dude. And then he says The Rock's pay would be the highest amount a pro wrestler has received for an event in the history of the industry. He just made that up, dude.
Learn, baby, learn. Meltzer Inferno.
He just made that up. The Rock, come on down. Bro, he just invented that. The Rock's pay would be the highest amount a pro wrestler has received for an event in the history of the industry. So he's just inventing that based on, well, The Rock, usually he's the highest paid, right? So his appearances, he's got to be making the most. And let's say it is true. Dave has no knowledge of this. He's just like fantasy mark booking that's what's going on. Okay? So this guy, Canadian Fox, says, so what you're theorizing is AEW is safe for now. Listen to Dave Meltzer here. It's safe until the end of 2027. He's so scared about AEW going out of fucking business, dude. Look at
The
this
best
shit.
guys, Tony Khan.
He's like, it's safe until the end of 2027, Brian. It's impossible to predict anything for sure any longer than that. Now, it was the high. Look at this shit. Look at my response. It's the most successful pro wrestling company of all time since WWE, and WCW sucks and failed. That's his narrative, right? The most 3.6 million every single week, Brian. The most they've made the most money of all time, the highest gates of all time. They're the greatest pro wrestling company. WCW failed after only 6 years, and it was complete and utter trash, Brian. Look at this karma. Well, it's safe until 2027, the end of then, and then it's impossible to predict. Let me tell you something, dummy Dave. It ain't safe till the end of 2027. Nope. Because you don't know shit about the TV world. You just like to pretend. Okay? So Dave Meltzer had this to say about Lola Vice and her family. We're just going. He goes, all I know is everyone's been talking about they've got to sign her sister. They've got to sign her dad. Sign her dad? They have contacted her sister before, and basically if her sister wants to come in, the door's open. So then Dave gets proven wrong again.
This is great.
Okay? Because Valerie Lareda, who, again, she's been in all the promos. She's been in her sister's corner through her MMA fights. If you're a fan of Valerie Lareda, you're a fan of her sister, Natalie Lareda. And Natalie, you can see here in this picture, they're both there, right? Natalie, also a martial artist, okay? And she responded to the rumors. People were tweeting at her. Natalie, what do you think about these rumors going around that you're contacted by WWE? She's like, if it's true, wow, I really hope it's true. And here's the thing. She does work with like I want to say Fight Pass, like UFC Fight Pass and other things like that. Natalie does. Sorry, I might be fucking up the names because Lola Vice changed her name, but Natalie, okay, she does work, I think, with Fight Pass and stuff like that. So if it's gonna happen, Dave, it's gonna happen, but she doesn't even know about it. She was like, she tweeted out, "Wow, if that's true, I really hope it happens." Da 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 da, and she would kill it in WWE as well. So this is what Dave Meltzer had to say about the Saudi Arabia show. He goes, WWE reportedly, he goes, actually WWE reportedly wanted to do WrestleMania in Saudi Arabia in 2028, but Saudi pushed for 2027. And so he says the reason it had to be 2027, Brian, Turkey al-Sheikh. Turkey. He just goes Turkey. And then they put in brackets, al-Sheikh. Turkey al-Sheikh. Bro, his name's Turkey al-Sheikh, dude. Holy fuck, man. Do I have to Google this for Dave? Like, this guy claims to be a fucking reporter. Okay. Maybe you do spell it that way. Okay, yeah, Googling. Okay, hey, I'm a dummy. You can, the way it's spelt on his own Twitter is Turkey al-Sheikh. When you Google him, it is the way they have it written there. I'm corrected. Hey, I never knew that. You learn something every day. Dave Meltzer based moment of the week. Where is it? See, we admit it here. We fact check our little bit. So he says Ari Emanuel is the head of TKO. Nick Khan is the head of WWE. Dana White is the head of UFC. Dana White and Nick Khan are the head of TKO Boxing. However, the final boss is Turkey because he's same with on Thanksgiving, Brian. Because he's the guy with all the money in the world at his disposal. So he pushed Saudi. Do you guys get the joke? Turkey, the final boss, Thanksgiving. Okay. So he pushed Saudi Arabia, I believe, was made a country. So now he gives us Dave Meltzer historical moment of the week, dude. He starts dropping history bars. He goes, Saudi Arabia, I believe, was made a country in 1727. It's like their independence. Like ours is 1776, right? 1727 marked the foundation of the first Saudi state, which is celebrated annually on February 22 as Founding Day. And 2027 is the 300th anniversary of Saudi Arabia, just as 2026 is the 250th anniversary of the United States. So if you add those together, then subtract by 30%, AEW has 3 million viewers, Brian. Jesus Christ, man. Dave, nobody fucking needs a history lesson from you. They have the money for it. The matches they want, they're really working hard to get it. Even though it's a couple of years, Brian, I don't know if they're going to be able to get them, but they're going to spend a lot of money to get what they want. Obviously, we're talking about anyone coming out of retirement that wants to come out of retirement. Anyone. Fucking Virgil's like, oh, payday. Right? Like anyone, hey? Fucking Dave, man. A Saudi Arabian source on the total value. So this is, again, a Saudi Arabian source. Who the fuck from Saudi Arabia is talking to Dave Meltzer? Jesus. I can't share with you the exact number, but WWE asked for a higher number than 100 million, as the show will feature The Rock if the agreement is reached, and will be a packed megastar show as the General Entertainment Authority requested. It's so funny because Dave's such a dumbass. Oh, yeah, AEW's a close number two. Where's their jam-packed megastars? Like with WWE, you're like, oh, it's jam-packed megastars. Madonna, Brad Pitt, George Clooney even. What the fuck? You can't say this about AEW. With that being said, Nicolo Piccolo dropped the bomb. He's like, yeah, it was more like 250. It's just, Dave, shut the fuck up. You don't know, man. You don't know. Just stop. Just say, I don't know. And speaking of don't know, Burger King has added a Wagyu beef burger to its menu in collaboration with Gordon Ramsay in the UK, Brian. So right there, dude, and shout out Gordon Ramsay, but listen, McDonald's adjacent put out a fucking Wagyu beef burger. So there you go, sickos, your fucking move. Oh, the Wagyu beef business. Does McDonald's make the best Wagyu beef burger? I don't know, but Burger King might. We're about to fucking check it out. Me and my wife will fucking get back to you on that. We're about to check that shit out. That bun looks nice. Yeah, it's in the UK. I don't know if it'll ever be in Canada, but it's funny though. Like McDonald's adjacent is doing a Wagyu beef burger. It's like in Happy Gilmore. Grizzly Adams did have a beard. They do have a Wagyu beef burger. Sickos, so shut the fuck up. So funny. It's just like another Meltzer fail there. So he says, Dave Meltzer says this: Steve Austin reportedly wants to make sure he is healthy and would be physically able to do a match of his to wrestle. Why, Dave? Why are you saying this? Because he got an injury last time and he said in an interview 1 year ago and 2 years ago about WrestleMania saying, I need to make sure that I'm in tip-top condition because I injured my fucking wrist petting my cats or whatever. Is that why you're saying that this time, Dave? Because he's an old man? Like anybody could just say this. Regardless, Austin was happy with his 38 match with Kevin Owens being his last. Yeah, we know. Everyone knows that. Would you fucking interview him, goof? So, again, we went over Dave, defending 5-star Meltzer. Dave had this to say about Ronda Rousey's comments about Jon Moxley. He says Ronda Rousey's comments about Jon Moxley helping Marina Shafir have led to some on the inside believing Rousey may join AEW. Brian. Just a complete and utter conspiracy theory, right? Rousey did recently say, however, that she believes she's done with pro wrestling. Bro, she's having seizures and shit, Dave. He's trying to make like interesting. Oh, Rousey might show up, man. 4 horsewomen, dog, and Shayna Baszler's a free agent. He's just trying to drum up sickos and create a narrative. She's done. She's fucking done. Stop trying to get these lies in people's heads. So Dave Meltzer has this to say. WWE has reportedly had a lot of discussions about tactics to counter-program AEW in 2026. Then Dave gets owned again. And that's why in the title, it's Dave Meltzer Duds. Because Dave... or the fucking reports. Now, again, believe the dirt sheets if you want, but other dirt sheets come out and go, no, they haven't laid out any counter programming thoughts or efforts yet. They haven't even planned any of it yet, right? And so Dave goes, there's a lot of discussions about what they're going to do head to head next. I knew when Tony Khan moved all out, I knew when he blinked, it was going to be trouble, and be ready for that in 2020. Sucks. Look at Dave doing fake fucking history lying through. I knew when Tony Khan blinked it was trouble. Then why did you advise him to do so and argue with Brian to fucking move the event? Liar! Why did you? Because you listen to Phil Marks, and then Dave, what you do is you try and justify my roastings of you. Okay? Liar! Tell us what you know, you goddamn liar! That's what it is, bro. And you advised Tony Khan to move the fucking show. And he did, and you went, I knew when he flinched it was over. You told them to do it. You fucking idiot. Ugh. They're going to be moving shows. They're going to be doing extra shows to make sure he can't move it to an unopposed time. I knew it would happen. And this is Brian right here. I knew it would happen, and they pretty much have talked about it internally. So that's what's coming up for those battles. That was a trying fucking Brian. Holy shit. So we have to give Brian actually a based Meltzer again, a based Alvarez, I believe. Because, dude, he did put Meltzer on there. See, this is the thing. We go on the fucking show off the cuff. There you go. Brian was actually right when it came to the AEW argument. So kudos, Brian. Yes, talk your shit because you did push back on Dave there. I thought that was Dave saying that, and I was like, whoa, bro, I'm fucking up. Dave's fucking up. I'm fucking up. The Young Bucks and Death Riders versus Brodito and the Ops on Dynamite, 4.25 stars in that 500K 10-man tag. Like, what the fuck, man? The venue and shit has to account for stars, or else you're just lying. Like the circumstances, the magnitude of the match, that has to factor in. Dave says there are a lot of discussions within WWE about how to counter program. Or this is Brian again. One of the ideas is run extra shows. So, and then other dirt sheets and said there's no talks about it. There's no plans of any of that. So who knows, man? Observer, people are just owning them left, right, and center. Moxley versus Garcia, that opener of Collision, got a 4.5 stars. One of the greatest matches in the history of this sport. In the history of this sport that we've all come together. There was like 350, over 350 watching. If you're on X, come on over to youtube.com/@ProWrestleClips. Consider becoming a member. John Moxley versus Daniel Garcia in the year of our Lord in 2025. John Moxley versus Garcia, one of the greatest matches of all time. Can you fucking believe that? And then Zayn versus Cena for the U.S. title on SmackDown, 4.25. Even that's too high. No? Like, I think he rates shit too high. I'd give that match like a solid 3. It was a no finish. But everything leading up to it, a solid 3. The crowd was insane. Maybe I'd like a 3.5 if you want to go. The crowd was nuts. It's Cena versus Sammy in a full circle moment. If you want to start factoring in magnitude points, right? But what it is for Dave is it's just moves. It's just based on, they did crazy moves. I popped when he teased Edge's thing, and Edge is in AEW right now. That's an extra star. Javon versus Josh Briggs at NXT, 4.25 stars. Again, see, this is where I just keep it consistent with Dave, man. That's too many stars.
Yeah.
It was a fun match. It was a great match. That's way too many stars, Dave. You like flippy shit way too much. And it shows. But NXT is awesome, But just Dave, even his WWE ratings, what is the curriculum for that, So Dave, he just gets fucking owned by Carlos Silva and people in Anthem. Now, well, let's just read Dave's thing. TNA talent is not allowed to work on Scott D'Amore's Maple Leaf Wrestling shows, even though most of them like D'Amore. Okay, well, that's not true. However, I pointed this out earlier. Would I be shocked if they're like, well, our big name Moose we don't want going over there? Or like, hey, this guy WWE likes, we can't have going. Joe Hendry's not going to be in Maple Leaf Pro. Yes, absolutely. But Dave's just going off of what Moose said, and then Moose gets called out here. So the reason is that TNA management considers AEW as the enemy, and D'Amore is allowed to book AEW talent. So again, AEW, I told you guys this so long ago. AEW and Maple Leaf Pro, they have a working relationship. It wasn't publicized. It makes sense. Look at who their champion is. Look at who's been on their shows. And Dave says this is no way that decision would be made by anyone in TNA who cared about the talent, and basically shows at the top level TNA is controlled by WWE. No, Dave, they're not controlled by WWE, you fucking dipshit. Again, more lies, more doom and gloom, he's stirring the pot because he's desperate. You notice Dave just not winning like Charlie Sheen in the crowd here, but like Dave is just fucking up, man, because he's getting desperate. It just reeks of desperation, right? And TNA is not controlled by WWE in some aspects to where it pertains to WWE and the business that they do, right? Sure. But at the same time, man, they're considered the enemy. That's going way too far. No, I don't think it's an enemy thing. And then David B. Clevenger, who is SVP Digital at Anthem Sports, Bourbon Gaming Horror Movies. He says that none of this is true, by the way. I've been told shit, and I said this a long time ago on the show, and I mean, I'm not a fucking dirt sheet. So do with the information what you will. But, you know, I was told a long time ago, like, they have this working relationship. Again, I was spot on about it. And AEW gets the first pick of, like, anything that gets over in MLP. So let's say like Scott D'Amore develops some tag team. They start to get over in exchange for like Josh Alexander and other AEW talent being able to be used on their shows. Tony Khan can be like, well, I want that on my show. I want to test that out or whatever. Who knows if that's true? I don't know if any of that's true. It's just shit I'm told. Could be true. I'm inclined to believe it to some degree that, hey, there's a working relationship there. But are they enemies and shit, bro? Just Dave, stop like adding. He always just like adds extra. He finds like some semblance of truth or talks about something in hindsight that we can all just factually go, no shit. And then he like adds this extra that he makes up. Anyway, so here's Brian. And this says, have some extra money to spend and not sure what to spend it on. Don't worry, TKO wants to raise WWE ticket prices. So again, if AEW is raising prices, Dave would be like, oh, this is amazing. Look at, I mean, they're raising prices. The business is through the roof, Brian. But now they're just going to cry and cope over it.
So they had an interview with Mark Shapiro, and he basically, you know, explained this Vince McMahon fella, he priced tickets for families. He wasn't so much focused on maximizing ticket prices. He wanted families, and this is what Shapiro said. I don't know what Vince is thinking, but that's what he said. And he basically said that...
what did he say? Say it already!
We could be making a lot more. And so for those of you that think that wrestling tickets, WWE tickets are too high, I hate to break it to you, but they're planning on raising them even more. So I think they're going to keep raising ticket prices until they finally price the majority of fans out of events.
They're already priced out, but not the majority. Because look at everywhere they go, they're selling out. So you think they're dumb enough to price everyone out till everyone just stops going and they won't adjust once that happens?
Will then drop ticket prices.
There's a lot of kids that were introduced and became wrestling fans because their parents or grandparents took them to live events, and they became fans, and then they started watching on television.
So true.
I think this may be short-sighted.
I agree with Lance here fully.
That give fans a decent price so they can attend live and get hooked. They will watch your television show, and then you can sell that television show for billions of dollars in TV rights fees.
They don't give a fuck about that anymore.
I don't know.
Like, they care about selling the show, but it's doing that the rate they're going. Because it's not about like, oh, 33 million tuned in. Like, it is about that a little bit, but it's like, hey man, 500 million minutes stream this week. You know what I mean? So they don't give a fuck about that.
If you need to price gouge your grassroots.
He's not talking to you, the wrestling fan. He's talking to shareholders, and he's explaining.
Well, yeah, fuck, it's Mark Shapiro. Yeah, yup. He's not talking to you. Yeah, he's not at a wrestling event. He's at a fucking business thing conference. I'm not a business man. I'm a business man. Let me handle my business. Damn. Shout out Jay-Z. Shout out Niccolo Piccolo. No. Listen. Yep. He's not a wrestling guy. He's not talking to he's not talking to you. He's talking in the business. Well, great fucking observation there, Mr. Wrestling Observer.
That we're going to be making a lot more money because there's still a lot more money to be made here on tickets. And, you know, obviously the fans are the lifeblood of keeping the thing alive, but, you know.
And casuals are the lifeblood of every industry, because the casuals will tune in or tune out, or like even when it's like WrestleMania, how do people afford this? A lot of people who go to those events are like, I don't fucking watch every week. I don't go to every Raw. I don't buy a babillion t-shirts, but I'll drop a fat stack to go to fucking SummerSlam and buy some shirts and have a blast and make it a memory. You know, a lot of it is casuals too.
In the meantime, what they need to do is they need to keep those shareholders happy.
Yeah, no shit. And if Tony Khan did the fucking same, his company
So
wouldn't be on the verge of destruction. And I said we were doing a short one. We just said fucking and went all in. Pun intended. Dave Meltzer said Bianca is putting over how Saudi Arabia is so great for women. And so Dave Meltzer, again, Dave with this pompous, redacted fucking attitude. So Drain Bamager says, there are a lot of discussions within WWE, or this is from Brian, about how to counter program, blah, blah, blah. So Dave and Brian invented in their fucking minds that, on July 12th, WWE really got their asses kicked. We chronicled it here at PWT. We covered it on the show, and they were like, WWE sure learned their lesson. AEW really wrapped them up and sent them packing. Hey, boys. Hey, fellas. Right, Brian? And Brian's making a Cope video. And if I hope WWE learned a lesson this day that it wasn't anything. They're trying to like make believe that All In did anything when everyone was talking about that weekend. Goldberg, Naomi, and fucking Great American Bash, whatever. They're just pointing at Great American Bash going, oh, that show is shit. Meanwhile, Saturday night's main event had Goldberg's thing and then his retirement speech, and everyone was going nuts about that. And then fucking Naomi cashed in the next night. No one was talking about All In. No one gave a fuck, but these two little chuckle fucks were like, these chuckleheads were like, oh yeah, I hope WWE learned their lesson. And so Dave goes, that worked out well on July 12th, didn't it? Dave, stop talking shit. You have single-handedly gotten AEW's ass kicked. So Raj says, when WWE was number one on all of TV 18 to 49 for 2 nights in a row, the only time that's ever happened. Listen to that again. The only time that it's ever happened that WWE was number one on all of TV in 18 to 49 for 2 nights in a row, the almighty key demo that Dave spurgs out about whenever fucking AEW does a good one. The only time that's ever happened, Dave's like, oh, they were sent packing. They really learned their lesson. He's losing his fucking mind. The first time SNME that was ever number one on all of TV in the demo in prime time. And Dave's like, oh, they sure were sent packing there. All In really kicked their asses, Brian. He's lost his mind, dude.
Oh my
He's
God,
lost
it's
his
the
mind.
greatest thing I've ever seen.
He's melting down, man. And so the nail in the coffin for Dave on this wonderful Saturday night, Dave Meltzer responds. So this guy who's an Anthem fucking exec or whatever, he goes, none of this is true, by the way. Dave quote tweets and thinks he knows better. Like me, I put out a tweet saying, AEW and MLP do have a relationship. I heard this. It could all be bullshit. This, and that. And I give my take on it. And I speculate because I don't fucking know for sure, Dave, and neither do you. So then what happens? Carlos Silva comes out, shuts down Dave entirely. Fightful reaches out to Carlos Silva. He tells them, no, this is bullshit. And an exec responds and goes, this is bullshit. So in my little thread there that I showed you guys earlier in the show, I fucking post underneath and go, well, there's your answer. Moose was wrong. I even wrote the same thing. Moose did say this shit, and I provided the receipt. So unless he's lying or misspoke, then I don't know. I'm inclined to believe him based on this set of circumstances. Carlos Silva says, no, okay, I don't believe Tony Khan all the time because he's full of shit. I don't believe Triple H all the time either. He can be full of shit. Carlos Silva, he hasn't given me a reason to not believe him or to make me feel like he's entirely full of shit. Now he's a carny businessman, promoter. He's going to do his thing. He gives straightforward answers. We've seen his interviews. I'm going to believe Carlos. And he even pulls Moose's card here as well. So Moose getting checked. And again, maybe this is why maybe Moose has heat. Tommy Dreamer dropped a response and he put a picture of himself wearing a shirt that says Moose sucks eggs. So working the shoot a little bit there, brother. But, Moose has gotten heat on him a couple times. Okay? But even me, I'm quick to just go, well, there's the answer then. Like, I'm not going to refute fucking what Carlos Silva's directly saying. He's just directly answering to this shit. Right? Dave can't do that. He fucking argues this exec here. Quote tweets it. Better tell Moose since he wants to work for Scott and said that's why he can't. Yeah, I could see them being like, well, Moose, no, you can't go over there. You're too big a name, but like, we'll let people go over there. Or maybe that's just what Maple Leaf Pro told Moose because Scott D'Amore doesn't want to book him. And that this is an unfortunate way that this gets brought to light. Whatever it is, Dave just opened his big fucking dumb mouth like he always fucking does. Okay? And he just can't shut up.
Bitch.
And so, yeah, Dave Meltzer says, better tell Moose since he wants to work for Scott and said that's why he can't. And then Carlos Silva just goes, thanks, Dave. Moose knows. And all is good. Scott can call me anytime. He knows that too. Fucking boom. Dave Meltzer, come on down. And I just tweeted out a historically bad 2 years for Dave Meltzer. Year over year, he's less accurate, and his key demo has decreased about 30% if you factor in the effects of the Wagyu beef and Taylor Swift businesses. The best guys, Tony Khan!
The best guys, Tony Khan!
And that, ladies and gentlemen, was an amazing Dave Meltzer's dumb moment of the week.
This just in, we have confirmed that Dave Meltzer fears PWT and flutes.
Oh my God, what an amazing fucking show this was. Round of applause for me, your host, Phil Mark. Fucking cut it. You too. Round of applause for me. Round of applause everywhere. Chat, round of applause for you. We have some super chats. Let me check these. Some guy for 2 says, Dave talks so much. You talk too much. Homeboy, you never shut up. So much online, he will overwrite Grok. Well, my goal is, and it happens, go and type in Dave Meltzer angry, Dave Meltzer wrong, Dave Meltzer exposed, Dave Meltzer anything, and my shit pops up in the algorithm. Type in Dave Meltzer anything. You'll see my shit if you scroll in the images and stuff. That's what I'm trying to do. So we're flooding out because for the longest time, it's like, well, who's the authority on pro wrestling? It's the Observer. That's what comes up. Nay. Nah, as Ellie Knight would say, no longer. Some guy for 2 again. Thank you so much, some guy, for all of your fucking support, dude. I acknowledge you. Thank you so much.
Acknowledge me.
Meltzer is going to make AI start lying. Dude, he already thinks Grok is lying. Grok is wrong about his own math, and it's a he. I gendered him. Let's go.
Sometimes
guys.
in life, you gotta be a hoe.
I had so much fucking fun. You guys are amazing. Crawford and Canelo are about to throw down. It's 10:30 where I'm at. We went 5.5 hours. What the fuck? I thought this show was great. One of the best episodes ever. It was huge. Thank you guys. I love you all. I'll see you Monday for the member show. Get a fucking membership. 99 cents Canadian. The members Monday shows are worth it. We'll talk some more shit. There I get a little more, peel the curtain back a little bit. No. But I chop it up more with chat. Guys, I promise a new Patreon video. I'm feeling way better. My shoulder is all fucked up. My arm. I promise you guys a new Patreon video for patrons. It'll be an EFAP of some sort or something cool. And cool fucking amazing guests coming on. And I love you all, dude. Until next time, Stranger Things. We're looking out November. I fucking muted myself. So mad at Stranger Things after spooky season. How dare you? I'm turned up. I drank a lot of coffee. I ain't going to bed anytime soon. Until next time, I'll see you guys in the Upside Down. Like Charlie Sheen, stay winning. Check out that doc too. Fucking brilliant.
It is a fast-acting viral strain that infects the host immediately, and upon getting sick, the infected will become racked with coughs, sweat profusely, and start to get the shivers and chills.
There he is, the legend. The man, the myth, the legend. Yeah.
You can't literally run a promotion just for the AEW, what do they call them, sickos?
Thank you very much, TikTok and AEW. See you tonight.
Tony Khan started telling people there's no such thing as long-term booking anymore. It's week to week.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
We just secured the bag.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It was just sort of happened naturally. But it was never something I intended. It was just something that happened because the wrestlers asked me to do things in matches, and I do them.
If you run a promotion just for the sickos, you're going to do 400,000 viewers eventually.
Effing Meltzer.
You know that SmackDown actually went over and everything?
Yeah. What's the point?
The point is SmackDown.
What are you getting at here?
That the DVRs didn't pick it up.
Did they not pick it up?
Mine didn't.
Let's get into everybody's favorite moment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week.
What would you like to listen to in your ears?
I'd like to hear the flute.
Well, if you'd like to flaunt your flute, then we can find you a flautist.
We just secured the bag.
It doesn't help me.
Okay, so complain, but
I will complain.
Let me have my misery.
And when I heard that, I was like, what?
Thank you, fuck you, bye. Boom.
You got to run a promotion for everybody. The sickos can be the ones that buy tickets first and spend the most money on the merchandise.
Because we have just secured the bag.
But you got to promote for everybody. Then you'll have a lot of viewers.
I think we proved a lot of so-called experts. We made them look like idiots. We're not going anywhere. Tony Khan's not going anywhere.
You'll also be there on TNT. You'll be in 2 places at once. You'll be watching my favorite movie. SmackDown. So great, Pittsburgh.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It sort of happened naturally.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
Keep themselves.